Welcome to Lao Zhang audiobook. Now we are broadcasting the Chinese romance novel Secret Love Comes True. This article has been completed. Chapter 31. Lu Zhan accompanied Su Mian in training for an hour. When standing on the surfboard for a long time, the leg muscles need to be supported all the time. Su Mian felt her legs were very sore, so she stopped to rest. When she went to the bathroom, she heard people chatting. The man just now was so handsome. Yes, he has a good-looking face and a good temperament. He feels like a rich man all over his body. He must be the boss of a big company. His figure is really perfect. Wearing a swimsuit highlights everything that should be highlighted. Well, if I could have a relationship with a man like this, the corners of my mouth would be shoulder to shoulder with the sun every day. But he has a girlfriend. Didn't you see that his attention is all on his girlfriend? That woman is ordinary, stupid, and looks pure. She can find such a man. She must be lucky. I don't think it's lucky. She is just very skillful. She can use her beauty to please men and know how to seduce men. There is no way. Some men are attracted to the type of people who are not consistent on the inside and outside. Su Mian had finished it a long time ago, but she heard their conversation in the squat toilet. She came out after listening to it all. Several women looked a little embarrassed when they saw Su Mian standing there calmly washing her hands. After Su Mian washed her hands, she took 2 tissues to wipe her hands as if nothing had happened. From the mirror, she looked at the women who were putting on makeup. She smiled slightly. Thank you for praising my husband so much. I also think my husband is good in every way, from head to toe. Su Mian ignored their ugly faces and continued to say with a smile, not everyone can use beauty to please others, such as you. Su Mian glanced at them up and down. I may not have the chance in the next life. Leaving the bathroom, Su Mian bit her lip tightly. Just now in the surfing pool, she felt that these people's eyes were always on Lu Zhan. Now she heard them talking about Lu Zhan like this, and she felt very uncomfortable. When she returned to Lu Zhan, she looked at Lu Zhan carefully. His swimsuit was a normal style, not the kind that exposes the upper body and wears only shorts, but the kind of swimsuit that combines the top and the bottom, which is not revealing at all. I know he has a good figure, but the swimsuit is close-fitting, which can better show his good figure. He really has broad shoulders and narrow waist, and his body is strong and well-proportioned, which is very attractive. Why are you unhappy? Lu Zhan came over and asked when he noticed that her face was not right. Su Mian saw that the women came back from the bathroom, and she suddenly took Lu Zhan's arm. I'm tired, let's sit there and rest for a while. Okay, Su Mian pointed to the rest table closer to their surfing pool, rest there. Yeah, Lu Zhan listened to her. Su Mian moved over and sat down next to Lu Zhan. Looking at the fruit plate on the table, she said, I want to eat watermelon. Her abnormal behavior made Lu Zhan's eyebrows frivolous. But he cooperated very well and used a fruit fork to pick up a piece of watermelon and handed it to her mouth. Come on. Su Mian ate the watermelon with the hand he handed to her mouth. She glanced at the women over there, and sure enough, they were all looking at her. Su Mian frowned again. Watermelon is not in season, it tastes too sweet, not very good, I'd rather eat orange. Okay, Lu Zhan said nothing, changed the orange to feed her, and served her attentively. What else do you want to eat? Lu Zhan directly took the fruit plate in his hand and asked, cantaloupe. You like it? Or strawberry? I think this strawberry is quite fresh, it's also the season for eating strawberries, the taste should be very good. Su Mian hadn't swallowed the orange in her mouth yet. 那个. She suddenly felt that she was so childish. Lu Zhan was so good to her, she just knew it herself. Why should she care about other people's evaluation and vision? Whether the two of them live well or not was their own business. Why bother to prove anything because of a few words from others? Others would not care whether the two of them were truly in love. even if they proved it, others might not believe it. Thinking of this, Su Mian took the fruit plate and fruit fork from his hand and put them on the table. Let's go, I don't want to learn anymore. Lu Jian didn't ask why, and took her away directly. The two went to the men's and women's bathrooms to take a shower and change clothes respectively. After coming out of the dressing room, Su Mian saw the glasses on Lu Jian's nose. She asked curiously, why have you been wearing glasses every day for more than half a month? Wearing glasses even when he is not working is not his style. Lu Jian said, because Miss Sus. Lu likes it. Su Mian. Have you forgotten that when you were drawing for me last time, you said that I look good in glasses? Su Mian. That's right. It really is, no wonder I saw him wearing glasses at breakfast the next day. It has been more than half a month, and he wears glasses every day whether he is going to work or going to work. It turns out that it was because of what she said. So, just because she said that he looks good, he started to show off his peerless face everywhere. Su Mian opened her mouth wide. This feeling was really amazing. She never expected that the cold and noble Master Lu would also be a conspicuous bag. On the way back, Lu Jian asked, why do you suddenly not want to learn? Su Mian bit her lip and muttered softly, I think you are right. There are indeed a lot of perverts in the surfing training class. Ha! Lu Jian's face immediately turned cold and ugly. Did someone bully you just now? Why didn't you say so earlier? No, I mean, there are a lot of female perverts. Lu Jian. He was stunned for a long time before he understood what she meant. But he had just asked her if she was jealous, and she denied it. So there should be no need to ask this time. After the two finished lunch, Lu Jian sent Su Mian to the studio and went to the law firm himself. Su Mian had Lu Keke's class in the afternoon. When Lu Keke came, she also brought Su Mian delicious taro paste 1,000-layer cake and red dates and bird's nest. Sister-in-law, this is what my mother made. She asked me to bring it to you. Su Mian took it and said, thank you. Sister-in-law, why did you draw such a good-looking picture for my brother? Look at how he shows off. His tail is about to rise to the sky. Su Mian said, it's not that I draw it well, it's that he looks good. Oh, sister-in-law, you are stupid. Don't spoil him like this. My brother is not a person who can be spoiled. I don't. You have to establish your authority, you know. You have to be dignified in front of him. You have to let him know that you are the boss of the family. He can only listen to you, not you to him. Su Mian. Is this really her biological sister? If it really becomes like this, what good will it do her? Curious, why? Of course, it is to make him firmly labeled as a henpecked husband, the kind that can never be torn off for a lifetime. Henpecked husband. Lu Jian. How is this possible? Anyway, sister-in-law, you must be tough. I stand on the same side with you. In the future, my happiness index will all depend on you. If you can cure my brother, my life will be free and easy. If you can't, I can only cry. This girl is really eloquent. Su Mian laughed helplessly. Okay, stop talking nonsense, and get ready to go to class quickly. There will be a competition after New Year's Day. I have signed you up. Lu Keke smiled. Got it, I will definitely win the prize. However, halfway through the class, it suddenly felt a little noisy outside. The vendors on the entire Nanyang Road were not busy in the store but stood on the street talking, and some people were even huddled together and making a lot of noise. The loud noise was transmitted to the studio upstairs, making Su Mian unable to rest in peace during class. Lu Keke was distracted and could no longer concentrate on the class. She opened the window and looked down. 就是 What are you doing? What are you arguing about? 面面 Yin Qingqing ran up from downstairs. Her speed was a little hurried. She panted and said, "Something big happened." Su Mian looked at her in confusion. "What big thing?" "I heard that the government issued a notice that our street will be renovated and all businesses will be moved out within half a month." Su Mian was stunned. "Does that mean that this street will be demolished and rebuilt?" "Yes, I heard that the government asked for demolition in order to build our street." "Our street?" Lu Keke asked. "Will there be galleries?" Yin Qingqing said, "Of course there will be, and the government's notice also specifically marked that all shops on the entire street will move out except our studio." Su Mian, "Will our studio not be demolished?" "No, all the others will be demolished, but our studio will not be demolished." Su Mian was surprised that their studio would be kept. The merchants were arguing very fiercely because this street was very prosperous and most of the merchants had good business. They had been here for so many years and were suddenly asked to move out and demolish. Of course, they would be very dissatisfied. Su Mian took a few glances, then closed the window, drew the curtains, and turned on the lights. She said to Lu Keke, "These have nothing to do with you. Hurry up and go to class." "Okay," Yin Qingqing ran downstairs again. "I'm going to find out the details." At the door of Chang'an Tea House, Qi Haochuan was also negotiating with the person in charge who asked them to move out. "We have only been open for less than a month, and you asked us to move out." The person in charge said, "This is a government requirement. Please cooperate. You will not be deprived of compensation." Qi Haochuan said, "I rented the store and I am not the landlord. Your compensation is for him, not for me. I am still losing a lot. I invested so much money and spent so much time for this tea house. The business has just stabilized and you actually told me that you want to move out. Sir, the whole street is the same. I suggest you talk to your landlord about compensation first." The words of the person in charge made Qi Haochuan very angry. He pointed at Su Mian's studio. "Why isn't Gu Li's studio demolished? Should we demolish it too? The renovation is for the art street." They are artists, so of course they can stay. This is also the government's plan. Please cooperate." 然后Qi Haochuan was very angry. He didn't want compensation. He just wanted this tea house. Originally, he thought that the business of opening a tea house would not be good, but since it opened, the business of the tea house has been very stable. The customer flow is not full but not low. He can guarantee a small profit every day and he is satisfied. His purpose was originally to take a fancy to this location and want to be closer to Su Mian. He didn't expect that he would be asked to demolish and move out after only 1 month of opening. How could he accept such a result? Even if he was given more compensation, he would not be willing to do so. Excuse me, what if we don't move out? Zhang Han asked the person in charge. The person in charge said, "Whether to move out is not your decision, but the decision of the property owner, that is, the landlord." The landlord has received the demolition payment and is willing to cooperate with the renovation project and agree to demolish. You have no right not to move out. Zhang Han, "Okay, thank you." 然后 the person in charge left. Qi Haochuan returned to the store and kicked over a set of tables and chairs in anger. Zhang Han came over and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Chuang, this may be God's arrangement, which completely cuts off the connection between you and Su Mian." Qi Haochuan's face was gloomy. "Contact the landlord now and tell him clearly that I will not accept any compensation and the house cannot be demolished." Zhang Han frowned. "Brother Chuang, this is a bit unreasonable. We are just tenants, and the landlord is the owner. If the landlord gets a high amount of demolition money, he will definitely agree to demolish it. We will eventually have to move out." Qi Haochuan's face was livid and he turned his head to look at Su Mian's studio. He was really unwilling. Zhang Han said, "I thought you had let it go." "Let it go? Haha, I just realized how wrong I was in the past. Qi Haochuan smiled bitterly. He ran out and ran to the Guli studio. Yin Qingqing was not in the studio and was looking for news about the demolition. Qi Haochuan rushed directly to the second floor, pushed open the door of the classroom, and interrupted Su Mian and Lu Keke who were in class. Su Mian was helping Lu Keke explain her color matching problem. Suddenly, she saw Qi Haochuan and was stunned for a moment. Qi Haochuan took a few steps forward and hugged Su Mian in his arms. He said in a trembling voice, "Xiao Mian, let's start over." Su Mian was completely frozen. She didn't expect Qi Haochuan to be so bold to come and hug her. After she reacted, she immediately began to break free. "Qi Haochuan, let me go. Xiao Mian, I really know where I was wrong. I have returned everything you wanted. I have really changed. Let's not dwell on the past anymore. Let's make peace." Qi Haochuan hugged Su Mian and begged painfully. "Do you still remember that when I confessed to you when we graduated from high school, you cried with joy?" Qi Haochuan, shut up, that's just the past, let go. Qi Haochuan's eyes were red, and he pressed Su Mian's shoulders with both hands, pressing her against the wall. He roared like crazy, "Su Mian, why don't you understand that Lu Zhang will not be your good match? The gap between you is too big. It's okay now, but after a while, when you get familiar with him, you will know how deep his mind is, and you can't beat him at all." His voice was so loud that Su Mian felt that her eardrums were about to be broken. "It has nothing to do with you. This is my business." Seeing Qi Haochuan entangled with Su Mian, Lu Keke tried to pull Qi Haochuan without thinking. "Let go of my sister-in-law, don't touch her. Get out of here." Qi Haochuan kicked Lu Keke angrily. "Oh!" Lu Keke was kicked and broke several easels on the side. When she fell, the back of her head hit the corner of the chair, and she lay on the ground with stars in her eyes. Chapter 32. Su Mian was scared when she saw Lu Keke fall to the ground. "Qi Haochuan, Keke is injured, let me go quickly." Qi Haochuan was so focused on Su Mian that he didn't know how much strength he used in this kick, and he didn't even notice that Lu Keke fell to the ground. After hearing what Su Mian said, he turned his head and found Lu Keke lying on the ground. His face suddenly changed. Su Mian took advantage of his stunned moment and pushed him away. 然后 he ran to Lu Keke. Keke, wake up. Lu Keke had fallen into a coma. 然后 No matter how Su Mian called her, she could not respond. Su Mian panicked. She looked at the unconscious Lu Keke in panic. Qi Haochuan was completely stunned when he saw the motionless Lu Keke. Su Mian shouted at him, "Call an ambulance quickly." He suddenly realized and called. Su Mian suddenly saw blood flowing from the back of Lu Keke's head, and her heart stopped in fear. "Keke, no, you can't be in trouble." Su Mian was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't dare to touch Lu Keke. Her anxiety made her at a loss. She was stunned and didn't know what to do for a moment. "Keke." She could only call Lu Keke's name over and over again. After Qi Haochuan finished the call, he was also very scared when he saw the blood on the back of Lu Keke's head flowing to the floor. He explained in a panic, "Xiao Mian, I didn't mean it. I didn't know she would suddenly come to pull me. I didn't think much about it." "Shut up, I don't want to hear you talk." Su Mian was only anxious now, only worried about Lu Keke's injury. She really didn't want to pay attention to Qi Haochuan. She just felt irritated when she heard his voice. Qi Haochuan closed his mouth and looked at Su Mian nervously. He didn't want Lu Keke to really get hurt. The blood on the back of Lu Keke's head seemed to have stopped flowing, but the original blood color was imprinted on the floor, which made Su Mian's heart tighten. "Keke. What should I do? What should I do?" Su Mian called Lu Keke's name over and over again, afraid that she would fall asleep like this and would remain unconscious. In addition to being nervous, Su Mian suddenly thought of Lu Zheng. 然后 By the way, Lu Zheng. I have to tell Lu Zheng. Su Mian wiped away her tears, found her own mobile phone and called Lu Zheng. 克克, have you finished your class? Your driver was delayed by something, so I came to pick you up. Before Lu Zheng answered the call, Lin Suizhou suddenly came up from downstairs. Unexpectedly, he saw Lu Keke lying on the ground as soon as he came up. 然后 his eyes narrowed and his face changed drastically. He suddenly rushed over Keke. He called Lu Keke twice but there was no response. He asked Su Mian, what's wrong with Keke? Coincidentally, Lu Zheng on the other end of the phone also answered the call. Su Mian hurriedly said, Keke was kicked down. He must have hit his head and fell to the ground. He is now unconscious and bleeding a lot. She tried to remain calm but still couldn't hide her panic. It was now difficult to hear the suppressed crying and trembling in her voice. I dare not touch her now, I just called an ambulance. Su Mian was so anxious that her breath was unstable and she didn't even dare to cry. Lu Zheng, what should I do now? After she finished speaking, Su Mian first heard the sound of Lu Zheng's chair moving. Then came his steady voice, I'll be there right away. Lu Zheng. Su Mian bit her lip and called his name softly, but she couldn't say anything. She was now extremely self-blaming because Lu Keke's accident was directly related to her. Lu Zheng whispered, don't think too much, don't touch her, wait until I come over. Su Mian wiped away her tears silently and pursed her lips tightly. Yet, Lin Suizhou lowered his eyes and stared at Lu Keke's pale face. The little girl's eyes, which were always lively and smiling, were now tightly closed. The corners of her eyes that were always raised seemed to have completely disappeared. His warm and handsome face was now covered with haze and a layer of coldness. He said in a deep voice, don't wait for the ambulance, I'll take her to the hospital now. Lu Zheng heard Lin Suizhou's voice on the other end of the phone. Why are you there? I came to pick her up after class. After Lin Suizhou answered, he said to Su Mian, sister-in-law, help me hold her head, I'll carry her down now. Su Mian nodded quickly, okay. After hanging up Lu Zheng's phone, Su Mian and Lin Suizhou cooperated to hold Lu Keke in Lin Suizhou's car and set off for the hospital. Qi Haochuan stood in the studio. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, his heart was chilled to the bone. Yin Qingqing heard the news of the accident in the studio and rushed back. This messy scene shocked and angered her. Without saying anything, she picked up a stool and smashed it on Qi Haochuan. You bastard, you hit Mian Mian again, didn't you? And you made her bleed. I'll beat you to death today. Yin Qingqing's personality is different from her name. She is now so gentle and her temper has always been irritable and direct. She hit Qi Haochuan really hard, and the stool was firmly hitting Qi Haochuan, determined to avenge her good sister. Qi Haochuan was hit twice and knocked the stool out of her hand. That's enough, I didn't hit her, that's not her blood. He roared and left the studio impatiently. He felt like he was going crazy. Yin Qingqing cursed from behind, you shameless scum, bastard, stay away from me, don't come here again. Lu Keke was lying in the back seat of Lin Suizhou's spacious car. Su Mian squatted in the gap between the back seat and the front seat, holding Lu Keke's head firmly with both hands to prevent her from shaking her head during driving. Lin Suizhou accelerated all the way and arrived at the nearest hospital in less than 10 minutes. This is the Lu family's hospital. Lu Zheng had made arrangements in advance. As soon as Lin Suizhou's car stopped, a group of doctors immediately pushed an ambulance to pick up Lu Keke. The doctor began to give Lu Keke first aid while pushing it to the emergency room. Su Mian stood nervously outside the door of the emergency room because he had just chased the doctor's ambulance too fast and was panting a little. Looking at the closed door of the emergency room, her mind went blank and she almost couldn't stand. She slowly backed away and leaned against the wall to stand. Ke. What if Ke really got into trouble? She was only 16 years old and in her second year of high school. She was still a child. She hurt her head. Even if her body was fine, would it affect her brain? What if she was left with sequelae? Panic swept through Sumian's body, causing her brain to almost be deprived of oxygen. Even if she stood against the wall, she was a little unstable and almost fainted. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms hugged her shoulders. She fell into a warm embrace. "I'm here, don't worry." The familiar voice soothed Sumian's heart, which was so nervous that it was about to suffocate. Leaning in his arms, Sumian's eyes were uncontrollably hot and her nose was sore. The suppressed fear made her want to cry at this moment. Lu Zhang, her voice was very soft and gentle, and there was a dryness after being highly nervous. She hugged him tightly with both hands, and her voice was trembling. "I'm so scared." 然后 Lu Zhang certainly felt her fear. When he held her, he pressed her head against his arms and felt that her neck was sweating. He patted her back comfortingly. "Don't think too much. Wait and see what the doctor says." The more he comforted her, the more Sumian blamed herself and felt guilty. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me." Lin Suizhou, who was staring at the emergency room, suddenly asked, "Sister-in-law, aren't you in class?" Why did the studio become like that, and how did Coco fall?" Sumian withdrew from Lu Zhang's arms, bit her lip, and told him what happened in the studio. Lin Suizhou asked, "Who is Qi Haochuan?" Sumian looked embarrassed. "My ex-boyfriend." Lin Suizhou was surprised for a moment, and suddenly looked at Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang looked cold and his eyes were gloomy. Lin Suizhou didn't say anything either. The atmosphere suddenly became very condensed, and Sumian twisted the corners of her clothes with both hands, and her face was gray. She felt that she had been causing trouble for Lu Zhang, and now Ke was injured because of her lying in the emergency room with an unknown condition. Chapter 33. Once guilt and self-blame rise, it is difficult to convince oneself. Sumian is like this now, trapped in her own tangle and can't find a way out. Lu Ke is a big lady who has everything she wants. She has grown up in love since she was a child. She is now spoiled, but very lively and sensible. Before she and Lu Zhang got married, Lu Ke treated her very well and regarded her as her favorite teacher. Now that she is married to Lu Zhang, Lu Ke treats her even better. Qi Haochuan has brought a lot of trouble to Lu Zhang, and now he has hurt Lu Ke, which makes Sumian very uncomfortable. It's all because of her. Suddenly, a warm palm wrapped around her fist that was clenched because of nervousness. 那个 Sumian's body stiffened. The warm palm pried open her fingers little by little and held her little hand in his palm in a relaxed manner. Sumian looked at Lu Zhang's chiseled profile. He stared at the emergency room without saying a word. Even without any words, his palms were so warm. This was his silent comfort. This warmth, at this moment, spread through her meridians to her limbs. Sumian didn't say anything either. She stayed beside him obediently, praying in her heart that nothing would happen to Lu Ke. 然后, more than an hour later, the doctor came out. Lin Suizhou stepped forward immediately. "How is Ke?" Sumian also stared at the doctor as if his heart had stopped. The doctor said, "It's a mild concussion. Fortunately, there is no intracranial hemorrhage. The traumatic wound is not too deep. There is a wound about 2 centimeters long. There are no wounds on other parts of the body." Lu Zhang said, "Is she awake?" "Concussion doesn't wake up so quickly. Wait a little longer." This result made everyone feel relieved. Sumian asked worriedly, "Is the injury on her head very harmful to her body? Will there be any sequelae?" The doctor said, "It's hard to say for now. It's best to ask for a leave from school and let her stay in the hospital for 2 or 3 days for observation." Su Mian's face turned pale and her heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. The doctor pushed Lu Keke out of the emergency room and transferred her to the ward. The little girl was wrapped in bandages from her forehead to the back of her head. She lay on the bed with a pale face. Her lips were pale and there was no trace of the bright color before. Lu Zhang looked at Lin Suizhou, who was guarding in the ward. Suddenly, he said, "Why did Keke's driver let you pick her up?" Lin Suizhou was stunned for a moment, then said, "He has something to do today, and he told Keke in advance, and I promised Keke to pick her up after class." And then, he didn't continue. 那个 Lu Zhang narrowed his eyes then. Under Lu Zhang's strong gaze, Lin Suizhou said, "Today is Saturday, there is a race at the racetrack. Keke wants to watch it and has been begging me to take her there for a long time." Lu Zhang looked at him with a heavy look and said with an ambiguous meaning, "You spoil her." Lin Suizhou touched his nose, his face a little unnatural. "Your sister is my sister, so it's only right that I spoil her." He changed the subject very abruptly. "Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, it's getting late. What do you want for dinner? I'll go buy it." Lu Zhang stared at Su Mian, who had been paying attention to Lu Keke. He said slowly, "You decide, make something light." "Okay." Lin Suizhou left the ward. 那个 Lu Zhang pressed her to sit on the chair. Su Mian looked back at him. "Don't move." Lu Zhang turned her neck back and said in a gentle voice, "Your hair is messy." Su Mian opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She had tied a bun today, but after so many things happened, her hair on both sides was messy and scattered, looking very embarrassed. She sat on the chair. Lu Zhang stood behind her and gently removed her hair tie with his fingers. His movements were a little clumsy and he tried very hard to tie her hair into the original bun, but he failed several times. 然后 the hair was very disobedient in his hands. Finally, he had to give up and tied a simpler old ponytail instead. Su Mian sat on the chair blankly and suddenly her nose felt sore and tears just flowed out. She pursed her lips to prevent herself from making any sound, but the tears could not stop falling. "Okay, but my skills are average. It seems that the tying is not very good." After Lu Zhang fixed her hair, he suddenly felt her shoulders trembling slightly. His expression changed slightly and he immediately squatted in front of her. He saw Su Mian, who was already in tears, and her eyes suddenly darkened. "Why are you crying?" Her eyes were very red, and tears kept falling down, sliding down her cheeks and into her neck. 然后, she cried without making any sound. In the short time he tied her hair, she quietly shed so many tears. Lu Zhang held her face with his warm palms and wiped her tears with his thumb. His brows were tightly knitted and his eyes were filled with annoyance. He didn't even notice that she had been crying alone for so long. "Be good, don't cry," the doctor said. "It's okay." Su Mian looked at him with tears in her eyes and suddenly threw herself into his arms, hugging his neck tightly. Her voice was still sobbing. "Lu Zhang. How can you be so good? You are so good that I feel I am not worthy of you." Lu Zhang hugged her and patted her back gently. "With me here, you don't have to be afraid of anything." Su Mian's wet cheeks pressed against his neck, smelling his scent. He was calm and full of strength, as if no matter how big the problem was, as long as he was there, he could handle it, and she didn't need to worry. Lu Zhang lifted her face, his eyes staring at her deeply. Then he gently kissed her tear-stained eyelashes. Very light, very soft. It was a kiss without any touch, but it made Su Mian's eyelids tremble with affection. He said, "Am I overthinking? I took the blame for Coco's injury and thought she was lying here because of you." Su Mian bit her lip and said she was trying to help me, so I got her into trouble. She shouldn't have been injured. If she hadn't come to class today, she could have escaped this disaster. Lu Zhang said, "It proves that she is an upright girl. Even if you are not her sister-in-law, but just her art teacher or her classmate. She will help you when she is in trouble. She should help you. With her personality, she can't remain indifferent even if she knows it will be dangerous. Although Qi Haochuan's attack injured her, she will still do the same thing when she wakes up and encounters the same situation again. Su Mian looked at him in a daze. Lu Jian said gently, "Do you understand what I mean?" Su Mian only felt that Lu Jian was glowing in front of her eyes at this moment. Just like him in the painting, he was in a dazzling glory. She nodded, "I understand." Lu Jian hooked his lips and gently stroked her hair. However, this gentle smile only lasted for a few seconds. His tone suddenly became a little unhappy. "If you continue to blame yourself for the mistakes made by Qi Haochuan, I will start to be unhappy." Chapter 34. Su Mian looked at Lu Jian's serious face in surprise. 那个 Lu Jian said in a deep voice, "This matter is Qi Haochuan's fault. It has nothing to do with you. You took his sin on yourself. Do you want to apologize on his behalf?" Su Mian shook her head quickly. No, I won't take his place. No, it's good. As your husband, this will make me feel very uncomfortable. Do you understand? Su Mian looked at him and nodded gently. I understand. So don't cry anymore. The doctor has said that Coco is fine. She will wake up. The expert doctors in this hospital will not leave her with any sequelae. After she wakes up, she will still be as lively and naughty as before. Yeah, his comfort played a good role, making Su Mian feel less depressed. It was also her own fault. She got anxious when she saw Ke was injured. Her mind was in a mess, and her first reaction was to get into a dead end of self-blame. He was right. Everything was Qi Haochuan's fault. Qi Haochuan should bear the blame himself. Lu Jian stood up and rubbed her hair. He said softly, "I'll watch here. Go to the bathroom and wash your face." Okay, Lu Jian looked at Lu Keke's infusion bottle, his face as cold as ice. He sent a message to his assistant. Go to Guli's studio now and check today's surveillance and save it. Su Mian came back after washing her face, and Lin Suizhou also came back after buying dinner. Lu Jian looked at the fast food box in his hand and narrowed his eyes. You seem to be in a hurry. Lin Suizhou opened the lunchbox, his face normal. It's convenient, this one doesn't have to wait. Other Gitulanaya restaurants have to wait for a long time. Because I bought porridge, I'm afraid. He paused. I'm afraid that Coco will wake up and be hungry and rush to find food. Really? Lu Jian ruthlessly exposed. Aren't you afraid that she won't see you when she wakes up? Lin Suizhou. Su Mian was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked at Lin Suizhou. Lin Suizhou smiled gently. My own sister, of course I want to see her as soon as she wakes up. Lu Jian said nothing more, opened the chopsticks and handed them to Su Mian. Looking at the dishes in the lunchbox, he handed her the one in his hand, because the one in Su Mian's hand had the black fungus she disliked the most. Su Mian actually didn't have much appetite and didn't want to eat. Lu Jian had seen it and cut out half of the rice in her box. You must finish this part. Su Mian. Why does this tone sound so much like a parent? Lin Suizhou laughed. Brother Jian, you treat your sister-in-law more like a child than you treat Coco. Lu Jian glared at him. After all, you take better care of Coco than I do. Lin Suizhou's smile froze. He lowered his head to eat and didn't say anything. At this time, there was a sudden movement on the bed. Lin Suizhou, who was sitting opposite the bed, stood up and rushed to the bed. Coco, Lu Keke's eyes rolled around as if he heard his call and then frowned. Lin Suizhou's voice became gentler. Are you awake? If you are awake, just say yes, I am Brother Suizhou. 然后 Lu Jian and Su Mian also came over. Su Mian looked at the little girl with her eyes closed, but her eyes were still moving. He also called softly, Coco. Lu Keke frowned even tighter. She slowly opened her eyes and seemed to be stunned by the light above her head and closed them again. The voice was a little weak. I'm awake. Stop shouting. She could respond, and Lin Suizhou and Su Mian's faces relaxed. Su Mian's tense mood finally settled down. That's great. She finally woke up. Lu Zhang pressed the call bell to ask the doctor to come over. They stood aside and watched the doctor examine Lu Keke. Lu Keke could answer all the questions asked by the doctor very well, and her mind was clear. But the wound still hurt, and there was still a feeling of dizziness in her head. Lu Keke didn't dare to shake her head. The doctor said she must be hospitalized, Mr. Lu, please ask for leave from school for her. Well, I'll arrange it. You treat her well. Lu Keke needed to rest, and the three of them did not block the ward to disturb her. Lin Suizhou said, Brother Zhang, you take your sister-in-law back to rest. I'll stay here. Su Mian quickly said, No, I'm not tired. I'll take care of her. Sister-in-law. No need to stay. Lu Zhang said in a deep voice, Leave the hospital. There will be nurses in the hospital to take good care of Coco. I will arrange for the aunt who takes care of Coco at home to accompany her. Su Mian still insisted, but listen to me, go back first. He had already spoken, so he could only obey the arrangement. Lin Suizhou drove away by himself. Lu Zhang sent Su Mian back to the studio. He said, I asked someone to go to the studio to adjust the surveillance. Su Mian knew that he would not let this matter go. Then what should I do? Lu Zhang said, If you are tired, I will send you back to rest. If you are not tired, go back to the studio to continue the evening class. Su Mian pursed her lips, Go back to the studio. Lu Zhang sent Su Mian to the studio as he said. He told her, Wait for me to pick you up after the end. 那个, I will also notify you immediately if there is any news from Coco. Don't let yourself think about it. Su Mian stood at the door of the studio and nodded obediently, Got it. When Lu Zhang left, his eyes slid across the Chang'an tea house opposite, and his eyes were cold. Yin Qingqing was teaching students. Su Mian went upstairs to the room where Lu Keke had classes. The room had been cleaned up, with no bloodstains. The broken drawing boards and easels had also been dealt with. Su Mian stood and watched for a while, then suddenly turned around and went downstairs. She walked quickly to the Chang'an tea house across the street. 然后? There were quite a few customers in the tea house. The tea tables and small private rooms on the first and second floors were full. Only the large private rooms on the third floor were empty. After Su Mian went in, a waiter came to greet her. Su Mian asked directly, Where is Qi Haochuan? The boss. Do you have anything to do with Brother Chuang? Zhang Han came over and asked. He called the waiter away. He looked at Su Mian with a normal smile. Su Mian, we haven't seen each other for a while. Zhang Han was a good friend of Qi Haochuan, and he knew Su Mian before. He wanted to divert Su Mian's attention, but Su Mian came here for only one purpose. She looked at Zhang Han. I don't have time to greet you now, and there is no need to talk to you more. 那个, I just want to ask you, where is Qi Haochuan? Her voice was not particularly loud, but the tea house was originally a quiet place. 这个, even if it was just a little louder than normal, it would seem very abrupt. Therefore, it attracted the attention of the customers at the nearby tables, and they looked at her. Zhang Han tried to persuade Su Mian. If you don't tell me, I will find him myself. Su Mian went straight upstairs. Zhang Han didn't chase her either. Anyway, Brother Chuang had to be faced. Qi Haochuan didn't think about escaping. He was still thinking about taking the initiative to contact Su Mian and ask about Lu Keke's injury, so he kept staring at the studio. 然后, he saw it when Lu Zhang sent Su Mian back, and he also saw Su Mian coming to find him. But he still sat here without moving, his hands clenched nervously, and he was actually looking forward to it. He wanted to see Su Mian come to find him. Listening to the footsteps coming from the stairs, the smile on his face became bigger and bigger, and his mood became better and better. Chapter 35. When he saw Su Mian walk into the office, Qi Haochuan immediately stood up to greet her. Xiao Mian, you are here. He had a smile on his face, as if he had been waiting for her for a long time. Qi Haochuan asked, how is Lu Keke? Is her injury serious? What did the doctor say? With a snap, a loud slap interrupted all of Qi Haochuan's words. Su Mian said angrily, you kicked her into the hospital and now you can still laugh. Qi Haochuan did not turn his face away after being slapped, but stood motionless, like a nail stake standing in front of Su Mian, and steadily caught her blow. Su Mian hit so hard that her own palms hurt. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Qi Haochuan, you really make me sick. Even if she found out that he was cheating, Qi Haochuan did not see such hatred on Su Mian's face. At that time, she also slapped him, but her expression that time was grief and despair, and now it was real hatred. Qi Haochuan felt as if his heart was broken and he felt pain. Xiao Mian, do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? 那个, how hard did you kick? The doctor's diagnosis and monitoring have proved everything. Qi Haochuan remained silent. He knew that it was useless to say anything now. Even if he was really angry at the time and had unconscious behavior after being furious, the damage to Lu Keke had already been done. However, the fact that Su Mian was able to return to the studio proved that Lu Keke's injury was not very serious. He didn't have the heart to care about others now. He looked at Su Mian with gentle eyes. You haven't come to see me on your own initiative for a long time. Su Mian frowned unhappily. The smile on Qi Chuan's face became even warmer. Xiao Mian, this is the tea house you wanted to open and I helped you realize it. Although it is not connected to your studio, its style is very compatible with your studio. As he spoke, his warm eyes suddenly became a little lonely and aggrieved. But you haven't come to see me for so many days since the opening. The first time you came was to return something, and the second time today was because Lu Keke came to scold me. He talked to himself, smiling, but it doesn't matter, I'm very happy that you can come to see me. He pointed to the paintings on the wall of the office. I listened to you and returned all your paintings to you, but I bought your favorite painter's masterpiece and hung it up. Do you still remember this plum blossom painting? We went to an art exhibition together when we were freshmen, and you were amazed at the first sight. And this Chinese painting? Enough, stop talking. Su Mian interrupted him. Her expression was calm, not shaken by Qi Haochuan's excited words, but full of annoyance. Do you know what you look like now? I really don't want to say anything derogatory to you. 这个 After all, we have been together for so many years. If I derogatory to you, I am also scolding how bad my vision is. Qi Haochuan, all the affectionate looks you show now are not because you love me so much, nor because you feel guilty about me, nor because you suddenly realize that you can't live without me. You are just unwilling to accept it. Qi Haochuan defended, I don't, everything is because I love you. No, you don't love me. If we broke up, I would be in pain and cry all day long, and you would not be as crazy as you are now. The reason you are like this is just because I married Lu Zheng. After knowing that you cheated, I married someone else without crying or making a fuss, and that person was Lu Zheng, and you were angry. 然后 after hearing this, Qi Haochuan was stunned for a moment. Then, he began to refute, no, what you said is not right. I am angry that you married Lu Zheng, but I really love you. Su Mian shook her head, it doesn't matter. From the day you betrayed me, there is no place for you in my heart. Qi Haochuan's face suddenly changed, and his expression was full of gloom. Angrily, is it because you fell in love with Lu Zheng? How long have you been married? You've already fallen in love with him. Then what are all these years between us? Su Mian, it's a joke. Qi Haochuan's expression froze. Su Mian said calmly, I don't have the slightest attachment to you anymore. Now there is an empty place in my heart, and Lu Zhen is my husband. Even if she hasn't fallen in love with Lu Zhen completely yet, she is slowly putting him into the empty place. Su Mian. Qi Haochuan roared, do you think Lu Zhen is good? You are just like his brainless admirers, and you have been deceived by his gentle, ungentlemanly performance. In fact, he is deep-minded, scheming, treacherous, and cunning, and he also. Qi Haochuan suddenly stopped. Su Mian, what else is wrong with him? Qi Haochuan pursed his lips and said nothing. When you were still my girlfriend, he secretly liked you for so many years without being discovered. He is a fox who is good at disguise and cunning. But Qi Haochuan didn't want Su Mian to know that Lu Zhen liked her a long time ago, so he didn't say it. You have no right to interfere in my future life. Su Mian didn't want to talk about Lu Zhen with Qi Haochuan. She said, I came here to make it clear to you that your entanglement will only make me hate you more and more, including the affection we had when we grew up together, which has been completely eliminated by you. Now, every time you mention our past in front of me, it reminds me how ridiculous I was in the past. Qi Haochuan's expression was stagnant. Also, everything you do now is self-touching. I am not touched by this tea house at all. Let alone the renovation and demolition. Even if it is not demolished, I will not feel anything if it is opened in front of me for 1, 2, or 5 years. Qi Haochuan, you are really not an ex-boyfriend who can be shown off. After leaving the tea house, Su Mian glanced at the street and knew that it would be demolished. Although the construction has not started yet, some businesses have already started to clear their warehouses and sell them, and the hawking is a bit loud. She walked to the store where she used to buy chestnut cakes. There were 5 or 6 people queuing at this time, which was not too many. She stood in the line. She waited for more than 10 minutes before it was her turn. I want 2 kilograms of low-sugar chestnut cakes, thank you. The boss smiled and greeted her when he saw her. Teacher Su, congratulations, all the shops have to move, only your studio does not need to move. This place will be turned into an art street in the future, and you won't be noisy when you teach your students. Su Mian said, have you decided when to? Move. In 2 weeks, the new store will be almost done after some tidying up. So fast? Yes, we are a small store and the storefront is easy to find. The boss glanced at Chang'an Tea House. The boss of that store is miserable. He invested so much money to open it, and he has to move away just when the business is getting better. I don't know who came up with the idea of transforming it into an art street. Alas, it really hurts people. After listening, Su Mian just smiled and wished the boss a prosperous business in the new store, then picked up 2 boxes of freshly baked chestnut cakes, paid and left. Back in the studio, Yin Qingqing had finished her class. Su Mian gave her a box of steaming chestnut cakes and a milk tea she bought on the way. Well, it's the one I like the most. Yin Qingqing took it and ate it without hesitation. She also asked, how is Coco? Is her injury serious? She needs to be hospitalized for observation. Damn it, this damn Qi Haochuan, he is really not worthy of being a human being. Su Mian didn't say anything. She took her phone and opened Lu Zhen's WeChat chat box, absent-mindedly. Suddenly, she wanted to send him a message to chat. Yin Qingqing stared at her and said, you didn't quarrel with Mr. Lu, did you? No, that's good. Qi Haochuan, that bitch, did it on purpose. He knew he couldn't get you, so he came to destroy your relationship with Mr. 然后 Lu, but fortunately, Mr. Lu is very righteous and knows your difficulties. He won't blame you. Su Mian thought to herself, he is not only very righteous, but also infinitely tolerant of her. 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Mian came out of the studio after class. 然后 Lu Jian's car was parked at the door. He knew her class schedule very well. Without waiting for her to ask, Lu Jian said directly, Keke is much better. After we left, my parents went to the hospital to see her and gave her something to eat. Su Mian said anxiously, my parents. They praised Keke for taking care of her sister-in-law and put a bonus into her change card, enough for her to have food and clothing for the rest of her life. Su Mian. Having such parents-in-law after marriage is also a blessing in 3 lifetimes. Lu Jian, who was driving, looked at the box in her arms. Suddenly, he said, what is this? Su Mian came back to her senses and quickly said, it's chestnut cake. Lu Jian curled his lips, no wonder it smells so good. Well, this store has a good business. You have to queue up at any time to buy it. Lu Jian said, can I try it? Of course. Su Mian opened the box. I specifically asked for low sugar, you should like it. As she said that, she was stunned. But you are driving. Lu Jian looked at the road ahead and said softly, then I'll have to trouble teacher so to feed me. Su Mian pursed her lips and smiled silently. Okay, she took out the wet wipes from her bag and wiped her hands clean, then took a piece of chestnut cake and handed it to Lu Jian's mouth. Here, Lu Jian lowered his head and took a bite, and after chewing a few times, he curved his eyebrows. It's really delicious. He lowered his head and took another bite, this time a big bite. Su Mian's hand was originally on the edge of the chestnut cake. After taking a big bite, he still touched her finger and even held it in his mouth for a while, wrapping her finger wetly. Su Mian. Her hand trembled and she almost dropped the rest of the cake on him. But he looked normal and continued to drive as if nothing had happened. It was obviously intentional, but he had to pretend that it was unintentional. She wanted to take back the rest of the chestnut cake and not give it to him. But he took another bite and ate all the rest of the chestnut cake into his mouth, and this time he licked her finger with the tip of his tongue. Su Mian couldn't hold it back and her face turned red. Lu Jian. Ha? What's wrong? 然后? He asked innocently. Su Mian said angrily, you are driving. I'm a little hungry while driving and I want my wife to feed me something, can't I? Is it okay? Okay, but you can't. Su Mian couldn't say it. Lu Jian said meaningfully and a little ambiguous, the chestnut cake has some crumbs, I'm afraid it will dirty your hands, so I want to eat it cleanly and not waste it. Oh, he could actually come up with such a high-sounding reason. Su Mian turned his head away helplessly, feeling that his fingers were still wet. He really? 那个. Chapter 36. Su Mian turned his head and saw that they were already at the hospital gate. Lu Jian stopped the car. If I don't take you to see her, you may not be able to sleep tonight. Yet Lu Keke was indeed much better after a day of treatment in the hospital. The aunt who took care of her was preparing a fruit plate for her. 然后, the bed was raised a little and Lu Keke was half leaning on it. Lin Suizhou and Zhang Mu were chatting with her. Zhang Mu said frivolously, you are going to get a scar on your head. Lu Keke pouted, don't talk nonsense, you cruel-mouthed man. Such a small wound can't leave a scar. Oh, if it leaves a scar, it leaves a scar. 那个. Anyway, it's on the back of your head and you can't see it. Who cares? Damn Zhang Mu, I don't want to talk to you. Lu Keke covered her head and said angrily. Lin Suizhou warned Zhang Mu with his eyes, don't scare her. The doctor said that if the wound is treated well, it won't leave a scar. Didn't you see that she can't move her head? Why did you make her angry? Okay. Zhang Mu restrained himself a little and said to Lu Keke, Brother, I want to make you happy because you are injured. Lu Ke turned her face away angrily. Humph, I don't want to talk to you. But she saw Su Mian and Lu Zhen also came. She was immediately happy. Sister-in-law, you came to see me. Yeah, seeing that she was talking and laughing and looking good, Su Mian felt relieved. He sat down beside the bed and asked softly, Does your head still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore, but I can't sleep on my right side or it will press on the wound. Su Mian held her hand. I'm sorry, you got yourself hurt in order to help me. Sister-in-law, please don't apologize to me. We were the only two of us there at the time. If I don't help you, who would? Do you want to be bullied by that scumbag? I'm not that timid and incompetent. Zhang Mu also said, That's right. She has been crazy and noisy since she was a child. Bumps and bruises are common. Minor injuries are no big deal. Don't feel bad, sister-in-law. Lu Ke was dissatisfied. Damn Zhang Mu, who did you say was crazy and noisy? You fought with a boy in the 3rd grade of elementary school and broke his finger. In the 5th grade, you bravely saved a gangster, blocked the little sister at the school gate, and ended up with a broken arm that lasted a month. Also in junior high school, during physical education class, he threw a shot put and hit the physical education teacher's foot, causing him to take a month off. Su Mian. Lu Ke, whose dark history was dug up, covered her face and said, You are so annoying, I don't want to see you. Get out. Although they didn't blame him at all, Su Mian still said to Lu Ke, Don't do this in the future, your own safety is always the first priority. Don't risk yourself for anyone, understand? Lu Ke agreed, I know. I'll listen to my sister-in-law. Su Mian smiled and took out the chestnut cake and asked Lu Ke, Do you want to eat it? Lu Ke's eyes lit up. Yes, I bought it from the store next to the studio narration. Yeah, that's great. They only give me light food, which makes my mouth tasteless. Sister-in-law, give it to me. Zhang Mu also reached out his hand. Sister-in-law, I want it too. Lu Ke slapped the back of his hand. Go away, I won't give it to you. Zhang Mu withdrew his hand and reached out again. I want it. Sister-in-law didn't say she wouldn't give it to me. Watching them quarreling, Lin Suizhou and Lu Zhen left the ward. The two stood by the window outside the ward. Lin Suizhou took out a cigarette box and handed it to Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen didn't take it and said lightly, I quit. Lin Suizhou raised his eyebrows. Is it because of sister-in-law? Lu Zhen pursed his lips and said nothing. When Qi Haochuan was a freshman, he took Su Mian and the people in the dormitory to eat together. At that time, Qi Haochuan had just learned to smoke with his roommates. The closed box was full of the smell of cigarettes from several people. Su Mian frowned the whole time, but didn't dare to say it. He could only sit next to Qi Haochuan. During the more than 1 hour of dinner, Su Mian left the box to get some fresh air 10 times. From then on, Lu Zhen knew that Su Mian didn't like the smell of cigarettes. In every subsequent gathering, he never smoked in front of her. But she would tolerate Qi Haochuan smoking next to her and never asked him to quit smoking. Qi Haochuan would not care whether Su Mian hated the smell of cigarettes. Lin Suizhou lit up a cigarette himself. Then my smoking won't affect you, right? You can choose not to smoke. Lin Suizhou smiled and said, I didn't expect that my sister-in-law has an ex-boyfriend who has been dating for so long. A layer of gloom was hidden between Lu Zhen's eyebrows. Brother Zhen, you have been single for so many years because she is the one you care about and you can't like others. Lu Zhen turned his head and looked outside. Don't talk about this. Okay, then let's talk about Qi Haochuan. There are surveillance and injury assessments. Can you hand it over to the police for legal processing? Lin Suizhou asked. Lu Zhen said in a deep voice, Of course. It was late, and no one stayed in the hospital for too long. Back to Shengshi Mansion. When Su Mian came out of the shower, Lu Zheng, who was sitting in the living room on the second floor, opened his arms to her. Come here. He was wearing dark gray long-sleeved trousers and pajamas and glasses. His stern face showed his thin and abstinent temperament under the light. Su Mian walked towards him, and Lu Zheng directly reached out and held her on his lap. She was wearing a fluffy off-white pajamas, which was a bit loose. When she sat on his lap, he held her tightly in his arms, like a large plush toy. Su Mian asked softly, "What's wrong?" Lu Zheng's dark eyes behind the glasses had a cold and gloomy color that Su Mian couldn't see clearly. He said Qi Haochuan broke into the studio and hurt Coco. His behavior was bad. Su Mian nodded. I know. I will provide evidence to the police and accuse him of intentional injury. Okay, she agreed very happily. Lu Zheng looked at her with deep eyes. Feeling that his eyes were wrong, Su Mian asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Lu Zheng's eyes were still cold and heavy. You are not angry. Su Mian was puzzled. Why should I be angry? After the words fell, she saw a subtle surprise in his expression. It seemed that he did not expect her to answer like this. Su Mian's eyes trembled slightly as if she suddenly understood something. She was surprised and said, "Do you think that I don't want Qi Haochuan to bear the responsibility?" Lu Zheng didn't say anything. At this time, silence was a tacit agreement. In his opinion, given the friendship between Su Mian and Qi Haochuan, he definitely didn't want to see Qi Haochuan punished by the police. Why do you think so? Coco was injured like this because of him. He should have borne the consequences. Lu Zheng said, I thought you would be angry. How could I be angry? I have no relationship with him for a long time. Didn't I ask you not to misunderstand the relationship between me and him? Why do you still tie me to him? Lu Zheng remained silent. Su Mian said, besides, I have already made it clear to him today and told him not to harass me in the future. Her voice was soft and her tone was not heavy. It was still soft, but she said every word carefully and clearly. Lu Zheng. Su Mian bit her lip and her tone was a little weaker. Are you particularly concerned about my past? This sentence sounded a little inferior. Even though she had deliberately shown herself in front of Yi Ran that she and Lu Zheng were very affectionate and that she was Lu Zheng's legal wife. Deep in Su Mian's heart, she agreed with Yi Ran's words. There was indeed a big gap between her and Lu Zheng. But Lu Zheng still believed that she and Qi Haochuan had a deep and indestructible relationship. Even if Qi Haochuan cheated, she could not forget Qi Haochuan. In his heart, she was not a qualified wife. Lu Zheng pinched her waist tightly and said in a deep voice, I don't mind, I just don't want to force you. Use the reason that we are already married to force you to forget the person you have loved for so many years. Su Mian said, during this period, Qi Haochuan did pester me, but his pestering was a bother to me. I would not change my mind because of his actions. It would only speed up my determination to get rid of him. She gently leaned on Lu Zheng's shoulder and held his hand. Believe me, I am your wife now, and there is no one else in my heart. This sentence made Lu Zheng's eyes surge with many emotions, as messy as a hurricane. No one else. Yes, no one. Only by completely freeing up the space can he move in, which is fairer to him. Lu Zheng squeezed her hand tightly. He suddenly pressed her neck and kissed her soft lips not very gently. The action was a little rough, and lost some of the gentleness of the past. The fierce and strong kiss, not gentle at all, made Su Mian unable to resist, and she couldn't even sit still in his arms. The pain on her lips made her shrink her body subconsciously, and she couldn't help but tremble. Why did he suddenly become so fierce, as if he was out of control? He whispered softly, Lu Zheng. The low moan that sounded like being heard made Lu Zheng suddenly realize and let go of the person in his arms. Seeing Su Mian looking at him with panic, his face changed slightly. But he didn't intend to explain why he lost control just now. He stared at her with a heavy gaze and said word by word, "Remember what you said, you don't have him in your heart anymore." Su Mian didn't know what was wrong with him, but she still agreed obediently. "Okay, remember. Su Mian, you are not allowed to like him again in the future, never." His expression was almost paranoid when he said this, which made Su Mian's heart skip a beat. The person who just said that he didn't want to force her was suddenly so strong. But she still took care. "I really won't like him anymore." Lu Zhang suddenly hugged her into his arms, very tightly and hard, with his side face pressed against Su Mian's ear and the corners of his mouth raised. Su Mian couldn't see his smile, she just quietly let him hold her so hard. After Su Mian left the studio, Qi Haochuan went to the bar to get drunk. Before the tea house closed, he asked Zhang Han to close the shop and go to the bar to drink with him. Zhang Han was used to it. Since breaking up with Su Mian, Qi Haochuan came to the bar 5 days a week. 那个 Nami poured a glass of wine for Qi Haochuan. He said, "It's time to give up now." Qi Haochuan lay on the table, his face flushed from drinking. "She said she had completely removed me from her heart, and even the relationship of neighbors who grew up together was gone." Zhang Han sighed. "Yes, she is more free and easy than you." "Free and easy? Ha!" Qi Haochuan sneered. "It's just that she was seduced by Lu Zhang. If Lu Zhang hadn't deliberately interfered, she and I would never have become what we are now." Zhang Han said, "Have you ever heard of this saying? 那个 What? Love comes suddenly and disappears suddenly." Qi Haochuan's expression froze. At this time, the noisy bar suddenly became quieter. 然后 because several uniformed policemen came, the boss thought they were here to check something and hurried forward to explain. "Officer, we are a regular bar. Admission is based on ID cards. We do not accept minors and do not engage in illegal transactions. Is this person in your store?" The police directly took out Qi Haochuan's photo and showed it to the boss. The boss glanced at it and said, yes, he is a frequent customer of our bar recently. He comes every 2 or 3 days. He is also here today. He is over there. I will take you there." The bar became quiet, which was not normal. Qi Haochuan and Zhang Han also looked over there. Then he saw the boss leading the police walking straight towards him. The police said straightforwardly, "Qi Haochuan, we are from the 7th branch of Lincheng. Someone has accused you of intentional injury. Come back to the bureau with us to cooperate with the investigation." Zhang Han stood up suddenly. "Mr. Police, you are wrong. Brother Chuang didn't hurt anyone. I said, come back to the bureau with us to cooperate with the investigation. But I'll go with you." Qi Haochuan stood up and patted Zhang Han on the shoulder. "Pay the bill for tonight first, and I'll pay you next time." Zhang Han's face changed. "Brother Chuang, you have to explain. You obviously didn't intentionally hurt anyone." No one paid attention to him, and the police just took Qi Haochuan away. The customers in the bar were used to it. After a brief silence, they continued to return to the bustle. Qi Haochuan got on the police car. He looked very relaxed and did not show any nervousness. "Did Lu Zhang provide you with evidence?" "Police, you don't need to care who provided it. Anyway, there is evidence pointing to you. As long as you commit a crime, you can't escape." Qi Haochuan smiled drunkenly. "Yeah, how could I escape with him?" But as he smiled, his expression changed and became gloomy. When he was in school, Lu Zhang was excellent in all aspects. He was the pride of the law school teachers and the person he admired. He regarded Lu Zhang as a role model. Later, when they worked in the same law firm, Lu Zhang's excellence was not only reflected in his profession but also in all aspects. With his superior family background and personal abilities, he can always easily surpass everyone. This made people have to change from admiration to jealousy, jealous of everything Liu Zhen has. And now, the person he likes has become Liu Zhen's legal wife, which makes people even more jealous. Su Mian also said that her heart is empty, meaning that Liu Zhen will move in sooner or later. Liu Zhen. Qi Haochuan was so angry that he hammered the car seat and growled, Why do you always have everything so easily? Chapter 37. Lu Keke stayed in the hospital for 10 days and was finally discharged with the doctor's consent. On the day of discharge, Lu Zhen was too busy to pick her up, so Su Mian came to help with all the formalities. Chen Wei also came. She looked at Su Mian running around and said, Xiao Mian, take a rest. You don't have to work so hard. Let Uncle Li do these things. Uncle Li is the housekeeper of the Liu family. Su Mian smiled and said, Mom, it's okay, I won't be tired. Chen Wei came over and took Su Mian's hand intimately and taught her earnestly, Little fool, there are not so many rules in our family. 就是 There is no such thing as a daughter-in-law having to work. You see, I don't do anything, so of course you don't have to do it either. Su Mian was stunned. Mom, you are too indulgent to me. Haha, I don't call it indulgence, I treat everyone equally. Keke and Liu Zhen don't work at home, and you are the same. You are all my children, and I won't be partial. Su Mian looked at Chen Wei and suddenly felt that this mother-in-law was really approachable. As a wife of a wealthy family, she not only had no heirs, but also understood the righteousness. She also knew how to take care of the feelings of a girl born in an ordinary family and took good care of her. She responded, Mom, I know. Yeah, just remember it. I tell you, unless our family goes bankrupt and your dad and I can't stand the blow and lie down and you kids can only sleep on the street, then you may really have to support yourself. Su Mian was amused and laughed. Lu Keke said angrily, Mom, you are the only one who curses your family to go bankrupt. Why sleep on the street? Who wants to sleep on the street? I won't sleep on the street even if I sleep in a public toilet. Su Mian. Chen Wei scolded her, You little girl, do you know how to talk? Public toilets are so dirty. When the time comes, Mom will use ways to surround one for you. Su Mian. Lu Keke. This is really mean. Na. Su Mian and Lu Keke went back to Lu's house with Chen Wei. This is Su Mian's second time here. 然后 the first time was after the wedding with Liu Zhen, and Liu Zhen took her to have a meal. This is the second time. 那个 Lu Keke still has a bandage on her head. It takes time for the wound to heal. Su Mian said, You should go back to your room and rest more, don't use your brain too much. Lu Keke glanced at Chen Wei quietly and whispered to Su Mian, Then you can come to my room with me, let's play together. Su Mian. Lu Keke pouted and pulled Su Mian's sleeve and shook it. Oh, sister-in-law, please, since I just got out of the hospital, you can play with me for a while. Who can resist the coquetry of her sister? Su Mian could only agree. Then you can only play 2 games. Yeah, Lu Keke's room is on the 3rd floor. The room is very large, including a study, a cloakroom, and a bedroom. 那个 One room can be equivalent to a 3-bedroom and 2 living room in an ordinary residential building. And the room has its own style. The hall is aqua blue, which does not match the decoration style of the whole house. Her room seems to be separated separately. The 2 of them nestled on the furry carpet. Lu Keke said, Sister-in-law, I still want to play with your account. You play, I'll log into Yin Qingqing's account to play with you. No, Lu Keke suddenly pouted. Su Mian was puzzled. Huh? What's wrong? Lu Keke pouted and said, You use Teacher Yin's account to play, and I use your account to play. When we play together, it will still increase the intimacy between you and Teacher Yin's account. No, I'll use my own account, and you use your own account. I want to increase the intimacy with you. Su-mian never thought that she cared about this. So, the two of them still used their own accounts. However, after logging in successfully, Su-mian opened the account backpack and gave all the roses in the inventory that could increase intimacy to Lu Keke. The intimacy of the two accounts immediately increased from dozens to more than 500. Su-mian said, "Is it okay now?" "Yes, yes." Lu Keke happily established a close relationship with Su-mian. "Okay. My sister-in-law is my teacher and my best friend." Oh yeah. Minor accounts limit the length of time to play games, and Lu Keke can only play for 1 hour. The two of them played 2 games together and won, and Lu Keke was very happy. She took Su-mian's hand and went downstairs to the Culinary restaurant for dinner. When passing by the second floor, Su-mian stopped and glanced over there. Lu Keke said, "Sister-in-law, the second floor is my brother's room. He lived on the second floor before he married you and moved to Shengshi Mansion. Do you want to go and see it? See Lu Zhan's room?" This is indeed very tempting, but not so good. Your brother is not at home. Wouldn't it be too offensive for me to go to his room by myself? Damn, sister-in-law, are you so polite to my brother? He is your husband. You still feel offended to go to his room. Lu Keke said in a tone of not quite understanding. This is simply an incomprehensible anecdote, my sister-in-law. Although Lu Keke's words were a bit exaggerated, they were also rough and true. In fact, theoretically speaking, it is true. She is now Lu Zhan's wife, and it is really not an offense for her to go to her husband's room. Besides, she just went to take a look and see what the room he has lived in for more than 20 years looks like, and she didn't have any other thoughts. Then let's go and have a look. Okay, I'll take you there. The entire second floor belongs to Lu Zhan. The third floor where Lu Keke lives is occupied by a piano room and a painting studio. There is nothing on the second floor. There is only Lu Zhan's own bedroom, a separate study, and a separate cloakroom. The study is larger than his bedroom, and there is a whole wall of bookshelves in it. It looks a bit like a bookstore and a library. Su-mian went in first to take a look. All the books on the bookshelf were neatly classified. At first glance, she was attracted by the shelf of ghost story books. She was surprised and said, "Does your brother like to read ghost stories?" "I don't know. It seems that he suddenly liked it when he was a junior. I haven't seen him buy a ghost story book before college. Suddenly, he was desperately collecting ghost story books at home. He also told me not to touch them. Well, if he didn't tell me, I wouldn't dare to touch them. I am most afraid of ghost stories, and it is even more impossible for me to read them. They are super scary." Su-mian listened and his eyes fell on a collection of ghost stories. This book had the most obvious signs of being flipped through, as if it had been read repeatedly many times. After coming out of the study, Lu Keke took Su-mian to Lu Zhan's bedroom. "Sister-in-law, let me tell you, my brother's bedroom is boring. You definitely won't like it." Su-mian hesitated a little. I won't go to the bedroom." "Oh, it's okay. This is your husband's room, husband. There's nothing wrong with taking a look." Su-mian was pushed into the bedroom by Lu Keke. The style of the bedroom was completely different from Lu Keke's room. The combination of black, white and gray coat colors did not seem to have much warmth. Just like the personalities of the brother and sister, one was calm and introverted, and the other was enthusiastic and lively. The room was also very large, even larger than the bedroom in Shengshi Mansion. The bed had not been slept in for a long time, and the quilt on it had been put away. The room looked simple and everything could be seen at a glance. There was no cabinet, no desk, but there was a particularly exquisite multi-layer storage rack placed in the corner next to the bedside table. On the shelf were expensive art ornaments. It looks very nice under the ambient light. There are also several layers of locked storage boxes. Nothing is pretty. Su Mian looked at them layer by layer, and when she saw the third layer of the shelf, she found a locked rectangular box on it, and on the surface of the box, there was a small object that looked familiar. Chapter 38. It is a cute bunny in milk tea color, fluffy and as big as Su Mian's fist. It is placed on the locked storage box. The light milk tea color is not dirty at all. It is spotlessly clean and looks very cute. Sister-in-law, do you like it too? Lu Ke came over, stuck to Su Mian, and said with some dissatisfaction in her tone, "This thing is obviously for girls. I don't know where my brother got it from. It has been here for many years and no one has been allowed to touch it. Even the cleaning lady is not allowed to touch it. I wanted him to give it to me as a school bag pendant, but he didn't want to. He is so stingy." Su Mian stared at the cute bunny. It is really cute. The reason why she felt familiar with it was because she also bought one when she was in high school. At that time, this pendant was very popular among the girls in the class, and everyone urged her to buy it. She was no exception and bought one as a school bag pendant. However, she lost it later. No, sister-in-law, don't get me wrong. Although this is something that girls like, my brother has never been in a relationship and he doesn't have any particularly close relationships with the opposite sex. Lu Ke explained. Su Mian raised an eyebrow and looked at her. So what? So although my brother is a little bad, he never has casual relationships between men and women. Don't think of him as a scumbag because of this rabbit. It may be a graduation commemorative gift from a female classmate in high school. High school? Su Mian asked puzzledly. Yes, he took this thing back in his senior year of high school and then kept it here. Lu Ke said very confidently. Su Mian thought that this thing should belong to Iran, but Iran and Lu Zhang were college classmates. Lu Ke said that Lu Zhang took it back when he was in high school. Curiously, which school did your brother go to in high school? Lincheng, no. One middle school is the same school as us. My current head teacher was also my brother's Chinese teacher in his senior year of high school. Su Mian also graduated from Lincheng, no. One middle school, but when she and Qi Haochuan were in the first year of high school, Lu Zheng was already in the third year of high school. The most popular period of this cute rabbit was when she was in the first year of high school. After all, it was really popular at the time, and it was a popular little item that almost everyone had one. It was not surprising that Lu Zheng, who was in the same school, had this thing. Except for a few locked storage boxes, nothing special was found. Su Mian took a look at the cute rabbit. Then he went downstairs to eat with Lu Ke. Lu Ke stared at the clear soup in her bowl and then looked at the tempting nourishing chicken soup in Su Mian's bowl. Her mouth curled up. Mom, am I not a patient? Why do you feed me such a poor nutrition without even a bite of meat? Su Mian took a look and saw that it was indeed a bland soup, with only a little yam and 2 red dates in the soup, while her own bowl contained chicken legs, mushrooms, and cordyceps flowers. Chen Wei smiled at the unhappy little girl and pointed at the white gauze on her head. You also know that you are a patient, and patients should eat live food. Do you know that eating these meats will make your wounds worse? Lu Ke was indignant. Paradox, are you sure you are not deliberately tricking me? My sister-in-law brought me pork rib soup yesterday. I ate so much meat and drank so much soup, but my wounds did not worsen. Why did my wounds worsen as soon as they entered your mouth? Su Mian put down the soup spoon and said to Chen Wei with a smile, Mom, the doctor said that you can drink nutritious soup, which will help the body recover. As for the worsening of the wound, as long as you don't eat inflammatory foods, it will not affect the healing of the wound and will not worsen. For example, don't eat fish and seafood. Chen Wei was surprised and said, You still understand this? Well, when I was injured since I was a child, the doctor always told me so. Okay. Chen Wei said to Lu Keke, since your sister-in-law has spoken for you, then you can eat. Lu Keke immediately scooped chicken into her soup and ate it with relish. Chen Wei looked at her with disgust. Is there less meat for you or what? Can't you eat more politely? Why do you have to eat so ugly? Su Mian felt that she liked the atmosphere of the Lu family too much. Lu Jian went to see Qi Haochuan in the police station. The matter had been investigated clearly, and Qi Haochuan himself admitted that he had beaten Lu Keke. He had a good attitude of admitting his mistakes. According to the normal procedures, he would be detained for 15 days and pay compensation. Lu Jian came to confirm the amount of compensation with Qi Haochuan. When Qi Haochuan saw Lu Jian, his expression was full of sarcasm. I thought you would let me go to jail. 然后 After all, with your means and family background, you can do whatever you want, right, Mr. Lu Jian looked at him indifferently. You are not worthy of me making such a fuss. Qi Haochuan's smile faded, and his eyes became somewhat abnormally sinister. Lu Jian, are you particularly proud now that Xiao Mian was seduced by you? Lu Jian's calm and handsome face frowned hard because of his words. Don't let me hear you say anything to slander Su Mian, and don't forget who cheated first. Qi Haochuan automatically ignored the latter sentence and said contemptuously, if you hadn't taken the initiative to seduce her, would she marry you so soon? Lu Jian hummed and said, you are right, I seduced her and I persuaded her to forget you, a scumbag. There are many men in the world, but you are the only scumbag who can't be touched. Qi Haochuan's expression sank. Lu Jian stood up with the signed agreement, looking at Qi Haochuan condescendingly. He whispered, I really feel sorry for her for meeting a thing like you. Lu Jian. Qi Haochuan roared, you did it on purpose. Everything was arranged by you. On the night when I broke up with Su Mian, you deliberately stopped me from going to find Su Mian, but you appeared beside her to protect her, accompany her, comfort her, and even went to bed with her. Everything was planned by you. 然后 Chapter 39, Lu Jian listened to Qi Haochuan's accusation quietly. He said calmly, so it was also arranged by me that you had a relationship with someone else in the KTV. Qi Haochuan said viciously, I said that you went to find Su Mian on purpose. Lu Jian looked at him and suddenly smiled faintly. Yes, there is nothing I dare not admit. It's just what you said. I just seized this opportunity that I have been waiting for many years. I took advantage of this loophole. What are you going to do? Qi Haochuan was so angry that his face turned blue. Lu Jian, you really make me sick. Lu Jian tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his expression still calm, not angry nor cold. His face was clear and handsome. I didn't say that I am a good person, but you are not a person. He stood up slowly, his suit jacket draped elegantly over his arm. You still don't realize that everything is your fault, and you only blame others. It's ridiculous that you still say you love her. Also, I regret that I put all my attention on Su Mian in the past, and I didn't realize your hypocrisy towards her sooner, causing her to be hurt by you for so long. Qi Haochuan pursed his lips. The project of renovating the art street was also your work. Yes, actually I don't have to do this. Because she already disdains you and even feels disgusted with you, Lu Jian raised his lips, speaking of which, I have to thank you for fulfilling my wish. 然后Qi Haochuan clenched his fists. These words that pierced his heart made him feel so painful that he couldn't refute them. 然后 Lu Jian said, I will double make up for the harm she suffered from you, and I will take over her future. Lu Jian returned to the law firm. He casually threw aside the compensation agreement signed by Qi Haochuan. He took off his glasses, unbuttoned a button on the collar of his shirt, leaned back in his chair, raised the back of his hand to his forehead, and his face was sullen. The assistant knocked on the door and said, Mr. Lu, the movie tickets you requested have been ordered. The ticket collection code has been sent to you. The address is at Boya Cinema at 8 o'clock in the evening. Yes, Lu Zhang sat up straight. He opened a case information bag. Sort out the personal information of the parties involved in this case for me. The assistant opened it and saw Miss Lin's divorce case. Was Qi Haochuan the lawyer in charge at the time? Yes, Lu Zhang said, I want her personal life situation after the divorce, including all information about her finances, friends, and circle. Okay, I'll do it right away. Su Mian had no classes today and she stayed with Lu Keke at Lu's house for the whole afternoon. 然后 Lu Zhang came back at dinner time. Lu Keke put her arm around Su Mian's waist, pouting reluctantly. How annoying. You took my sister-in-law away and there's no one to play with me. Lu Zhang mercilessly pulled Su Mian from her hands. You have to go to school tomorrow, so make up for the missed homework tonight. Oh, brother, too, don't act like a spoiled child, it's useless. Lu Zhang's ruthless words made Lu Keke feel hopeless. Su Mian was led by Lu Zhang's hand and left the Lu family. 然后 What she was thinking was, is it really useless to act like a spoiled child to him? The two of them went to the Sichuanaya restaurant for dinner first, and Lu Zhang took her directly to the Boya Cinema on the floor above the Sichuanaya restaurant. Su Mian smiled and said, so young Master Lu also watches movies. Is it strange? Su Mian told the truth, 这个 a little bit. I always feel that young Master Lu is not worldly. He should not hang out in such crowded places. It's very noisy. Lu Zhang's dark eyes were gentle. As long as you are in crowded places, it won't be noisy. This unexpected love talk almost made Su Mian dazed. When she got the movie ticket, Su Mian was surprised and said, is this a supernatural thriller? Yeah. Su Mian couldn't believe it. You like watching this? Lu Zhang said, if you like it, I like it too. Su Mian pursed her lips. She looked at Lu Zhang's extremely sincere, handsome face. She whispered, are we on a date? 然后 What else? Lu Zhang glanced at the couples in the cinema. He said, I'm not old enough to go out on a date with my wife, am I? Su Mian was amused by his serious look. I didn't say no. Okay, then let's go watch this. She was just curious why Lu Zhang didn't choose a popular and big-budget movie but chose a type that was so unpopular that almost no one wanted to watch. However, when she walked into the theater according to the logo on the movie ticket, she suddenly understood the purpose of Lu Zhang's doing so. Because this was a couple's theater, this old-fashioned trick of bringing a girlfriend to watch a ghost movie and then wanting her to get into his arms out of fear. This young Master Lu could actually use it so well, which really surprised Su Mian. The area of the couple's theater is not small, but it can only seat 10 couples in total, that is, 20 people. Generally, the ticket price for theaters like this is more expensive than other theaters. The two sat in the middle, the other seats were also full. The main movie started, and Su Mian was holding a cup of hot milk tea in her arms. She has seen many movies of this type, and she could almost guess the plot and content. Although there was a little innovation, it was not difficult for her, a senior horror movie fan, to easily predict the following plot. However, the fear coming from the couple behind her and the comforting voice of her boyfriend made her very conflicted. Should she cooperate with Lu Zhang's intentions, pretend to be very scared, and then get into his arms? But this was too contrived. She couldn't do it, and Lu Zhang knew that she liked ghost stories, and he would definitely guess that she would not be afraid. Isn't it good? Lu Zhang suddenly asked when he noticed her distraction. Su Mian came back to her senses. No, I think it's pretty good. Then what were you thinking about just now? Su Mian was a little embarrassed, and she lied casually, thinking about how the plot will develop next. Lu Zhang didn't say anything, but slowly reached out his hand and held her palm. Su Mian was shocked to find that Lu Zhang's palm was sweating. The heating in the theater was indeed turned on very high, a little hot, and not breathable. There was a stuffy feeling. Su Mian's thoughts went back to the idea she had just thought of. This was a date he had prepared, and if it didn't go as he had in mind, she would probably be very disappointed. So, Su Mian decided to pretend to be very scared and then create an opportunity to get into her arms. After making the decision, she began to predict the next plot of the movie. After waiting for 2 minutes, according to Su Mian's experience, she knew that a horror scene was about to appear. Counting 3, 2, 1 in her heart, a horror scene really appeared on the screen. Oh! Someone else in the theater suddenly screamed before Su Mian was about to scream. She was stunned for a moment, opened her mouth and suddenly didn't know whether to scream or not. Before she could make a decision, she felt her hand being tightly grasped by Lu Zheng, and it was still shaking. Su Mian, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned her head to look at Lu Zheng. Sure enough, she saw him put his hand on her forehead, turn his head to the side and didn't look at the screen, and sweat kept pouring out of his temples. Su Mian opened her mouth and suddenly found it very funny. Then, she really couldn't hold back her laughter. Lu Zhang's body stiffened, and he suddenly put down his hand and sat up straight as if nothing had happened. He said lightly, "The special effects are very ordinary. It should not be a project invested by a large company." Puff. It would have been better if he didn't force himself to cover it up. The more he said that, the more Su Mian couldn't help laughing. Lu Zheng. Okay, don't be afraid. Baby, close your eyes if you are scared. I'll call you when this shot comes. Be good, brother is here, you won't be afraid if brother kisses you too. The theater was filled with the voices of boys comforting their girlfriends. 然后 Lu Zhang looked even more embarrassed. Su Mian took out a wet tissue from her bag to wipe his sweat. Lu Zhang exhaled lightly and explained calmly, "Actually, Mua." After wiping his sweat, Su Mian suddenly leaned over and kissed his handsome face. Her soft lips touched his ear. "Don't be afraid, brother, baby will be with you." Chapter 40. After Su Mian finished speaking, she returned to her seat. Her cheeks were red and she felt very embarrassed. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she suddenly wanted to tease him, and then she did such an embarrassing thing. She covered her face with both hands. She regretted it now. She shouldn't be too impulsive. 然后 It was really embarrassing, like a scumbag who teased a little sister. She was blushing and falling into regret. Her neck was suddenly hooked, and then her body fell and she leaned directly into the arms of Lu Zhang, who was sitting next to her. He pinched her chin and lifted it up and lowered his head to kiss her. Su Mian. The kiss was very gentle, not impatient, and gradual. Su Mian didn't even dare to struggle in his arms. The couple's hall was a double-seat compartment with a shield, and the lights were dark. In fact, others couldn't see even the slightest movement. But she still didn't dare to move. She was so nervous that she couldn't even respond to his kiss. Doing this in public was too bold. She didn't have the psychological endurance to do it. Even if it was blocked from view, she felt that it was no different from kissing in front of a crowd. No matter how gently Lu Zhang guided her, she remained tense and motionless, gritting her teeth and refusing to cooperate. He suddenly loosened his lips and chuckled in her ear. Su Mian bit her lips in annoyance, lowered her voice, and rebuked him without much power. "Don't laugh." Lu Zhang's laughter became more indulgent. The sound was not loud, but Su Mian still felt that the sound played by the high-end speakers in the theater could not cover his pleasant laughter. Su Mian went from being annoyed to blushing. She said angrily, "Lu Zhang." Lu Zhang restrained himself. He let her go and let her sit in her seat. He lowered his body a little in his seat, keeping his head parallel to her shoulders, and leaned on her shoulders. He leaned into her ear and whispered, "Baby." Su Mian's face froze. Lu Zhang continued, "Brother is still a little scared." Su Mian clenched her fists and let her nails dig into the palm of her hand. Stop talking. Lu Jian asked in confusion. Why, you are not going to comfort me now? Su Mian bit her lip. I thought you were embarrassed to say that you were afraid of ghosts, so I teased you on purpose. I wanted to divert your attention and you would not be so scared. Then tease me again. No, I can't say it. Thinking about it now, it was really greasy, artificial, and embarrassing. Lu Jian chuckled, held her fingers interlocked and put them in his arms, and did not embarrass her anymore. Okay, then I won't talk about it. He put his face in front of her. Just kiss. Su Mian's mouth twitched. Stop making trouble. Watch the movie well. It will disturb others. Lu Jian pinched her chin and agreed with a smile. Yeah, Su Mian breathed a sigh of relief and fixed her eyes on the screen. As she watched, she suddenly became suspicious. Are you really afraid of watching ghost movies? Could it be that she was acting on purpose just now? Lu Jian touched his forehead helplessly with his fingers. Don't repeatedly poke at your husband's weaknesses like this, give him some face. Su Mian said, I didn't mean that. It's normal to be afraid of watching ghost movies. It's not a weakness. I'm just curious. You have a whole bookcase of ghost stories at home and you have read them all. You should have practiced it a long time ago. Why are you so scared when watching ghost movies? Lu Jian's face froze. You went to my study. Su Mian was stunned and then subconsciously said, I went with Coco this afternoon. Sorry, I didn't say hello to you in advance. Lu Jian's eyes were soft. I don't mean to blame you. If you want to go, go. You don't need to say hello to me. He said this, and Su Mian took the opportunity to confess. I also went to your bedroom. Lu Jian's expression froze for a while and he looked at her quietly. His voice suddenly became a little calm and asked, then what? Then I just looked around and came out. Don't worry, I didn't touch your things. She looked normal, without any fluctuations. Lu Jian closed his eyes and responded softly. Yeah, the movie still had 60 minutes to go, but Lu Jian's mind was no longer on the screen. His eyes were fixed on it, but he couldn't get into the plot at all. If he didn't watch it, he wouldn't feel scared. 那个 Su Mian suddenly made a hook in his palm. 然后 Lu Jian turned and looked at her. Su Mian said, Why don't we go? Don't you want to watch it? It's just so. I've seen too many ghost movies and now I don't find this interesting. Su Mian was telling the truth, and she didn't want Lu Jian to watch a subject he didn't like just to accommodate her. The two quietly left the theater early. Walking in the mall, Lu Jian held her hand with one hand and on his other arm was the coat they took off, and her small bucket bag was still on his fingertips. The movie city was very hot and the mall was also hot, so it was enough to walk around like this with a base shirt underneath. Su Mian held a milk tea in her hand and looked at Lu Jian beside her. I can't help but think of the time when I went out with Qi Haochuan. We went straight to the cinema to watch a movie, left after the movie, and went to Gitulonaya restaurant to eat when it was time for dinner. We went home after dinner. It's not because we are too familiar with each other that we lack the warmth of lovers, but their way of getting along has always been like this. Even when they just confirmed their relationship, dating was like a normal thing, no different from accompanying parents to the supermarket to buy vegetables. Helping to take clothes and bags, not because I really can't do it. 然后 but because his action will make people feel that he is serious about this date and they will feel warm and happy. Thinking of this, Su Mian pulled Lu Jian's hand. Let's go to the underground floor of the mall. Lu Jian raised his eyebrows and agreed without asking any more questions. Okay, the underground floor of this mall is full of specialty shops. Su Mian took Lu Jian to a sundry store, which was quite crowded. Su Mian took a shopping basket at the door and went to the shelf to choose. 然后 grabbed a pink rabbit key pendant and shook it in front of Lu Jian. Is it cute? Cute. Put it in the shopping basket. Su Mian continued to choose and took a pair of white porcelain bunny ornaments from the next shelf and asked Lu Jian for his opinion. How about this? Is it nice? Nice. Put it in the shopping cart. Su Mian continued to choose bunny pillows, bunny furry slippers, bunny headbands, hand-woven bunnies, bunny cups, bunny phone cases. In just 10 minutes, she filled a whole basket and went to pay. 然后 Lu Jian said, I'll do it now. Su Mian blocked his hand from reaching for his phone. I'll do it myself. Lu Jian. She showed the payment code to the cashier and carried a large bag of rabbits to the parking lot. Lu Jian looked at her suspiciously. 那个, let me carry it. There are too many things, and they are very heavy. No. Su Mian still refused. I can do it myself. Lu Jian. After putting the things in the trunk, Lu Jian sat in the driver's seat and looked at Su Mian with an inquiring look in his eyes. Su Mian said, What's wrong? Why do you look like that? Lu Jian asked softly, Why did you buy so many rabbits? There were so many beautiful little things in the sundry shop, but she seemed to only see rabbits in her eyes, and all she took were rabbits. Yes, I like rabbits very much. Su Mian said seriously, Let's drive. I want to go home and put them all up. Okay, back to Shengshi Mansion. Su Mian still carried a large bag of things back by herself, and Sister Wu hurried over to help. Madam, let me do it. No need, Sister Wu, I'll pack it myself. Okay, Su Mian took out all the things in the bag and put them back in place, putting them where they could be placed. Especially in the bedroom, all those small ornaments were placed in her and Lu Jian's master bedroom. Lu Jian leaned against the door with his arms round his chest, quietly watching her, thinking about this alone. After everything was arranged, Su Mian put the rabbit headband on her head to fix her hair, holding the new rabbit fur slippers in her hand. It's done, I'm going to take a shower. Wait. When she walked to the door of the bedroom, she was suddenly hugged by Lu Jian's waist and pulled into his arms. Holding the person in his arms, he flicked the rabbit ears on her headband twice with his fingers. He stared at her with a prying look and said in a deep tone, Miss Rabbit, what happened to you tonight? Su Mian blinked. Nothing, I'm very happy tonight, and the date with Mr. Lu is very pleasant. This rabbit? No, Miss is very satisfied. Lu Jian raised his eyebrows, but why do I feel something is wrong? Illusion. Su Mian tiptoed and kissed his chin. I'm going to take a shower first. Lu Jian put his hands in his trouser pockets, leaned against the wall, and looked at the petite figure walking into the bathroom with a puzzled expression. After thinking for a moment, he called Lu Keke. Brother, what are you doing? I'm watching videos to study the lessons I missed during the leave. The background of the call was indeed the sound of learning and explaining. Lu Jian said, Did you drink fake wine secretly at night? Oh, what's wrong with you? I can't be a serious and good student. What does that mean? Lu Keke muttered dissatisfiedly. Although she was proving her innocence, Lu Jian knew that every word she said about wanting to be a good student was fake. Lu Jian continued to ask, Who agreed to give you the benefit? Could it be that your crush agreed to your confession, giving you the motivation to work hard? Damn, you old fox, can you stop guessing? I'm old. 25 is not old, 9 years older than me. Lu Jian didn't argue with her, tell the truth. You. Lu Keke couldn't resist his questioning, so she could only confess, okay, it was Brother Suizhou who promised to take me to 2 more competitions. Next time to make up for the competition I missed due to injury this time, but he wanted me to improve 10 places in this monthly exam. So I have to work hard. Lu Jian narrowed his eyes after hearing this. Lin Suizhou was a little shrewd. Lu Keke urged, Brother, what are you calling about? Tell me quickly, don't affect my studies. Lu Jian got back to the point. Tell me everything Su Mian did at home today. Ah. Can't you ask sister-in-law yourself? I'm not your surveillance camera. Hurry up, under the pressure of the tyranny, Lu Ke quickly and simply narrated it. Of course, the part about playing games with Su Mian was edited out. No more. She said there was nothing unusual. No more. What happened? Lu Jian said in a deep voice. Did she show any difference in my bedroom? No, there is nothing in your room, and it is so dead. Who would want to stay there for a long time? Wait. Lu Ke suddenly seemed to remember something and said, It seems that there is. Lu Jian immediately asked, What? Do you still remember the rabbit in your room? Sister-in-law stared at it for a long time. Lu Jian's face suddenly changed. Then what? I said it was a gift from a girl. Her expression was a little different at that time, but it was not obvious. I said you brought this rabbit back when you were in high school. Sister-in-law looked very surprised. I don't know why. Lu Ke continued to say some words of survival on the phone, explaining that she didn't talk nonsense in front of Su Mian and affect his image in Su Mian's mind. Lu Jian couldn't listen anymore. He looked at the rabbit ornaments that Su Mian bought and recalled her performance when she chose the rabbit in the sundry store. Suddenly laughed. Hello. Brother, did you hear me? Why are you grinning? Lu Jian's smile gradually faded. He said slowly to the phone, If I am an old fox, then my brother Sui Zhou, who is 6 years older than you, is also one. He hung up the phone. 那个 Lu Jian walked to the small table on the balcony and looked at the rabbit pendant on it. It was also a freestyle, but not as delicate and beautiful as the cute rabbit of Lu's family. Lu Jian poked the rabbit's belly with his finger, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became bigger and bigger. Su Mian took a long time to take a shower. When she returned to the bedroom, Lu Jian had already taken a shower in another bathroom and was lying on the bed. Feeling that his expression was a little strange, Su Mian couldn't help but slow down her pace and move to the bed, looking at him in confusion. Why are you? Before she could say anything, Lu Jian grabbed her wrist, pulled her to the bed, and pressed her down. Su Mian's head shook twice on the bed because of his sudden action. She didn't understand why he was so ungentle all of a sudden. He kissed her lips forcefully. His kiss was a little crazy, and he had a strong possessiveness, as if he wanted to swallow her into his stomach. While kissing her, his hand also touched her head, only smooth hair, nothing else. He suddenly let go of her and asked, Where's the headband? Miss Bunny. Su Mian took the opportunity to catch her breath. What? The bunny headband I just bought, put it on. Su Mian said, I use it when I wash my face. Why do I wear it to sleep? Lu Jian's eyes were red, and the desire in them could be seen at a glance, staring at her firmly. His voice was low and hoarse. You can wear it now. Su Mian didn't react at first, but when she looked at his serious and slightly interested expression, her pupils widened in surprise. She said angrily, Lu Jian, what weird things are you thinking about? Lu Jian lowered his head and kissed her again and again. He coaxed her gently, Wear it, tonight is Miss Bunny. Su Mian. Chapter 41. The temperature on Su Mian's face suddenly rose because of his words, from the forehead to the roots of the ears, and the neck was not spared, sweating from the heat. She turned her face away. I don't want it. I couldn't believe he had such a bad taste. Miss Rabbit, just imagining it in my mind was hard to accept. Be good. Lu Jian coaxed her softly and went to the bathroom to get her hairband back. Su Mian had already wrapped herself in the quilt while he was away, wrapped herself tightly and refused to come out. Lu Jian gently pulled the quilt, but it didn't move. I won't wear it. Su Mian's voice of shame and anger came out from the quilt. I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Lu Jian smiled. What kind? You. Su Mian stuttered a few words and then mustered up the courage to say, "You are a sultry person, so bad." "Why am I a sultry person?" Lu Zhang continued to pull her quilt, trying to pull her out. "I'm not doing anything, you come out first." "No, I'm sleepy and want to sleep." Lu Zhang thought about it and continued to coax her patiently. "I want to sleep too. You rolled up the quilt, what should I do?" Su Mian. "It must be intentional. Lu Keke is right. He is so black-bellied. It is impossible for him to let her go like this. It's all a trick." But she still had to loosen the quilt. She couldn't really let him go without a quilt. Thinking of loosening it a little bit, she continued to wrap it tightly. But when she just opened a small corner of the quilt, it was pulled open by Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang pushed the torn quilt to the side of the big bed and helped her tidy up her messy hair. "Idiot, aren't you afraid of getting bored?" Su Mian crawled over and continued to look for the quilt. "We agreed to sleep. How can I sleep if you leave the quilt there?" Before Ke Ren could crawl over, Lu Zhang hooked her waist and pulled her back. "Wait a minute." Su Mian glared at him angrily. "You don't keep your word." "Really?" Lu Zhang raised his handsome eyebrows. "I didn't say I won't sleep, but I have to finish what I need to do before I can sleep." The words were so straightforward that Su Mian couldn't play dumb. "Lu Zhang, you are overdoing it." Lu Zhang said meaningfully. "Just now in the cinema, you called me brother, and now you are even using my full name." Su Mian. "Can you please not mention this? I don't really want to recall it." Lu Zhang smiled and put the headband on her head, looking at her deeply. He whispered, "If you don't want to call me brother, then call me husband, okay?" Su Mian stared at him blankly. "I haven't heard you call me husband yet," Lu Zhang said. His expression was serious and his voice was low. He was not deliberately tempting or bewitching her to shout, but because he really wanted to hear it, as if he had been dreaming about it for a long time and sincerely hoped that she could satisfy him. Su Mian looked at him straight in the eyes. What caught her eyes was not only his cold and handsome face, but also the hope in his eyes and the dark eyes that were full of her whole shadow. In his beautiful eyes, Su Mian couldn't help but think of a sentence. "He really has eyes full of you." Thinking of this, she couldn't help but open her mouth. "Old. Gone." Before she finished speaking, she was sealed by Lu Zhang's kiss. He kissed her affectionately, holding her soft lips, as if he couldn't taste this taste enough, with lingering tenderness and reluctance. With her eyes closed, 然后 her eyelashes would tremble slightly because of the kissing action. It turned out that he also had thick eyelashes like the big beauty. Su Mian was immersed in his deep and passionate kiss, and her breath was full of his taste, occupying her whole body and mind. Suddenly, she felt her head tighten inexplicably. He immediately reached out and touched it. Sure enough, the furry bunny headband that she secretly took off was put on her head again by him. Su Mian instantly let go of his lips and said with a shy look, "That's enough." Lu Zhang grabbed her hand that was about to take off the bunny ears. His eyes locked onto her earnestly. "I want to hear the day when you are willing to call me husband." He continued to lower his head and kiss her. "Okay, wife." He said it sincerely, but this time, it was not the first time he called her wife. In fact, he called her many times on the wedding night. So, did he call her wife sincerely at that time? It shouldn't be. 然后 they got married suddenly, and his attitude towards her was always serious. He got into the role very quickly, so it was impossible to say that he was sincere at that time. What about this time? Did he call her sincerely and not because he was her husband? In Su Mian's heart, he really hoped that he was the former, that he was willing to call her wife sincerely, not because of his identity as a husband. She would completely make room in her heart and slowly put him in. What about him? Did he forget his own white moonlight? Lu Jian had already started to tease her. Miss Rabbit, let's try something different tonight. Su Mian was still immersed in her sauce, and suddenly the style of the painting changed. Lu Jian's hot lips rubbed against her ears, his voice was low and seductive, and the seriousness and solemnity just now suddenly disappeared. And he became flirty all of a sudden. They were clearly discussing the topic of calling each other husband and wife affectionately just now, but suddenly, he talked about Miss Rabbit. He must have done it on purpose, and he was determined not to give up tonight. I refuse. Refusal is immolate. 这个 Miss Rabbit belongs to me. Su Mian's face was flushed. In the practice he guided, it turned out that he really started to play tricks. Su Mian didn't know where he got these tricks, she just felt that she was about to be torn apart. Crying was useless, he seemed to be addicted, just a rabbit ear headband could be played with so many new tricks by him, it was simply crying. She just saw the cute rabbit in his house and always felt that it should be given to him by his favorite 白月光. Thinking of a very ordinary cute rabbit that he had kept since high school until now, she felt a little sour in her heart. Suddenly, she had a very childish idea, wanting to buy a lot of little rabbits to put at home, so that rabbits of various styles and breeds would appear in front of him, so that he could see them every day. Unexpectedly, she was the one who suffered in the end. This was a result she never expected. She had already begun to regret it. She really shouldn't have bought these rabbits. Lu Jian. Her voice was much weaker and weaker. Lu Jian looked at her with red eyes, exposing his blatant desire to her. His voice was low and steady. Miss Rabbit is different tonight. Su Mian covered her face shyly. Don't talk at this time. Okay, don't talk, continue to do it. The consequence of being tossed by him like this was that she was almost late for class the next morning. Yin Qingqing looked at Su Mian's tired face and poked her face curiously. You must have fought hundreds of rounds last night to be fucked like this. Su Mian. Su Mian, who had originally had backaches and leg pains, suddenly felt no pain anywhere. She sat up straight and didn't dare to droop her head. He covered Yin Qingqing's mouth tightly, his face full of shame and anger. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you say such things in the studio? Yin Qingqing blinked and pointed at the hand covering her mouth. Su Mian warned, don't talk nonsense. Then he let go of her hand. Yin Qingqing directly pulled down Su Mian's collar, revealing the freshly baked strawberry marks on it. Look at the marks on it yourself, it's so obvious. I'm not talking nonsense, Xiao Mian Mian, it seems that you're Mr. Lu is really fierce. I saw it when you entered the studio. Both legs were dragging. Su Mian. She is not the kind of person who will talk about sex in front of others, even her best friend. If Yin Qingqing is willing to share with her, she can listen, but she can't share it herself. It's really hard to say. Stop, let's stop talking about this topic. Knowing that she is thin-skinned, Yin Qingqing didn't continue. Asked other questions, Qi Haochuan was detained. Yes, yesterday his parents came to the studio to find you. I said you and your husband went on a date, and they left. They must have come to plead for Qi Haochuan. Su Mian said lightly, I have the same attitude as Lu Jian, they can't change anything by looking for me. That's good, I was afraid that you would be embarrassed to refuse his parents. No, Yin Qingqing suddenly sighed and looked outside. Alas, many bosses have moved away and this prosperous street will only be left to us in the future. It feels a bit deserted. I don't know who came up with the idea to turn a good street into a deserted art street. You see, Qi Haochuan's tea house is closed, and his good buddy didn't help him to look after the store. I don't know if it was Qi Haochuan's order. Su Mian looked at the tea house. The door was closed, and occasionally there were customers wandering at the door, as if they wanted to go up and sit, but regretted that it was not open. Xiao Mian, how about we open a tea house after the art street is successfully renovated? Yin Qingqing suddenly said, Qi Haochuan's tea house is going to be demolished anyway, so we can open our own one. Su Mian said after the art street is renovated, it will be under the control of the government, and it may not be allowed to open a tea house. Tea houses are very quiet and not noisy, so I should be able to apply for it. Otherwise, I'll go ask around and see if there's any way to get it. Yin Qingqing became more and more excited as she spoke. Damn, the more I think about it, the more I think it's plausible. Qi Haochuan's tea house was demolished, and if we open our own tea house, wouldn't that make him even angrier? Ha 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 ha, I can already imagine his face turning green with anger, and now I feel so satisfied. Su Mian considered Yin Qingqing's words. His eyes lit up unconsciously, I think. It really works. Yin Qingqing snapped her fingers. That's settled. I'll find out who is in charge of the renovation of the art street and see if I can find a connection to reserve a tea house store for us. It will be best if it's next to our studio, or we can renovate the studio and make it into a unified style as we originally envisioned. Su Mian looked at her with a smile. I think it's okay. After the two chatted, they tidied up the studio and went to their own classrooms for classes. Both of them have very tight schedules for today. Su Mian's morning class was a 6-person sketching class. She moved a vase and taught the students how to draw it today. After the lecture, the students sat in front of their own drawing boards and started drawing. Su Mian pointed out and gave modification tips one by one, and some even helped them modify it by hand to show the correct way to draw. Teacher, your painting doesn't seem right. The student who was modified by Su Mian suddenly said, Is this the flower in the vase? The more I look at it, the more it looks like rabbit ears. Su Mian. After he said that, Su Mian realized what she had drawn. The petals in the vase were modified by her into rabbit ears. Crazy. It's really crazy. She wanted to slap herself twice now. How could she let that damn rabbit have such a big impact on her? She was clearly looking at the vase, but she was drawing rabbit ears. It was outrageous. She tore off a whole piece of drawing paper and said nervously, I'm sorry, the teacher was distracted. Let's draw it again. The teacher will teach you how to draw little by little. Su Mian was annoyed and sweaty. She took a new piece of drawing paper and drew it again. She threw away the rabbit in her mind and only saw the vase. After class, the students went home. Su Mian immediately rushed to the bathroom and washed her face with cold water. She needed to wake up hard. Mian Mian, someone sent you flowers. Yin Qingqing came up from downstairs with a big bouquet of red roses. The packaging was very beautiful. It was a big bouquet of very bright red roses. I don't know how many there were. Anyway, Yin Qingqing had a hard time holding it in her arms. The card was placed in a very conspicuous position. 然后 Su Mian had a hunch that this was sent by Lu Zheng. Opening the pink card, it said, Wait for me to pick you up in the evening, Lu Zheng. Yin Qingqing said beside him, Oh, why did Mr. Lu send such a big bouquet of roses? A romantic surprise. Or to please you. Su Mian snorted and pouted. He did it on purpose. He had tormented her so much last night that she didn't want to pay attention to him when she got up in the morning. She didn't let him send her to the studio but drove a car from the garage. It was obvious that he used this bouquet of roses to please her. Yin Qingqing didn't ask more about the little love between them. She just asked, Where should we put these flowers? Such a big bouquet can't be stuffed into the vase. It's a pity to put it apart. Su Mian looked at the beautiful flowers and said, I'll go buy a big vase. Yin Qingqing. It should be because he knew that the flower shop had successfully delivered the goods, and Lu Zheng's message came. Lu Zheng, don't be angry, okay? I'll let you bully me tonight. Su Mian, no. After a while, rocks and snacks were sent to the studio. The message notification sound on the phone kept ringing. Su-mian still didn't want to pay attention, but she still showed off these delicious foods and drinks with Yin Qingqing. Chapter 42. Yin Qingqing touched her round belly. You two are quarreling, but I can still benefit from it. Not bad, not bad. I can't do it anymore. I ate too much. I have to go to the toilet to solve it. Su-mian. Su-mian has been staring at the phone. The message notification sound has been ringing, but it suddenly became quiet. Su-mian couldn't help but stare at the screen for a while. 就是 Could they all be from Lu Zhang? Forget it. If it's really him, I better reply. She took the phone, just unlocked it, and was about to read the message, but she heard footsteps on the stairs of the studio. She subconsciously looked up. Classmate, it's lunchtime now, and the class hasn't started yet. The rest of the words couldn't be said because the person who came was not a student from the studio but Lu Zhang. 然后 Su-mian opened her mouth. Why are you here? Lu Zhang was wearing a formal suit. The slim-cut black suit showed his body proportions perfectly. The tie of the same color also set off his cold facial features, more calm and profound. He walked straight to Su-mian, rested his arms on the table, bent over and stared at her. He whispered, If you ignore me, what should I do if I don't come? Su-mian leaned back on the chair, looked up at him, and her clear glass eyes flickered with surprise. 然后 You mean? Because I didn't reply to your message, you came to me directly. Yet Lu Zhang looked at her. I'm afraid you are really angry and ignore me. Lu Zhang was telling the truth. There was supposed to be a very important meeting at Lu Group today, and Lu Yunshao was also present, but he was always absent-minded. When she left home in the morning, she was not in a good mood. If she didn't come to see it in person, she would always feel that she was still angry with him. Su-mian didn't come back to her senses for a long time because of his words. She didn't want to compare him with anyone, but she couldn't help but think of the past. If she and Qi Haochuan had a quarrel, Qi Haochuan would send her a message to apologize, but he would not do such a thing as coming to see her during work, even during lunch break. What's more, she and Lu Zhang didn't even have a quarrel. At most, it was because of her own embarrassment. Lu Zhang had already rushed over so nervously, just worried that she would be angry with him. She turned her head and looked downstairs from the window. There were several cars parked on the roadside. Next to the leading car was Lu Zhang's assistant, all of whom were from his company. Su-mian's mind suddenly buzzed. He stammered, but, you seem to be very busy. Yes, I just had a meeting this morning, and now I have to go to the project site with people from several departments. Then you. Su-mian said anxiously, then go quickly. As a president, how can you handle personal matters during working hours? Lu Zhang stared at her seriously. Colleagues are about to leave for the subsidiary in the next city. We will be home very late tonight. You should have gone to bed when we get home. If I don't coax you now, I won't be at ease all day. Su-mian was shocked by his words, and her heart was roused. Even though he knew she wasn't really angry, he was still willing to coax her, and he didn't just say it, he took action and came to her to coax her in his busy schedule. His attention to her was really not just words. Su-mian quickly stood up and pushed Lu Zhang out. I'm not angry, go and do your own thing, don't delay the business. Lu Zhang was pushed and walked 2 steps and stopped. Su-mian couldn't push him away, and Lu Zhang turned around and hugged him in his arms. He whispered in her ear, do you mean I coaxed you? Su-mian blushed. I'm not angry. You didn't let me take you to the studio this morning. How to say it? It was just because he didn't control himself last night that she was a little annoyed and didn't want to pay attention to him for the time being. She could only helplessly say, well, I coaxed you. Then she heard Lu Zhang sighed with relief. I was also worried that I didn't have much experience in coaxing people and I was afraid that I wouldn't do it well. Even if I came, you might not pay attention to me. Su Mian buried her face in his warm chest. The voice was gentle. I'm not really angry with you in the first place. Go to work and don't make them wait too long. Lu Jian slowly let go of her hand. He lowered his eyes and looked at her. Then you take the initiative to kiss me. Then I will believe that you are really not angry with me. Su Mian couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. 这个 Is this considered playing rogue? No, you said you were not angry. I just want to get confirmation. Besides, as my wife, you shouldn't kiss me. Su Mian was speechless. Grabbing the collar of his suit, she slowly tiptoed. Lu Jian bent his back, tilted his head slightly and lowered his head to cooperate with her kiss. The afternoon sun from the balcony poured in, coating the two of them with a layer of golden halo. They hugged and kissed, as if the world was quiet and the air was filled with love. When Lu Jian went downstairs to leave, Su Mian lay on the windowsill and watched. Watching the assistant open the car door, watching him get in, then press the car window and look up at her second floor. Su Mian raised her lips and showed a bright smile. It was not clear whether he was smiling or not, but Su Mian was sure that his eyebrows were curved. Several cars drove away slowly and Su Mian could only see the rear of the car. She knelt on the chair and continued to get closer to the window glass, wanting to watch for a while longer. When Yin Qingqing came over, she saw Su Mian kneeling on the chair with her butt sticking out, and she slapped her directly. Don't look at it. People have walked for several kilometers. The exhaust gas of the car has been blown away. Still looking. Su Mian covered her butt and got down. Continue to read the messages Lu Jian sent her. First, there was a picture of a big red heart on a piece of paper, which seemed to be drawn by him, and then there were text messages one after another. I'm not good at coaxing people. This is a method I searched on the internet. Nah. It seems a bit rustic. Can you take care of me? I'm in a meeting, but I'm waiting for your reply. Wife. Mistress. Lu, Su Mian, Xiao Mian, Xiao Mian, Xiao Mian, baby. It was wrong for you to suffer last night. I reflect on it and will try to control it in the future. But I don't want to lie to you. I can only try my best. I may not be able to control myself. Who made me unable to control myself when facing you? Su Mian. She put away her phone and calmly packed up the materials for the afternoon class. Lu Jian said that he would be back very late in the evening. Su Mian told Sister Wu in advance that she would not go home for dinner in the evening. She wanted to go back to see her parents. 然后 it happened that today was the day when she drove the car in the garage of Shengshi Mansion, which she opened herself. It was still early, so she did not go home directly but went to Yanxin's flower shop. Yanxin's flower shop is not very big. It is next to a large shopping mall. Because it has been open for many years, Su Mian always helps her change some trendy decoration styles to suit people's current preferences. So the business in the store is pretty good. She parked the car in front of the flower shop. Yanxin was arranging flowers for a customer and Su Mian went to help. Yanxin said, "Why did you come so suddenly?" Su Mian smiled, "Is it okay if I miss my mother?" Okay. After giving the wrapped flowers to the customer, Yanxin handed the shop over to the other two employees and got into Su Mian's car to go home. Yanxin stroked the comfortable seat. This is the Lu family's car. Yeah, it looks so expensive. Su Mian said the market price is 2.8 million. Yanxin. Su Mian smiled, "This is already the cheapest one in the garage, otherwise do you think I dare to drive it?" Yanxin was immediately unhappy when she heard this. What do you mean you don't dare to drive it? Even if there is no Lu Jian, your father and I can afford a 2.8 million car for you. Su Mian heartily said, yes, we can afford it. My parents are the best in the world and can afford any price. Yang Xin, we just don't want to show off like that. Su Mian smiled and said nothing. By the way, how is your relationship with Lu Zhen recently? Yang Xin suddenly asked. Su Mian said, we have been fine. Yang Xin was relieved when she heard that. Su Mian asked, what happened? Yang Xin sighed. Qi Haochuan's parents found us and asked us to do some ideological work on you, telling you not to hold Qi Haochuan responsible. They don't want to see Qi Haochuan detained. Su Mian was surprised they actually went to find you and your father. Well, it was through them that I learned that Qi Haochuan beat Lu Zhen's sister and she was hospitalized. Your father warned them at the time not to cause trouble for you, so we didn't contact you. Su Mian pursed her lips and said nothing. Yang Xin said, this incident didn't affect your relationship with Lu Zhen, did it? No, that's good. Drive to Su's house. The two came up from the underground garage and were about to take the elevator upstairs, but they saw Qi Jiacheng and Li Yu at the door of the apartment building. Li Yu's eyes lit up when she saw Su Mian, and she immediately ran over to grab Su Mian's hand. Xiaomi, you are finally back. We have looked for you several times but didn't see you. That's enough. Yang Xin directly pulled Li Yu's hand away. I told you not to disturb my daughter. You just don't understand, right? Still coming. Li Yu begged Yang Xin, I beg you, for the sake of our friendship for so many years, please help Hao Chuan. He really can't stay in there anymore. Yang Xin pulled Su Mian behind him. I said we can't help. This matter is decided by the police, not us. You can. As long as you are willing to forgive Hao Chuan, the police cannot detain Qi Haochuan. It depends on you. Qi Jiacheng also said, Xiaomi, for the sake of your uncle and looking for you so many times, please help us to say a word at the police station. Okay. Yang Xin drove people away directly. What are you talking about? Nah. What is there to say? Just go away and stop blocking my door all the time. Xiaomian. Li Yu pushed Yang Xin away and continued to look for Su Mian. Auntie used to be nice to you, you see, Auntie is begging you so much. Now you are the young lady of the Lu family. 那个. It's just a matter of saying a word to get someone back from the police station. Auntie, please, okay. Qi Jiacheng, that's right. Why do you have to kill her so much? She is fine, but you still force her so cruelly. Yang Xin said unhappily, it's too much for you to talk like that. Li Yu ignored Yang Xin and just kept looking for Su Mian. Xiaomian, can you please help Hao Chuan? Su Mian said, Aunt Li, you also know that my current identity is the young lady of the Lu family. With my identity, how could I help an outsider who has nothing to do with you, and a man at that? Li Yu's expression froze when he heard this. What did you say? Hao Chuan is an outsider who has nothing to do with you. He is an outsider and… Su Mian continued, Uncle Qi, what do you mean she is fine? Lu Keke is still a minor. She was in her second year of high school and was under a lot of academic pressure. Qi Haochuan beat her and sent her to the hospital with a concussion. A head injury is no trivial matter. No one can guarantee whether there will be any sequelae in the future. Qi Jiacheng, you. Su Mian, and she is my sister-in-law, the daughter of the Lu family and the apple of the eye of my parents-in-law. You said that we forced Qi Haochuan into a desperate situation, and detention is also a desperate situation. This is just the normal way of dealing with it. He deserves it, and no one forced him. After she finished speaking calmly, she began to get angry. So that's how you guys troubled my parents when I wasn't home. Do you think they are easy to talk to, so you keep doing it? Li Yu said with a gloomy face, Xiaomian, you are too ruthless to say that. There's no ruthlessness, only the law. Liu was a little angry when he heard it. You kid, you can't be so cold-blooded, right? Even if you broke up with Hao Chuan, we are still your elders. How can you talk to us like this? Su Mian pursed her lips. Slowly said, since you are the elders, then put yourself in their shoes. If someone beats Hao Chuan to a concussion constituting the crime of intentional injury and the other party's family repeatedly came to you to ask for forgiveness and talk to you about ruthlessness, would you agree? You. Liu was speechless. There was a sense of strangeness in the look in Su Mian's eyes. How did you become like this? Su Mian suddenly smiled. I haven't changed, you just don't know me well. Liu shook his head. You weren't like this before, you were very gentle and well-behaved. Being gentle and well-behaved doesn't mean you have to let others bully you. Su Mian didn't want to say more to them. He just said this matter should be handled as it should be handled. It's useless to ask anyone else. Please don't bother my parents anymore. After all, it's not very decent to be driven away by the property security guards. Liu and Qi Jiacheng left. Before leaving, he also said that he was very disappointed with Su Mian. Yang Xin shook her head helplessly. I really didn't expect Qi Haochuan to become like this now. Alas, think about it carefully. It's fortunate that I didn't get engaged to him, otherwise I would not be able to live a peaceful life after marriage with someone like him. She held Su Mian's hand and said, no matter what others say, Mom thinks you are right. Don't say that this matter is Qi Haochuan's fault. Even if it is not Qi Haochuan's fault, you can't help if you have the ability to help. If you help him, the nature of the matter will change. It is very unfair to Lu Zheng. Su Mian chuckled. Don't worry, I know this. Yang Xin said, let's go home. Your dad wants to eat dumplings. We will make them tonight. They are stuffed with chopped green onions and beef. I want to eat carrots and eggs. Okay, Mom will make them for you. Chapter 43. When Su Mian returned to Shengshi Mansion, it was already 9:30 in the evening. 那个 sister Wu specially left the light on for her. After taking a shower, Su Mian lay on the bed and looked at the time. It was 11:20. Lu Zheng still hadn't come back. She opened WeChat and thought about it and sent him a message to ask. Su Mian, are you done with your work? When can you go home? Lu Zheng, on the way, will be home in half an hour. Lu Zheng, go to sleep if you are sleepy. Su Mian, not sleepy, I will wait for you. He replied to the message immediately. Su Mian raised the corner of her mouth and smiled while watching TV series on her phone. After Lu Zheng got home, he went to the bedroom first. The warm white floor lamp was on at the head of the bed. In the huge room, only this place was lit and the rest were dark. Then, as expected, he saw the person who was already asleep on the bed. The petite figure was lying on her side, covered with a quilt. The phone had slid onto the pillow and was still automatically playing the song from the TV series. He helped her take the phone away. He had just come in from outside, and he felt cold, so he didn't hug her but just leaned over and kissed her on the side of her cheek. The moment was already very light, but Su Mian still woke up when he kissed her. Her eyes were a little hazy and moist. Lu Zheng, you are back. Lu Zheng leaned his arms on her side and whispered, I'm back. He said apologetically, sorry, I was a little busy today and came back late. Su Mian was much more awake when she heard it and hurriedly said, it's okay, work is always busy. She rubbed her still hazy eyes and glanced at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. Lu Zheng said, you go back to sleep, I'll go take a shower first. Are you hungry? Su Mian looked at him, did you eat dinner? Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows and looked at her, Su Mian said, I must be hungry after being busy so late. Do you want to have some midnight snack? I went back to my mother's house tonight and made dumplings with my mother and brought some back. Lu Zheng was surprised, did you make them? I learned to make them from my mother. There are 2 flavors. Otherwise, you can take a shower first and I'll cook a few. You can eat them when you get out of the shower. Su Mian's voice was soft and gentle. Lu Jian looked at her deeply and kissed her on the forehead. He stood up, took off his suit, and began to unbutton his shirt. Okay, Su Mian immediately threw off the quilt and got out of bed. I'll go cook it now. Seeing her trotting downstairs to the kitchen, Lu Jian laughed. Su Mian took out the dumplings she brought back from the refrigerator and looked for a suitable pot in the dazzling cupboards. Sister Wu, who had already fallen asleep, saw the kitchen light on and came over from the servant's room. Madam, are you hungry? I'll make whatever you want. No, Sister Wu, I can do it myself. She found a soup pot and started to boil water and said to Sister Wu, Lu Jian just came back, I'll cook some dumplings for him, I can do it myself. Sister Wu, you go to rest. Sister Wu laughed, okay, then madam, if you need anything, just call me. Okay, when Lu Jian finished his shower and went to the Gitulania restaurant, Su Mian had already cooked the dumplings and placed them on the table. He also prepared a vinegar dish with chopped green onions floating on it. Su Mian placed the chopsticks next to the bowl, then turned around and looked at him with a bright smile. Okay, her smile was like she had just finished a great work, revealing joy and satisfaction. Lu Jian's heart was moved. He had seen many scenes of loving parents since he was a child. Lu Yunshao and Chen Wei had always had a good relationship. He was familiar with such scenes. 然后 seeing Su Mian now still made him feel a different warmth in his heart, and it was also a little unreal. Because he had imagined this scene in his mind before, but the protagonists were not him but her and Qi Haochuan. When she and Qi Haochuan were together, he imagined her and Qi Haochuan's married life, which was probably like this. However, the fact is that it was him who changed. What are you standing there for? Come and eat. Su Mian pulled Lu Jian to sit down and pointed at the dumplings on the 2 plates. This is beef, and this is egg. I made them a little ugly, but the stuffing was prepared by my mother and it tastes pretty good. Lu Jian picked up the chopsticks. Let me try it. He picked up the dumplings and looked at them in front of him, commenting, this shape looks a bit like a rabbit to me. Then he looked at her meaningfully, so, it must be delicious. Su Mian. Why is it a rabbit? Again. How can it look like a rabbit? 这个 How could it be a rabbit? It's obviously a normal dumpling shape. 就是 Why do you always pick on rabbits? And you say rabbits are delicious. Seeing Lu Jian eat one, Su Mian quickly asked, how does it taste? Is it delicious? Lu Jian nodded seriously, delicious. Su Mian immediately laughed, then you can eat them all. 就是 There are not many. There are only 12 in total. 12 dumplings are not a lot, especially for man's appetite. But it's already past 12 o'clock in the evening. Except for social events required for work, Lu Jian usually doesn't eat midnight snacks, let alone this kind of staple food. However, he responded very readily, okay. Su Mian sat next to Lu Jian, propped up her chin and watched him eat. She said, this is the first time I cook for others by myself. Lu Jian knew that she couldn't cook. But seeing that she was quite skilled in cooking dumplings, it didn't seem like her first time. He blurted out, never cooked for Qi Haochuan. Su Mian shook her head, no. Even my parents have only eaten the instant noodles I made for them. My mom always cooks at home and I only wash the vegetables for her. If my mom is not free, my dad will take me out to eat or order takeout. She looked normal and did not show any abnormality because he suddenly mentioned Qi Haochuan. Lu Jian was instantly satisfied. The dumplings were all eaten and Lu Jian stopped Su Mian from taking the initiative to clean up. I'll wash it. Su Mian said, let me do it. I can't cook, but I'm very good at washing dishes. Lu Jian looked at her seriously and said, You are very good at washing dishes, but that can't be a reason for me to let you wash dishes. Su Mian was stunned. She stood by and watched Lu Jian clean up with skillful hands, and the smile on her mouth deepened. Boiling dumplings does not require a lot of tableware. Lu Jian quickly sorted it out, went to the bathroom to wash up, and went back to his room to sleep. Su Mian, who was already sleepy, suddenly couldn't fall asleep again after being held in Lu Jian's arms. She said, Don't come to coax me during work hours like you did today. No, Lu Jian. Although I have no experience, according to my understanding, you must coax your wife immediately when she is angry. The longer it takes, the easier it is to affect the relationship between the two. If it deepens my wife's dissatisfaction with me, it will be even more difficult to coax her. I don't want us to be unhappy. Su Mian pursed her lips, but no matter what, don't delay work time. Otherwise, how will the people in the company look at her? If Lu Yunshao knew that he wasted time just to make her happy, how would he look at her? Su Mian found that she was already very concerned about whether she would leave a bad impression in front of Lu Jian's parents and his friends, and whether people would think she was not a good wife. Lu Jian's answer was, No delay, you are the most important. He hugged Su Mian, his voice getting lower and lower with sleepy fatigue. He whispered in her ear again, Xiao Mian is the most important, more important than anyone else. Su Mian knew that he was sleepy, so she didn't answer. She just felt that her heart was beating like a drum after he said this. Spring has arrived. The R Street renovation project has officially started. It has been a while since Qi Haochuan came back from the detention center, and Chang'an Tea House has been closed and has not opened. The official demolition work started on Nanyang Road, from the beginning to the end of the street, one house after another, and the speed of demolition was very fast. When the tea house was demolished, the things inside were not moved out. A tea house with complete decoration and supporting facilities was demolished cleanly. The demolition was very noisy. Even if the Guli studio did not need to be demolished, Su Mian and Yin Qingqing could not continue to teach students in the studio. After the demolition, a new reconstruction project would have to start. The whole construction period is very long, and it will take at least half a year to complete. Su Mian and Yin Qingqing decided to find another place to teach. Yin Qingqing said, Let's rent a suite. Su Mian shook her head and said, It's not suitable. The suite is too small to accommodate so many students. 就是 such an environment will affect the students' mood for class, we can't rent a villa. It costs a lot of money to rent a villa for half a year. We can rent a store, rent a quiet place that is about the same size as the current studio, and rent it directly for a year. Anyway, when the new art street is successfully renovated, our studio will also need to be renovated, and students cannot be allowed to come in for class in the short term. Yin Qingqing, it seems that this is the only way for the time being. She grabbed the motorcycle key. Then I'll go out and see if there is a suitable storefront. Su Mian said, I'll go with you. Okay, put on your own helmet. Yin Qingqing's motorcycle can carry one person. So she bought a helmet for Su Mian to keep as a backup, and sometimes she would wear it when riding with Yin Qingqing. Yin Qingqing rode her motorcycle through several streets and saw many stores that were for rent. 那个. When she met a suitable one, Su Mian wrote down the location and phone number. When passing by a coffee shop, they saw a sign next door saying for rent. The street was very quiet and not suitable for doing business in a busy city, but it was suitable for classes. They stopped and wrote down the phone number on the sign. The shop was also two-story and had been vacated by the previous tenant. The glass door was locked and the layout inside could not be seen. Yin Qingqing said, I think the location is good and the size of the shop is suitable. Well, let's go look somewhere else, and then we can call the landlord together and set a time to see the house. Then let's go. Su Mian put on a helmet and got on the motorcycle. Oh, it's really my junior schoolmate. I saw she looked familiar. A person suddenly came out of the coffee shop and said to Su Mian with a smile. Su Mian looked over and saw that it was Yiran. She was wearing a black professional suit and holding a work bag, which added a bit of confidence to her charming temperament. Yin Qingqing, who was originally planning to start the motorcycle on leave, asked Su Mian, "Do you know each other?" Su Mian took off her helmet. "Yeah." Looking at Su Mian sitting on the motorcycle, Yiran approached her. Are you taking a ride?" Su Mian said, "No, I'm working and came out to do something." "Senior sister, we have other things to do, so we'll leave first." No." Yiran nodded towards the coffee shop. "Come in and sit down, take a break. Sister will treat you to coffee." "No need. Let's talk about Lu Zhen together." Yiran looked at Su Mian with a smile. "Why, you are not interested in Lu Zhen either?" Su Mian pursed her lips and said nothing. Yin Qingqing held the handlebars of the motorcycle and said to Su Mian, "It's okay, I listen to you. If you want to talk to her, I'll accompany you. If you don't want to talk, I'll leave now." Yiran chuckled. "You two little girls, you really think I'm a bad person? Don't worry, I can't eat you." It's really just a chat." Su Mian got off the car. "Let's go." There were many people in the coffee shop in the afternoon. Yiran took Su Mian and Yin Qingqing to a relatively quiet seat. Everyone ordered coffee. Yiran said, "I just finished talking to the client about the case and sent her away. I happened to see my junior school sister." Su Mian looked at Yiran's professional suit and said, "Which law firm is your senior sister in?" Yiran curled her lips. "It's not Lu Zhen's law firm anyway." Su Mian said calmly, "I know." Because of her previous relationship with Qi Haochuan, she certainly knew how many colleagues Lu Zhen had in his law firm. She had never seen Yiran there, nor had she seen Yiran's boyfriend Xiao Kaijie. Yiran took a sip of coffee. "Are you looking for a storefront?" "Yes, there's an empty store opposite my law firm, and it's about the same size as the one next to the coffee shop you just saw. Would you like me to recommend one to you?" Su Mian said, "No need, we've seen a lot of good stores, and we're planning to book one." TSK. Yiran shook her head. "My junior is still very hostile to me." "Senior, there's no need to beat around the bush, just say it if you have something to say." Yiran propped up her chin, looked at Su Mian with interest, and smiled. "Do you like Lu Zhen?" Su Mian's heart skipped a beat. Yiran continued, "You forgot your childhood sweetheart so quickly and fell in love with Lu Zhen." Su Mian said in a light tone, "This is none of my business." "Okay." Yiran laughed even more wantonly. "Then do you want to know how Lu Zhen pursued me before?" Yin Qingqing, who was originally doing nothing next to him, heard this and her ears perked up instantly. Damn, is this Lu Zhen's old lover?" Su Mian's face was calm. "I don't really want to know, but if you really want to talk, I don't mind listening." She was so calm that Yiran unexpectedly raised her eyebrows. Her red nails gently stroked the coffee cup, and she raised her lips playfully. "Lu Zhen is a person who has a calm personality, to put it nicely, but to put it bluntly, he is actually dull and difficult to get along with. Among many people, he always seems to be an exception, and he is superior. So, when he pursued me, I rejected him because I thought he was not warm enough." Su Mian frowned. "Lu Zhen has no warmth. 这个 How is it possible?" Glancing at his superior appearance, he is obviously gentlemanly, attentive and gentle, with a sense of security and responsibility. Su Mian said leisurely, "Then what? Senior sister suddenly came to me to tell me this. Are you trying to tell me that you regret rejecting him now?" Chapter 44. Yiran took a sip of coffee. She said calmly, "No, I don't regret it. Even if he pursues me now, I will still reject him. PFFT. Yin Qingqing laughed. This beautiful lady, although you are very beautiful, you are too confident. 然后 Why do you think that the married Mr. Liu will pursue you? He can't do such an immoral thing as a mistress. 然后 the implication is that Yiran is now a mistress. Yiran was not angry and continued with a generous smile. She looked at Su Mian. Lu Jian is indeed an excellent person. I don't deny that many people like him. It's normal for you to be fascinated by him. However, what you can't get is the best. No matter how good he is, I want him to not be able to pursue me so that he will always have me in his heart. Su Mian's expression did not change much after hearing this. Senior, when you say that, what position do you put your boyfriend in? Have you ever considered his feelings? Him. Yiran sneered. He knows. He knows everything and is willing to be with me. Even if I am pursued by many people, he still likes me and can't leave me. As long as I can be with him, he can do anything for me. Oh, Yin Qingqing suddenly covered her stomach and made a retching motion. Xiao Mian, I seem to be a little uncomfortable. Su Mian immediately said to Yiran, Senior, don't deliberately provoke me. 那个 based on your words, I suddenly feel that I may have misunderstood. Yiran, what? Su Mian said, you don't know Lu Jian at all. If you think Lu Jian is high and cold, it can only prove that he has never really liked you. Yiran's smile froze a little. Su Mian, he is not only not high and mighty in front of me, but also steady and easygoing, gentle and affectionate. 然后 Yiran's fingers clenched quietly. And her heart felt as painful as if an ant had entered. Su Mian smiled slightly. I don't know much about your past, but Lu Jian told me that he has no regrets after marrying me. Even if he pursued you, that's in the past and it doesn't matter at all. After that, she pulled Yin Qingqing to stand up. Thank you for the treat, senior sister. My bestie is not feeling well. We'll leave first. Goodbye. After the two left the cafe, Yiran gritted her teeth and slammed the coffee cup on the table with a sullen expression. She was deliberately provoking Su Mian, not wanting Su Mian and Lu Jian to have an easy time. Why could Su Mian easily get the man she couldn't chase? She also wanted Lu Jian to know how sad it was to love someone unrequitedly and pursue someone. Unexpectedly, Su Mian also knew how to anger her. Gentle and affectionate. Ha! Indeed, seeing him, such an arrogant man, taking good care of another woman would really make people jealous and crazy. On the way back to the studio, Su Mian sat behind Yin Qingqing. The wind was a bit loud in his ears. On the streets of spring, it was really cold to be sitting on a motorcycle and being blown by the wind. She put her helmet head against Yin Qingqing's back. Qingqing, huh? Su Mian's voice was blocked by the helmet. The noise of the motorcycle was noisy and the wind was strong, so Yin Qingqing in front couldn't hear clearly. This all was completely a shout. What did you say? Su Mian's voice also increased a little. I said I seem to be a little unhappy. Because of what that woman said just now. Yes, although Su Mian's words could make Yiran unhappy, what Yiran said also made Su Mian feel depressed. Su Mian said to Yin Qingqing, isn't it a bit bad for me to do this? Lu Jian didn't mind the relationship between Qi Haochuan and me for so many years. Lu Jian and Yiran have never been together. I am so unhappy. This is very unfair to Lu Jian. After hearing this, Yin Qingqing stopped the motorcycle on the side of the road. Taking off the helmet, he smiled and said to Su Mian, silly girl, do you know what you are doing now? What? Jealous? You are jealous of Yiran, jealous of her past with Lu Jian. Su Mian opened his eyes wide in surprise. She is jealous of Yiran. Because Yiran said that she was pursued by Lu Jian, she was unhappy and wanted to say those words to anger Yiran. Yin Qingqing smiled a little too much. Xiao Mian Mian, you have fallen in love with Lu Jian. Su Mian's expression froze. Because of Yin Qingqing's words, his brain stopped working for a short time. Back to the studio. The two took out the store's phone number and location that they had written down, 然后 compared them one by one and decided to contact the landlord to go to the store to see it on site after confirming the appropriate location. Someone suddenly knocked on the door downstairs. Excuse me, is Teacher Sue here? Su Mian went downstairs to open the door and two men in formal suits appeared outside the door. Su Mian asked, Who are you? Teacher Sue, we are the planning person in charge of the R Street renovation project. We would like to discuss some matters with you. Is it convenient for you? It is convenient, please come in. The two followed Su Mian to the second floor. Yin Qingqing poured them tea and the four of them sat down. Yin Qingqing said, Are you going to change your mind and even demolish our studio? The person in charge laughed and said, Teacher Yin is really a joke. How could it be? Things that have been determined will not change. He took out a drawing and put it on the table. This is the overall renovation plan and planning scheme of the new R Street. According to our discussion, we want to renovate your studio when the demolition is completed and the new construction work begins. Because it needs to be unified with the style of the R Street, the style of all merchants needs to be determined by us. Su Mian looked at the electronic preview they gave. It was indeed a street full of artistic style. Just looking at the computer-made pictures, it would feel very high-end. If it is really built according to this predetermined style, it must be very beautiful. Yin Qingqing asked, Do you mean you will help us decorate? Yes, what about the cost? Of course we will pay for the cost, but you can't take classes in the studio during this period and the materials and tools in the studio may also need to be temporarily removed. Yin Qingqing immediately slapped the table and said, Move, we'll move immediately. You can own a new studio without spending money or time. This is a sure win business. Hesitating for a second is disrespectful to money. Nah. The person in charge said, Teacher Yin found us before and asked us to integrate the tea house and the studio. Our project team also discussed it and made a plan, but it also needs to be decorated in accordance with our style. The two teachers, please take a look at the design drawings we made. Su Mian was surprised and said, You have even made the design drawings. Yes, if Teacher Sue has any comments, you can directly raise them and we will modify them at any time. Su Mian suddenly looked at him and said nothing. The person in charge maintained a businesslike smile. Teacher Sue, do you have any questions? No. Su Mian lowered his eyes and opened the design drawings. It is a very beautiful studio tea house with a large area, which is twice the size of the current two-story studio. It is also a three-story building. The first and second floors are tea houses and the third floor is a studio. Although the studio has only one floor, it is larger than the current two floors combined, like a large flat, and the overall look is more spacious. After reading it, Su Mian stared at the person in charge. Are you responsible for all this? Yes, Yin Qingqing confirmed again. You are responsible for the decoration, right? What about the rental price of the expanded storefront? The person in charge smiled. This is rented to you according to the unified market rental price after the reconstruction, but considering that you have been delayed for several months, the rental price will be reduced by 50% for you. Su Mian raised his eyebrows. 50%. That's right. Su Mian and Yin Qingqing looked at each other, and Yin Qingqing said directly and boldly, Write out the contract. If there are no problems, we will sign it immediately. Okay, after sending the person in charge away, Yin Qingqing said happily, Xiao Mian, we are making a profit, ha 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 ha, we will become big bosses without spending time and effort. Su Mian turned his head to look at the street outside that was about to be razed to the ground and remained silent. In the evening, Shengshi Mansion. When Lu Zhang came back, Su Mian was helping Sister Wu prepare dinner. 那个 Sister Wu said hurriedly, Master, the young mistress insisted on learning how to cook from me. I tried to persuade her, but she insisted on staying in the kitchen. Lu Zhang glanced at Su Mian. who was wearing an apron. Su Mian also looked at him. Don't blame Sister Wu, it was my own request. Lu Jian smiled gently when he heard this. It's okay, she can do whatever she wants. Sister Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Lu Jian came to Su Mian. What dish do you want to learn to cook? Sweet and sour pork ribs. This dish is quite difficult. The steps are very complicated. Then there is no need to learn. I can cook it. He pulled Su Mian out of the kitchen and took off his apron. I will cook for you in the future. Su Mian said helplessly, I may really not have the talent for cooking. What talent do you need? Don't worry, your husband won't starve you. Lu Jian asked, why did you go home by yourself today without waiting for me to pick you up? The studio is being renovated and classes are temporarily suspended. I just cleaned up the studio and came back without anything else. Did you encounter any trouble? Lu Jian asked gently. 然后呢, the two sat on the sofa. Lu Jian leaned lazily against the sofa back, with one hand on Su Mian's shoulder and his fingers occasionally stretched out to hook the broken hair by her ear. Su Mian looked at him and said softly, it's going to be renovated. Now we have to find a new place for class. Have you found it? No, I'm still choosing. Lu Jian raised his lips. The company opened a new real estate last year. It's a villa area. There are 2 empty houses inside. You can choose one and move your things there. It will be quiet to have class there. 然后 Su Mian looked at him without saying a word. Lu Jian asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Su Mian didn't say anything but suddenly sat closer to him, leaned her body, and moved closer to his arms. Su Mian's ears were pressed against Lu Jian's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, smelling the comfortable smell on his body and recalling what Yin Qingqing said today. The rabbit in Lu Jian's room, Yiran said that Lu Jian had pursued her, all of which made her feel unhappy. Did she really like Lu Jian? Lu Jian took the opportunity to hug her tightly, put his hand on her waist, and let her get closer to him. The voice was gentle. If you have anything to make you unhappy, tell me about it. Su Mian pursed her lips and suddenly blushed in his arms. She gently withdrew from his arms. 那个, did you invest in the project of renovating the art street? Lu Jian didn't want to hide it and said frankly, yes. Su Mian's heart tightened because. What? Lu Jian pulled Su Mian into his arms, allowing her to lie on his legs better with her head resting on his arm. 那个, his eyes stared at her face from above. He said in a low voice, I'm not so generous as to let my wife's ex-boyfriend open a store with her under a couple's name. Su Mian's heart beat faster. So, you just demolished it? Yes, Lu Jian stared into her eyes. Do you blame me for not notifying you in advance? Can I ask you first, why don't you want to see Qi Haochuan's tea house open across from me and don't want to see him and me use a couple's name? Su Mian asked this question with all the courage. She admitted that she was trying to test Lu Jian a little bit, trying to test what answer she would get from him. Lu Jian said, because I'm jealous, I get angry when I see that name. Su Mian. And the idea of changing the new studio into a tea house and studio was also yours. Yeah, Lu Jian's voice was very cold. He can't do these little tricks under my nose. If he can open it, I can tear it down. I will also open a newer and better one for you to interrupt all his thoughts. Su Mian's breathing tightened. Mr. Lu, you are so domineering. It's better than having your wife taken away by someone else. Su Mian was amused by his words. Lu Jian looked at her deeply. So will you blame me for tearing it down on my own initiative and not telling you in advance? Without waiting for Su Mian to answer, Lu Jian suddenly narrowed his eyes. With a domineering tone, he said, you can't blame me, you said it yourself, you don't like him anymore and there is no place for him in your heart. So you can't be angry with me because of him. Su Mian was speechless for a moment, and he said everything. 那个. His answer really satisfied her more than she expected. 然后 with his words, all the unhappiness that Yiran had felt today disappeared. Do I bother about him so much? She could feel that Lu Jian was not a fickle person. 然后 As long as she and Lu Jian continued to be like this in the future, nothing else mattered. 那个 Su Mian struggled to get up from Lu Jian's arms. She kissed him on the face and smiled. Don't blame you. I shall praise you for your good opening. Lu Jian felt that her eyes today were brighter and more sincere than any time before. Her smile was also like honey, sweet and clean. With his keen observation, he had already felt that something seemed different. He asked, "What happened today that made you happy?" Su Mian smiled slightly. No. She got into his arms, hugged him tightly, smelled the good smell on his body, felt a little dizzy, and felt very satisfied in her heart. She said softly, "It's because Mr. Lu helped me arrange everything so that I don't have any worries. I'm very happy." Lu Jian clearly felt that Su Mian was gentler today than before. And very clingy. Chapter 45就是 usually when Lu Jian got up in the morning, he went directly to the cloakroom to change clothes after coming out of the bathroom. Su Mian followed him to the cloakroom today after he changed his clothes. Lu Jian was wearing a watch. Seeing Su Mian coming in after getting dressed, he raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Su Mian pursed her lips and chose a tie from the tie cabinet. "Can I help you tie your tie?" They have been married for half a year, and this is the first time she has taken the initiative to help Lu Jian tie his tie. 那个 Lu Jian stood there, looked at her for a few seconds, and then responded belatedly. "Okay, bend down a little," Su Mian said. Lu Jian lowered his neck in cooperation. Su Mian stood on tiptoes, put the tie on his shirt collar, and then started to tie a knot. She whispered, "I see you usually tie a Windsor knot. I may not be very good at it, so my speed will be a little slow. The cloakroom is large and the lights are bright. 那个 When it shines on her fair skin, it will be a light pink, smooth, soft and full." 那个 Lu Jian silently looked at her slightly curved eyebrows, and his dark eyes were full of satisfaction. He thought as long as it could go on like this, even if she didn't like him, he would be happy. His fingers could not help but touch the end of her eyebrows. "It's okay, take your time." It was indeed the first time for Su Mian to tie a tie. She learned it from the video and had never done it herself. Now she was directly experimenting with Lu Jian. She was very nervous, afraid that it would not look good. And the more nervous she was, the messier her technique would be. Lu Jian saw her embarrassment and comforted her. "It's okay, don't rush. If you make a mistake, try again." Su Mian said a little embarrassedly, "Okay." Recalling the steps in the video, she tried it again, but it was still wrong. Although she moved very slowly, it was still messy, and the effect was different from what she imagined. She was so anxious that her face turned red and she wanted to give up. "Forget it. I'll teach you." Lu Jian suddenly grabbed her hand that was about to let go and whispered, "I'll teach you the correct way to tie it." Su Mian paused and looked at him. She was stunned by the tenderness in his eyes. She had been concentrating on tying her tie just now, and she ignored his eyes, which had been on her face from beginning to end. All her serious, entangled, annoyed, and resigned expressions never escaped his eyes. Su Mian said embarrassedly, "Why don't we just forget it?" The main reason was that the way she practiced by tying the tie around her neck was too different from the way she stood in front of Lu Jian. The direction was different and the operation was different, which confused her. But Lu Jian held her hand stubbornly. "You can't just forget it. I'll teach you, and you can continue to help me in the future." His tone was obviously that he really wanted her to tie his tie, so Su Mian no longer refused. He said softly, "Okay." Lu Jian grabbed Su Mian's hand and skillfully tied it in slow motion according to the Windsor knot method. However, Su Mian's mind suddenly stopped focusing on studying, and her eyes were always fixed on his hands, not even looking at the direction of the tie. She thought, why do his hands look a little better now than before? Is it really like Yin Qingqing said she already likes Lu Zhen very much, so she thinks Lu Zhen has advantages everywhere now? It was also the first time that she felt that being held by him like this would cause her heart rate to be disordered, her breathing to be tight, and even her breathing to be imperceptible. Lu Zhen saw that her eyes were not right, but he did not urge her but just looked at her with a meaningful smile. Su Mian's face was hot when he was looked at. Teach me again, I was distracted. Okay, he taught her again with great patience, this time even slower than before, and also explained the steps, telling her how to do each step. After he said this, the method that Su Mian had secretly learned before came back to her mind. The direction of tying a tie for yourself is different from that of tying a tie for others. She forgot it in a hurry. Now that she figured it out, she suddenly felt enlightened. I know it, I'll try it again. Su Mian was very confident this time. She followed the method Lu Zhen taught her and completed a beautiful and perfect Windsor knot. She smiled with satisfaction. You are right this time. Lu Zhen smiled and pinched her face, so smart. Su Mian's face turned red. Let's go, have breakfast, you should go to the company. Wait a minute. Lu Zhen suddenly held her down, and Su Mian turned her head in confusion. Lu Zhen put his thin lips close to her ear. Can you tell me why Miss Sass? Lu is so proactive today. Su Mian's heartbeat quickened again. Because of his words, she felt her breathing became disordered and her brain seemed to be lacking oxygen. She was silent for a while. Her fingers nervously grasped the collar of Lu Zhen's suit, and her curled eyelashes trembled because of nervousness. Because you are so good to me, I think I should be nicer to you. Lu Zhen stared at her with deep eyes. Is that all? Yet her answer made Lu Zhen's eyes dim a little, but it soon disappeared in an instant. He smiled and rubbed Su Mian's hair and said softly, you just need to do what you want to do, don't try to please me deliberately. If she was kind to him from the bottom of her heart, he would be very happy. If she just didn't want him to feel that it was his one-sided effort and deliberately gave him back, he didn't want her to be embarrassed like this. I didn't do it on purpose, Su Mian was stuck in her heart, and she wanted to say it, but she didn't know how to start. She felt that she was a little unqualified to like Lu Zhen. If she said that she liked him, would it bring embarrassment to their current marriage relationship and cause trouble to him? After breakfast, Lu Zhen sent Su Mian to the studio. He said to her, someone will come to help you deal with the new studio classes today. If there is anything, just tell them to do it. They will also move the things that need to be moved. You don't need to do it. You just need to make new course arrangements for the students and don't tire yourself out. He arranged everything in detail. Su Mian smiled and replied, okay, got it. Su Mian unbuckled her seatbelt but didn't rush to get out of the car. 然后 Lu Zhen turned his head and looked at her, whispering, Mistress Lu, if you have anything else to tell me, just tell me. I will obey your orders. Su Mian was amused by his teasing words. Suddenly, she blushed, approached him quickly and kissed him on the cheek. She said shyly, goodbye kiss, see you tonight. After the kiss, she opened the car door and ran out of the car and got into the studio very quickly like a shy little rabbit. Lu Zhen sat quietly in the driver's seat as if he didn't react a little. His fingers slowly stroked the place on his cheek where she kissed, which was still a little wet. At this moment, he felt indescribably happy. Her small initiative was a rare luxury for him. Assistant Yu Fei could feel that Lu Zhen was in a particularly good mood today. After coming to the office, he always had a smile on his face. In front of outsiders, Lu Zhen has always been serious and rarely showed his emotions like this, so Yu Fei felt strange. After Lu Zhen sat down, he asked directly, have you arranged the people I asked you to arrange? Yufei, yes, there are a total of 10 people to help the young lady move things. The new classroom has also been arranged. We just need to move the things in and organize them before we can start the class. Lu Zhen hummed, everything will be done today. She is anxious to teach the students. Don't waste time. Yufei, okay. Lu Zhen tapped the table lightly with his fingers. A pair of black eyes flickered. He suddenly asked, check Qi Haochuan's movements. Yufei, okay. He took out a few photos and put them on the table in front of Lu Zhen. Mr. Lu, this is the information about Miss Lin you asked. It was found that she had been in contact with Qi Haochuan. During Qi Haochuan's detention, she also tried to get him out of the police station. After Qi Haochuan was released from detention, she also met with Qi Haochuan. Lu Zhen pinched the photos with a cold face. What is her main business? The owner of a medical beauty salon. Find someone to keep an eye on Qi Haochuan. Now that the tea house is gone, he should continue to work at a law firm. If he has frequent contacts with this Miss Lin and has a close relationship with her, tell me. Okay, with the help of so many people, Su Mian's studio was really completed within a day. She and Yin Qingqing have already notified the students of the new class location. Watching the door of the Guli studio close, Yin Qingqing was still a little reluctant. Next time you come back, it will be a different look. Su Mian hooked her lips. Yes, it will definitely be very beautiful. Yin Qingqing couldn't help blinking her eyes after hearing her words, and a meaningful smile appeared. Oh my, I actually saw the look of a shy girl on Xiao Mianmian's face. Now you feel so happy because you know that it was arranged by your mister. Lu, Su Mian. Yin Qingqing touched Su Mian with her arm. Do you think Mr. Lu is good in every way? Su Mian pursed her lips. Yeah. Yin Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed. Now you are bolder, you are not shy anymore. No way, Xiao Mian. To be honest, I think you will be happy if you fall in love with Mr. Lu. Su Mian nodded gently. I think so too. The two got in the car and headed to the new studio. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Su Mian felt as if someone was watching her when she left. It was in the corner next to the studio. The rest of the street had been flattened, leaving only the studio, but when Su Mian turned around, she saw nothing. The new villa has 2 floors. It seems that it has its own decoration style when it was launched. After the painting materials and other things are moved in, it looks very spacious. The bedrooms on the 2nd floor are all empty. After a layout, they can be used as classrooms for classes. Yin Qingqing took a look and said in admiration, this is the benefit of marrying a rich husband. My God, this is too happy. Madam, everything is ready according to your requirements. Please see if there is anything else you need. Su Mian said everything is ready. Thank you, you have worked hard. It should be, madam. Then we will leave first. Mr. Lu asked you to wait here for him to pick you up. Okay, Yin Qingqing and Su Mian were the only 2 people left in the villa. Yin Qingqing lay on the sofa. This is really comfortable. I have a friend who is a rich young lady. I also benefit from it. Nice. Su Mian smiled. Don't be comfortable. Hurry up and notify the students, send them the address, and let them come to the new place for class. Yin Qingqing immediately got up. Okay. Work. The 2 of them divided a copy according to the current student list and began to send each person a message about the new address and the course schedule, so that they would not find the wrong place. After everything was done, someone came to deliver food with milk tea, snacks, pizza, and green plants and flowers to decorate the studio. Yin Qingqing said, you don't have to think about it. This must be ordered by your mister. Lu, only he can think so carefully. Knowing that Su Mian and Yin Qingqing have a good relationship, Lu Zhang would bring a portion of food to Yin Qingqing when he sent it to the studio. Yin Qingqing sighed and said, I can already feel the difference. Qi Haochuan was not so attentive to you before. Unlike Lu Zhang, he knows when you are hungry, when you are tired, and what you really need. Su Mian bit the straw of the milk tea and thought about it carefully. It was really like this. Actually, there is no need to make such a comparison. 这个 Lu Zhang is Lu Zhang and he is him. They are different. He cannot be compared with Lu Zhang. So, the difference is here. Yin Qingqing said with a look of sudden enlightenment, Sister, I always thought that you and Qi Haochuan were in true love. You will definitely grow old together. Only love like you is true love. But now that I see Lu Zhang, I understand that true love for someone is not just about superficial good relationships, but about taking action and making people feel loved. I think Lu Zhang has done it, but Qi Haochuan didn't do it before. Is this Lu Zhang's love? Does Yin Qingqing mean that Lu Zhang loves her? Su Mian's heart suddenly seemed to be frozen. So, is there a possibility that Lu Zhang's kindness to her is not superficial, nor is it out of a husband's responsibility, but is all real? Even Yin Qingqing can see that everything Lu Zhang does for her is out of love. In an instant, Su Mian's palms were sweating with nervousness. She began to think carefully about every word Lu Zhang had said to her. He said he had no regrets about the past, which meant he had no regrets about Iran. He no longer liked Iran, so would he fall in love with her like her? Su Mian was not sure, nor did she have the confidence to be sure. She only felt her heart beating fast. No, she couldn't be anxious. She told herself to be calm and not to lose her composure. She sent a message to Lu Zhang. Thank you, mister. Lu, for feeding me. I'm full and satisfied. Kitty rubs my face and kisses me. JPG. She took a few photos of the studio and sent them to Lu Zhang. It looks good. I like it very much. Heart asterisk underline asterisk Lu Zhang, I like it. Lu Zhang, how did you send this emoticon? Why can't I find it? Su Mian laughed out loud when she saw the message. Lu Zhang, I copied yours directly. Kitty rubs my face and kisses me. JPG. Chapter 46. Qi Haochuan applied for a new law firm. The boss of this firm was also their classmate in the law school of X University. However, he was 2 years older than Lu Zhang and 4 years older than Qi Haochuan. Qi Haochuan applied for the job. The boss treated Qi Haochuan quite well. Qi Haochuan returned to his normal working life. He would record his daily life in his circle of friends and show his daily life to others. However, what he wanted most was that Su Mian could see it, but it was a pity that Su Mian had blocked him a long time ago. Lin Xiaoying was Qi Haochuan's former client. When she was still in Lu Zhang's law firm, it was Qi Haochuan who helped Lin Xiaoying to fight the divorce lawsuit. Later, Lin Xiaoying's attitude towards Qi Haochuan became ambiguous. Anyway, there were others before her, so Qi Haochuan didn't struggle for long before going to bed with Lin Xiaoying. Now think about it, his mind was really confused at the time, so now that Lin Xiaoying came to him again, he didn't want to see her at all. But Lin Xiaoying was particularly persistent. Haochuan, Lin Xiaoying was 28 years old. Maybe it was because of her personality, she still spoke delicately. Do you really not want to care about me? Lin Xiaoying knew when Qi Haochuan would get off work and asked him to have dinner at the Gitulonaya restaurant. Qi Haochuan didn't want to get involved with Lin Xiaoying anymore, so he wanted to take this opportunity to make it clear to her. The two stood at the door of the Gitulonaya restaurant. Qi Haochuan was smoking a cigarette. He turned a blind eye to Lin Xiaoying's blatant passion and looked indifferent. I said we don't want to have any more contact. Lin Xiaoying's tone was a little softer. Why? Am I not good to you? Qi Haochuan said coldly, I said I don't like you, even if I slept with you. I didn't fall in love with you. Lin Xiaoying smiled indifferently. Take your time. I believe you still have a good impression of me. Qi Haochuan's face changed. He didn't know why, but now he felt very disgusted when he heard such words. He couldn't help but think self-deprecatingly, no wonder Su Mian hated him so much when she saw him and Lin Xiaoying hanging out together. He didn't realize it at the time, but now thinking back, he was really disgusted. Haochuan. Lin Xiaoying spread Qi Haochuan's arms. Her laughter was charming and soft. Okay, I still want to be with you. Let me go. Qi Haochuan pushed her away with disgust. I came here today to tell you not to look for me again in the future. I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Lin Xiaoying's face changed. Why are you so obsessed with your first love? Qi Haochuan said frankly, yes, I only like her. But she's already married. Qi Haochuan took a deep puff of cigarette. It's none of your business. He shook off Lin Xiaoying's hand fiercely. That's it. I've said this much. If you keep pestering me, it will be too embarrassing. Qi Haochuan said these words in a cold manner, turned around and left. Suddenly, he felt relieved. It would be better if he had never met her. But before this breath completely fell into his stomach, it suddenly solidified in his chest. He stopped walking and looked at the person who appeared in front of him in surprise. Xiao Mian. Lu Zhen said that he would bring Su Mian to eat steak tonight. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked to the door, he saw Qi Haochuan and Lin Xiaoying pulling each other. Su Mian seemed not to see Qi Haochuan and said to Lu Zhen gently, "Let's go in." Yes, Lu Zhen responded and was about to leave with Su Mian. Xiao Mian. But Qi Haochuan walked over quickly to block him. He said to Su Mian with a surprised look, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you doing recently? I heard that you changed to a new place to teach students, and the old studio is also going to be renovated. How is it? Is the course load heavy? Is it tiring to teach normally? Qi Haochuan's words suddenly stopped. Because Su Mian not only listened to his words without any expression but also stood behind Lu Zhen with a cold and distant attitude. As if she didn't want to even look at Qi Haochuan and couldn't listen to a word he said. Su Mian slowly raised her hand and put it on Lu Zhen's arm, and her body was also closely pressed against Lu Zhen. Her expression at this moment seemed to just treat Qi Haochuan as air. This made Qi Haochuan's heart ache like a knife. Xiao Mian, don't you want to see me now? His voice was trembling, as if he was deeply hurt. Su Mian still stood close to Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen looked at Qi Haochuan indifferently. Isn't it obvious enough? She doesn't want to talk to you, nor does she want to see you. You. Lu Zhen's attitude of defending his wife and asserting his sovereignty made Qi Haochuan want to go up and hit him. Haochuan, Lin Xiaoying came over suddenly. She smiled sweetly and leaned against Qi Haochuan. She looked at Lu Zhen with a polite smile. Hello, I'm Haochuan's girlfriend. When she introduced herself like this, Qi Haochuan felt disgusted and nervous. He didn't want to expose Lin Xiaoying in front of Su Mian. But he suddenly thought of something. He stood still without saying no and let Lin Xiaoying hug him intimately. His eyes fell directly on Su Mian's face. He wanted to see if Su Mian would react. When she saw him standing with other women and being introduced as his girlfriend, would Su Mian still be so indifferent and unmoved? Especially since this woman was the object of his cheating, she should be angry and upset. He felt an expectation in his heart, expecting to see unhappiness on Su Mian's face. 然后 But he was disappointed. Su Mian's performance was still as indifferent. 然后 It was as if it had nothing to do with him. He didn't care about it anymore, and he didn't care at all. Only Lu Zhen said indifferently, Oh. Lin Xiaoying still smiled, Mr. Lu, to be honest, I have to thank you. It was you who assigned my divorce case to Haochuan and let Haochuan take over, so I had the opportunity to meet Haochuan. Lu Jian was not interested in these things, and he had no intention of continuing to chat with her. He said in a light voice and concise words, "I am accompanying my wife for dinner, you can do whatever you want." After he finished speaking, he did not stop. Holding Su Mian's hand, the two of them walked into the Gitulania restaurant intimately. After they could no longer be seen, Qi Haochuan shook off Lin Xiaoying's hand in disgust. He said coldly, "Get out, stay away from me." He stepped on the accelerator madly and moved away from this place. He would rather see Su Mian angry, annoyed, and scold him. He didn't want to see Su Mian who didn't care, as if they had cut off their relationship forever. Not only that, she actually took the initiative to get so close to Lu Jian. The way she relied on and trusted Lu Jian was the cruelest to him. The car was speeding on the road, the window was not closed, and the strong wind poured in wantonly, staining his face and his eyes. After a while, his face was wet. In the Xitulania Western restaurant, Lu Jian looked at Su Mian, who was eating steak, seriously. There was no abnormality on her delicate face. He lowered his eyes to hide his loneliness. Suddenly, Su Mian stopped and looked at Lu Jian's plate with expectation. Her voice was soft. "What does your medium rare steak taste like? Is it delicious?" Lu Jian was slightly stunned before saying, "Not bad." Su Mian laughed immediately. "I haven't eaten a medium rare steak yet. I always eat medium rare. Can I have a bite of yours?" 就是 Lu Jian was dazzled by her smile. At this moment, it seemed as if he had dreamed back to that evening full of the fragrance of osmosis. The face that turned back to show him a bright and pure smile was almost the same as now, with curved eyes and upturned mouth. The man's fingertips pressed hard on the knife and fork unconsciously. She said, "Okay." After getting the consent, Su Mian put her hands on the table, leaned forward and opened her mouth. "Then please feed me, mister." Lu, her tone was a little coquettish. Lu Jian's lips lifted slightly, 然后 cut a small piece of the most tender part with a fork, and handed it to Su Mian's mouth. Su Mian's face was originally wrinkled. She saw that the taste of medium rare steak would be as strange as she imagined, but after chewing and tasting it carefully, her originally wrinkled face suddenly smiled. Her beautiful glass eyes were emitting star-like luster. She said in a clear voice, "It's delicious. It tastes much more tender than medium rare. I will eat medium rare like Mr. Lu in the future." 然后 Lu Jian couldn't help but palpitate in his heart. Her smile and her closeness made him ecstatic. "Okay, I'll remember Miss Sus. Lu's no preference." Su Mian pursed his lips. He looked at Lu Jian's clean and deep handsome face illuminated by the lights of the Sichuanaya Western restaurant, and seemed to hear the sound of his own heart beating like a drum. She blurted out, "Actually, I have a new hobby." Lu Jian was aroused by her words. "What is it?" Su Mian smiled softly with a flash of embarrassment on her face. "I'll tell you later." Lu Jian did not force her. Su Mian found that Lu Jian started drinking. He didn't see what dishes he ate afterwards, but he drank several glasses of red wine. Su Mian blinked her starry eyes gently. "Lu Jian, are you in a bad mood?" Lu Jian shook the glass gently, and the red wine in the high-end glass swayed in a gorgeous posture. He said gently, "No, I just think this wine tastes good." 然后 Su Mian didn't think much about it. Eating steak and drinking red wine is also a normal combination. However, Lu Jian seemed to have drunk too much. On the way back, he kept leaning on the seat and turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window. When Su Mian was driving, he could see his profile, cold and deep, as if he had thousands of thoughts. 这个 Su Mian bit her lip and didn't say a word all the way. The car stopped at Shengshi Mansion. Su Mian had already gotten out of the driver's seat, but Lu Jian was still sitting in the passenger seat. Thinking that he was drunk, Su Mian came over to open the door and help him get out of the car. Lu Jian leaned directly on her. "I'm not drunk." His voice was not very sober, with a little bit of drunkenness. He said he was not drunk, but he leaned on Su Mian, sticking tightly to her. Okay, you are not drunk. Su Mian said in an indulgent tone, like coaxing a child. Walk carefully, I'll help you. Okay, Sister Wu saw that Lu Zhang seemed unable to stand up and planned to come to help. Young madam, be careful. He was worried that Lu Zhang's 1.87 meters tall would overwhelm Su Mian, who was 1.65 meters tall. Su Mian smiled and said, It's okay, I can do it, Sister Wu, you don't need to help, we have already eaten dinner, you can go to rest after you are done. Okay, young madam. When going up the stairs, Lu Zhang did not press Su Mian's body, but just 然后 put his arm on her shoulders and walked very steadily. Go take a shower, it will make you feel better, Su Mian said. 然后 Lu Zhang still put his arm on Su Mian and responded lightly. Yet, Su Mian helped Lu Zhang to the bathroom very diligently. He said, You take a shower first, I'll make you a cup of honey water. Su Mian suddenly took a breath and kept backing away. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Lu Zhang, who suddenly imprisoned her between the walls. He stood in front of her with a strong pressure all over his body, and his arms supported the wall along his ears, fixing her whole body in the small space between his chest and the wall. 然后 looking up, she could see that his eyebrows were extremely cold. Su Mian's heartbeat was clear and rapid. She asked, What was wrong? She couldn't explain why she was nervous. It might be the atmosphere at the moment, or it might be his palpitating and chaotic pressure, which made her think about it by herself. Lu Zhang's pair of dark eyes just stared at her. Suddenly he said, I did it on purpose. Su Mian was confused for a moment. What? I knew Qi Haochuan would go to the Gitulania restaurant tonight, and I took you there specially. Su Mian looked at him with clear eyes. Then what? Blame me. Su Mian's heart, which was throbbing, slowly calmed down a little. Do you think I will blame you for letting me see Qi Haochuan and that woman together? Lu Zhang did not speak. 然后? Su Mian said again. Or do you think I will be in a bad mood, angry and sad after seeing Qi Haochuan and that woman together? No, Lu Zhang said, and suddenly put his forehead against Su Mian's forehead. I clearly knew that the two of them hurt you, but I let them appear in front of you together. He said with some self-blame, I'm sorry. Xiao Mian, I should feel sorry for you, instead of letting them open your wounds again. Before doing this, he was thinking about letting Su Mian see Qi Haochuan's true face. But when he saw Su Mian took the initiative to hold his hand in order not to talk to Qi Haochuan, he felt that he was selfish. He did not take Su Mian's feelings into consideration, but only considered himself. What are you talking about? Su Mian held Lu Zhang's face with one hand. They can't hurt me anymore. Didn't I say that Qi Haochuan is already a stranger to me? I don't want to talk to him, not because I saw him with that woman, but because I said I don't want to see him again. 然后 Lu Zhang's dark eyes slowly regained a bit of spirit. Su Mian smiled softly. Stupid Lu Zhang, I won't be sad for people who are not worthy. Since I don't like them anymore, I won't care. I don't care who he is with, so they can't hurt me. Lu Zhang's eyes flickered. He suddenly leaned on her shoulder with his chin pressed into her shoulder socket so that Su Mian couldn't see his face. His voice was clear and elegant with a faint plea. Since you don't like him anymore, can you like me for a while? Chapter 47. Su Mian was completely tense. She even thought she was hallucinating. What did Lu Zhang just say to make her like him? Is this what he should say? And in such a humble tone. At this moment, Su Mian was very unconfident. So she asked softly, Lu Zhang, what did you just say? Lu Zhang's voice dropped a few points. I'm not drunk, nor am I drunk. I just borrowed the courage of alcohol. Well, I know you are not drunk. Su Mian suddenly felt anxious. She wanted to know and confirm whether the words Lu Zhang just said were hallucinations. You just said you. Xiao Mian, like me. Lu Jian repeated the sentence directly. The tone was still the same, without much change, still with humility and pleading. It was as if he had suppressed it in his heart for a long time and finally said it out. Su Mian should be happy. But somehow, her nose was sour and her eyes were hot. It was because when Lu Jian said this, the low tone made her sad and wanted to cry. 那个 There was a particularly uncomfortable feeling that suddenly came out from the bottom of my heart, for no reason. 这个 Can I? Lu Jian hugged her, still not daring to look at her face. He just held her waist tightly with both hands, holding her in his arms, as if he was afraid that she would get angry and push him away, turn round and run away. And he would never be able to catch up with her. Su Mian's throat choked. He was so outstanding and so high-ranking, but he would actually use such a cautious tone of "can I?" It made Su Mian feel even more uncomfortable, as if the thousands of emotions hidden in his heart were finally exposed in front of her. He said, "If you think I'm a good person and you don't have anyone else in your heart, just try to like me." I can't guarantee that you will like me, but can you give me a chance? I want to work hard to be the one you like. This should be considered a confession, Su Mian thought. How could she be so worthy that such a good Lu Jian confessed to her and said such words that made her like him, and it was when she had already confirmed that she was attracted to him. Happiness came too suddenly and she couldn't believe it was true. 然后 She gently let go of Lu Jian's arms. After hesitating for a moment, she asked softly, "But don't you like Yiran?" Lu Jian looked at her in confusion. "When did I tell you that I like her?" Su Mian opened her mouth and was speechless for a moment. 然后 Then, she widened her eyes in surprise. "The person you like is not Yiran." Lu Jian was silent for a while and suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Did she tell you that I like her?" 然后 But she. Su Mian shut up. 然后 But Yiran clearly said that you chased her. But now looking at Lu Jian's expression, it doesn't seem like he was lying. Su Mian's mind was a little confused, but she seemed to have sorted out something. She lowered her head in shame, so everything was made up by her own mind. She was misled by Lu Jian's circle of friends. There was no 白月光 in his heart. It was just an ordinary circle of friends. The voice was much weaker, so. Actually, Yiran likes you, right? Lu Jian pursed his lips and said nothing. Su Mian continued, "She pursued you, but she didn't succeed, so she agreed to be with Xiao Kaijie, who was pursuing her, and became Xiao Kaijie's girlfriend." Lu Jian had guessed from her expression that she had misunderstood something. He said helplessly, "If I don't praise Teacher Su for being smart now, will it seem that I am not generous enough and don't give Teacher Su a way out?" Su Mian. Su Mian's face was red with embarrassment. He actually teased her like this. I really want to bang my head against the wall. Dig a hole in the ground. So what was she doing with all those stupid things she did before? She even deliberately showed off her affection in front of Yiran to save face for Lu Jian, and she was jealous that Lu Jian had pursued Yiran. So she bought a bunch of rabbits. Lu Jian pinched her chin. His expression was happy. "My lovely Miss Sass. Lu, what are you thinking about?" Su Mian was forced to look up at him. Her chin was pinched, her mouth was a little squeezed together, and her eyes were full of annoyance, which really looked very cute. She was particularly embarrassed to look at Lu Jian now. "No, I didn't think about anything." Embarrassment aside. But she was feeling indescribably happy right now. Therefore, Lu Jian never pursued Yiran. Yiran said that because she loved him but couldn't get him. 然后 She deliberately messed up the relationship between her and Lu Jian. Lu Jian looked at her frowning face and smiling face. Her expression was very rich. He raised his eyebrows and released the hand that was pinching her chin. His thumb gently stroked her lips. There was a hope in her deep eyes. He seemed to find a trace of confidence from her expression. Teacher Su, should you answer my question just now? Su Mian came back to her senses. The question just now was Xiao Mian, like me for a while, okay? Her pink lips gently raised, slowly approached Lu Zhan's arms, and her hands were round his waist. She put her cheek on his chest. Her voice was gentle and sweet. I just told you in the Ditulonaya restaurant that I have a new preference. I'm telling you now. Lu Zhan's expression was frozen, his body was stiff, he hung his hands and was so nervous that he couldn't even hug her. Silently waiting for her next words. Only to hear Su Mian's soft voice, Lu Zhan, my new favorite is you. After Su Mian finished speaking, she found that she had not received a response from Lu Zhan for a long time. Time passed quietly like this. The bathroom was quiet and cold, with cold walls and cold floors, but he was warm. Su Mian slowly withdrew from Lu Zhan's arms. She looked up at Lu Zhan, and Lu Zhan was also looking down at her. From his dark and deep eyes, Su Mian read many kinds of emotions, but she couldn't explain each one. It was as if the snow-capped mountains that had been frozen for many years suddenly melted, as if they had finally encountered light after searching in the dark for a long time. As if they were happy to see an oasis in the dry desert. Lu Zhan whispered, I'm obviously not drunk. Why am I hallucinating? Su Mian felt sour in her heart. It's not an auditory hallucination. What you heard is true. I said my favorite is you. Lu Zhan was silent for a few seconds. The beautiful thin lips moved slowly. Are you really not teasing me? Su Mian said seriously, No, I'm serious. Lu Zhan suddenly laughed, holding Su Mian's face with both hands and kissing her slowly. He was not in a hurry and kissed her carefully with deep affection and tenderness. For the first time, Su Mian felt trembling in his kiss. In the past, he always kissed her in a domineering, arrogant and gentle way. This time, it was a trembling kiss. Su Mian hugged him tightly without any hesitation and slowly opened her mouth to kiss him back as if to comfort him. Her moist lips held his hot and trembling thin lips, and little by little, she used her tenderness to calm it down like comfort. In her active kiss, Lu Zhan finally realized that this moment was reality, not a dream he imagined. He suddenly picked up Su Mian. Su Mian hugged his shoulders shyly but did not stop him. During the short walk from the bathroom to the bedroom, she kept staring at Lu Zhan's face. At this moment, every angle of his facial features was releasing excitement, joy, and satisfaction. He gently placed Su Mian on the bed. He pressed one knee to her side and leaned over her, his dark eyes filled with bright and shining light. Xiao Mian. He called her name, but there was no follow-up. Su Mian's face flushed. Lu Zhan hooked his lips and gently stroked her cheek with his fingers. It's okay, I want you. He did not ask for Su Mian's consent, but directly enveloped her completely with overwhelming hot desire, tied her tightly in his arms, wanting to merge into his bones and blood. Tonight, his desire seemed to have no end. Su Mian did not fall asleep until dawn. The students had come to the new studio and were ready for class, but Su Mian was still in bed. Yin Qingqing made 2 calls, and the third one was answered by Lu Zhan. Hey, Xiao Mian, what's wrong with you? 这个. Why didn't you come to the studio? Are you feeling unwell? The students are here, but where are you? Can't find the new location or something. Do you want me to go? She's sleeping. Lu Zhan stood on the balcony and replied in a low voice. He blocked all the words that Yin Qingqing had said. Oh, so, it's good to sleep, it's good. Lu Zhan's voice was so steady since the students have arrived. Xiao Mian's class today, you can take her place, I'll send you a red envelope later. Yin Qingqing was stunned for a moment. Then she started to laugh and be polite. There's no need to be so formal. Since Xiao Mian is sleeping, let her sleep, I'll just help her with the class. Lu Jian said lightly, thank you. At the villa studio. Less than half a minute after Yin Qingqing hung up the phone, she received a transfer. She quickly opened her phone and counted the zeros behind the transfer amount. 1.2, 3.4, 5. Seeing these 5 zeros, Yin Qingqing jumped excitedly, holding the phone. Yes. She put away her phone and patted her clothes. She went to teach Su Mian's students. Dear students, today's class is a gift from the teacher. Your teacher Su is not feeling well today. After she recovers, she will make up the content of this class for you. Lu Jian looked at the person sleeping on the bed. Half of her face was buried in the quilt, 然后 her face was pink and tender, and there was a thin layer of fatigue, and not very obvious tear marks were also hanging on her cheeks. The corners of the man's lips hooked in satisfaction, and he carefully pushed aside her bangs. He gently placed a very light kiss on her smooth forehead, and his handsome face was full of satisfaction. Sister Wu was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Today, the young master and the young lady did not get up, and they did not eat the breakfast they prepared. When she saw Lu Jian coming down, they all had a happy smile on their faces. Sister Wu was surprised at first glance. Master, what are you doing? Lu Jian said to her in a good mood, you all have a rest today. I will give you red envelopes later. You can go out and relax. Go to the Lu family's shopping mall and pick whatever you want. Just register it under my name. Sister Wu opened her mouth in surprise. What? It's not the New Year or the festival. Why did the master suddenly give them red envelopes and let them shop for free? What kind of shocking benefit is this? Sister Wu almost fainted. Lu Jian waved his hand in a good mood. Let's go now. You don't need to prepare lunch or dinner. Sister Wu was driven out of the kitchen in a daze. Then he took a few maids and left Shengshi Mansion. A full-time driver drove the Lu family's luxury car and took them to the Lu family's shopping mall to go shopping. Lu Jian took a look at the ingredients in the refrigerator, rolled up his sleeves, and picked a few things to make lunch. An hour later, Su Mian ran down the stairs in a panic. Sister Wu, I won't have lunch. I have to go to the studio now. Su Mian didn't even have time to tie her hair. She ran downstairs while holding a hair tie and tying a ponytail. When she just ran to the Gitulonaya restaurant, she saw Lu Jian standing at the kitchen door wearing an apron and holding a spatula. She stopped suddenly. Why didn't you go to the company? Lu Jian put down the spatula and wiped his hands. He took the hair tie from her hand and said gently, you are not going to the company today, and you are not going to the studio either. Have a good rest for a day. Su Mian blinked, but I still have classes today. It doesn't matter. Lu Jian pushed her to sit on the chair without saying anything. Compared with the last time, he skillfully tied a low ponytail for Su Mian. While explaining in a gentle voice, I have called Yin Qingqing and asked her to take your lessons for you today. Oh, that's not good. It doesn't matter, she will find a way. Su Mian covered her face with her hands, blushing and mumbling, it's so embarrassing, who would not go to class just because? Sleep late. Lu Jian was amused by her shy look. It's just today, you are still the dedicated teacher Su. Su Mian put down her hands. Anyway, it's already like this, and there's no point in saying anything. She glanced at home. Well, where are Sister Wu and the others? I gave them a holiday and let them go out to play. Su Mian was speechless for a moment. So he had to tie an apron at home and cook in the kitchen. Looking at her stunned eyes, Lu Jian brought the prepared lunch from the kitchen to the dining table. I just want to share lunch with Miss Sass. 那个 Lu, Su Mian couldn't help but smile. Today, he was really happy to the naked eye. She sat on the chair and gently pulled the corner of Lu Jian's clothes. Lu Jian noticed the movement. He looked down at her and raised his eyebrows slightly. What does Miss Sass 那个 Lu want to do? Su Mian bit her lip and asked in a sweet voice, Are you particularly happy? After listening to this, Lu Zhen bent down, and his handsome face came close to her, magnifying his smiling features in front of her. The voice was bewitching. I thought it was very obvious. Why did Miss Sass Lu still asked. Su Mian's heart was full of charming waves. Her face flushed, and she smiled softly. I am very happy too. Chapter 48. Lu Zhen was satisfied with Su Mian's words. It was more satisfying than getting a marriage certificate with her and walking into the wedding hall. Heart-to-heart communication is the most precious thing, and Su Mian is the one he has always dreamed of. He felt like he was standing on the pinnacle of victory and was ecstatic. She stroked Su Mian's face and said softly, Now you are the real Miss Sass. Lu, Su Mian smiled shyly, and the real husband. He said that he wanted to hear her call him husband sincerely, and Su Mian felt that now was the time. Hubby, her eyes were full of bright light. I like you. His eyes met hers. There was no romantic beach round, no intoxicating moonlight, only their warm home, and he still lost himself in her bright eyes. The blood began to boil and quickly flowed from every nerve ending in the body to the root of the head, wantonly setting the prairie on fire. In an instant, the dormant ambition was ignited, the restrained love was released, and countless dark nights that were anxious ushered in light. I fell in love at first sight that year, and the silent love that lasted for several years finally had a way back. Lu Zhen turned his head and looked at the boiling porridge in the pot, using it to hide his wet eyes. He made fish porridge, 3 cups chicken, and 2 light side dishes with the ingredients in the refrigerator. He trembled with his hands and served the fish porridge. Then he regained his calm and served it to Su Mian. Su Mian tasted it and her eyes lit up. It's delicious. She smiled and praised Lu Zhen. You should have learned it before. You cook really delicious. Lu Zhen had a warm smile in his eyes. No, I figured it out myself. Su Mian was puzzled. You are the eldest son of the Lu family, who is well-dressed and well-fed. You should not need to cook by yourself. How could you think of figuring out these foods? The two chatted lightly while eating. Lu Zhen told her, My parents kicked me out of the house when I was a freshman. Su Mian was surprised when she heard this. You were kicked out of the house by your parents. Well, I couldn't go home during the winter and summer vacations, and I couldn't live in the dormitory. I had to be self-reliant outside, and I learned these life skills. Su Mian opened her eyes wide in surprise. It is hard to imagine that people like Lu's father and mother would dare to let their son go out. The most important thing is that it is completely unimaginable that someone like Lu Zhen, who has no faults, offended his parents, made them angry, and was kicked out of the house. She was very curious and said, Your rebellious period came so late, and you started to rebel in your freshman year. Lu Zhen stared at her deeply. Well, Su Mian bit her chopsticks. What exactly is it? Can I know? Lu Zhen still looked at her with a deep look. He said slowly and calmly, Because of what happened in senior year, I didn't discuss it with them and secretly changed my choice. Su Mian pondered his words. You mean, your parents don't want you to go to X university, but you insist on going, right? Originally, I agreed with them to study business management abroad, but I went to the law school of X university without telling them. Su Mian understood. Then my parents were so angry that they kicked you out of the house. Yes, I reported to the school by myself, and I earned the tuition and living expenses by myself during the summer vacation after graduating from senior year. Su Mian. A little miserable, but also very brave. Many people can't be as resolute as him. He was only 17 or 18 years old in senior year, but he dared to do such a thing against his parents' wishes, and he also supported himself. When he had no money and no house to live in, he handled everything by himself, just to go to the school he liked. She looked at Lu Jian with eyes full of admiration and respect. Lu Jian said this should be considered as rebellion. Su Mian said sincerely, I don't think it's completely rebellious. At least you didn't give up. Your rebellion is just choosing something you like, and you have the ability to do it well. Lu Jian curled his lips. I actually got a compliment from Teacher Su. Su Mian supported her chin and stirred the porridge in the bowl with a spoon. She said, I was originally planning to go to law school. Lu Jian paused his chopsticks. Thinking, I know. Su Mian lowered her head. She was smarter than Qi Haochuan. When she was in the first year of high school, she felt that she was going to be with Qi Haochuan, so she decided at that time that she would go to law school with Qi Haochuan, who wanted to be a lawyer in the future. Later, when she was in the third year of high school, Qi Haochuan finally got smart. 就是 He began to encourage Su Mian and let Su Mian pursue her dream, so Su Mian changed her original intention and chose the art college she wanted to go to. Now think about it, it's a good thing that she didn't go to law school with Qi Haochuan, otherwise, not only would she be hurt by Qi Haochuan, but she would not be able to continue painting. The only thing she liked. Su Mian looked at Lu Jian. It seems that you really like being a lawyer. Lu Jian laughed and said, I really don't regret the decision I made. Su Mian asked again, what happened later? When did you start to reconcile with your family? When did your parents forgive you? Sophomore year, maybe it was because I performed well in school and it was already a fact, they had to accept it, and I learned management from the internet by myself. So they stopped making things difficult for me. Well, that must still hope that you can take over the Lu group in the future. Su Mian thought to himself, as expected, excellent people have made efforts. While Lu Jian chose what he liked, he did not forget to meet his parents' expectations. Because he has the strength and confidence, he can get what he wants when he makes some rebellious choices. He can achieve this achievement because of his own efforts. You must have suffered a lot. You graduated from high school at the age of 18, and you have to bear all this alone, and you have to rely on yourself for the entire semester of your freshman year, while taking care of your studies and making money. Lu Jian was silent for a while. She smiled faintly. Do you look down on your husband? Any decision has a price to pay. Since he chose to pursue her headlong, he would not regret it. What if he had to endure hardships? He was willing to do it. Although he wanted to go to the law school to wait for her first, he ended up waiting for her boyfriend and chased her in vain. But he did not regret it. Su Mian bit her lip and suddenly said in a teasing tone, It's a pity that when you were a freshman, I was still a sophomore in high school. It would have been great if I was in the same grade as you. I participated in an art competition in my sophomore year and won a prize of 50,000 yuan. If I had known you at that time, I would definitely be able to lend you some money to make you less miserable. Lu Jian. He was first amused by the cute look and let out a low, unpleasant laugh. However, he slowly stopped laughing. Looking at her, he said, Do you still remember the winning work? When it comes to this, Su Mian's eyebrows and eyes suddenly smiled. Of course I remember. That was my first award. It was for a Chinese painting of Peking opera characters. My teacher encouraged me at the time, but I never thought I would win a prize, and a first prize. Although it wasn't a particularly large-scale competition, it was very meaningful to me. Lu Jian could sense her excitement from her tone. He sincerely praised, Student Su Mian, you have always been excellent. Su Mian couldn't help blushing when he praised her seriously, and she was a little excited inside because she felt very happy after being praised by him. She continued, Moreover, after I won the award, a buyer who liked that painting very much bought my painting. I used the money to open a flower shop for my mother, and my mother was very happy. After she finished speaking to Lu Jian, her face was slightly raised with pride. I'm great, right? She looked like she was asking for praise, which made Lu Zhang's heart full of tenderness. Great, Su Mian's face was hot. I still don't know who the buyer is. I really want to thank him in person. How can he be so discerning and like the work of a high school student like me? Lu Zhang. Su Mian, the teacher said it was a man. Logically, the audience who likes my painting should be more girls. I didn't expect it to be favored by a man. Lu Zhang. He suddenly put a half-clenched fist to his mouth and coughed twice. 然后 Let's eat. Fish porridge is not tasty when it's cold. Su Mian blinked, then realized that she seemed to have been talking about others in front of Lu Zhang. This would make him unhappy. Suddenly, she felt annoyed and wanted to scold herself. Su Mian, why are you so stupid? Isn't this a disguised way of saying that people who buy his works have good taste? He must feel uncomfortable listening to it. She suddenly took the bowl and sat down on the dining chair next to Lu Zhang. In a coaxing tone, she whispered, I'll eat with you. Lu Zhang picked up a piece of skinless three-cup chicken and put it in her bowl. Eat more. You were tired again last night. Ahem. Su Mian almost choked on the porridge. When she mentioned this, she looked at him with a face full of shame and anger. How dare you say that? It's you who made me miss class today. Lu Zhang followed suit. Yes, it's my fault. Don't do this again in the future. Lu Zhang said, you have to understand me about the situation last night. He leaned over, stretched out his hand to lift the broken hair by her ears and kissed her on the cheek. A voice with a bewitching tone rang softly beside her ear. 这个 How can I bear it? Su Mian lowered her head and shrank her neck. Her cheeks flushed and her ear nerves softened by the hot air he exhaled. She reached out to push him. Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang continued to open his mouth to bite her earlobe. The pleasant voice kept lingering in her ear. Faced with Su Mian, a classmate who told me that she liked him, tell me, how can I bear it? Su Mian's neck was itchy and there was nowhere to hide. She felt that he was going to lick her neck the next moment. She was so hot that she hurriedly said, Okay, I understand. She said a little hurriedly, I understand. Okay, can you sit down and stop making trouble? Lu Zhang smiled and kissed her earlobe, then let her go and stopped teasing her. Su Mian raised her hand to wipe her forehead. 然后 She was sweating. Biting her lip, she decided to go back to sit opposite with the bowl. She shouldn't have run over to sit next to him out of weakness. This guy didn't even have a proper posture when eating. But as soon as she stood up, she was pressed down by Lu Zhang. Let's eat here. Why are you running? Su Mian pouted, I won't. Lu Zhang's eyes were soft and his voice was extremely gentle. Okay, I won't tease you, be good. Su Mian was about to compromise with his completely doting tone again. After all, she couldn't help it and sat down next to him. As expected, Lu Zhang didn't tease her anymore and the two of them ate quietly. Knowing that Su Mian liked to eat fish, Lu Zhang picked out all the fish slices in his bowl for her. He looked at her with burning eyes. 小面面, can you call me husband again? Su Mian swallowed the porridge in her mouth and was once again bewitched by the expectation in his eyes. Her pink lips opened slightly. Husband. Lu Zhang, yeah. He answered happily. The corners of Su Mian's mouth curled higher and higher. My husband. Lu Zhang answered in seconds, yes. It's Su Mian's husband. That's right. Lu Zhang looked at her naughty little face, his eyes suddenly heated up, and he almost had an uncontrollable desire that was about to burst out. Su Mian immediately said, Stop, I really won't make trouble this time. After the two of them finished lunch, Lu Zhang suddenly proposed. Do you want to go out and play? Su Mian asked, What to play? There's a car race this afternoon, are you interested? Su Mian had never seen a car show, not only because she had no chance, but also because she had no hobbies in this area, so she had never thought about going to such a place. But she still agreed. Okay, as long as she could be with him, she could do anything. The two of them were dating no matter where, what the environment, they were enough with each other. They both changed into casual clothes. Lu Jian wore a black suit and Su Mian wore a white suit, which looked like couple clothes. Su Mian said, "Do you want to drive a car?" Lu Jian looked at her deeply. "If you want to sit in my co-pilot, I can drive." His words reminded Su Mian of the movies she had watched before. Those cool racers always have a hot and sexy beauty sitting next to them. As soon as they appear, they will be screamed by the onlookers. The scene is very hot and passionate. Lu Jian held her hand. "Let's talk about it after we go." 然后 the car show is in the suburbs. The venue is very large. The winding mountain road from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain is winding and looks dangerous. However, this is a formal racing track. Every race is managed and controlled by professional personnel, and it is safe. When the two went there, the scenery was just right in the afternoon and the flowers were blooming. Although it was not yet the hot summer, everyone was dressed coolly. There were no suits and ties here, and no serious and formal classes. There was only freedom and unrestrainedness. Most people were wearing short sleeves, especially many girls who were wearing suspenders and hot pants. This scene was similar to what Su Mian had imagined because the mountain road racing performances seen on TV were almost all in this style. On one side of the racing track, Lu Keke wore a pink baseball cap on her head, a loose white t-shirt, like colored white leg jeans, and a white headset around her neck. Her body twisted along with the dynamic music playing in the racing track. Lin Suizhou leaned against a racing car and looked at the girl in front of him with soft eyes. Chapter 49. Lu Keke danced to a song along with the music and then stood next to Lin Suizhou. Lin Suizhou handed her a bottle of orange juice. "So happy." Lu Keke took it and drank a few sips before saying, "Of course, I couldn't watch the last racing show because I was in the hospital, but this time I won it with my own strengths." Lin Suizhou promised that he would bring her if she improved 10 places in the monthly exam. Lu Keke did it. For today, she studied late into the night, endured hardships, and tried her best to get it. Lin Suizhou looked at the sweat on the girl's temples and took a tissue from his pocket and handed it to her. "Wipe the sweat." "Oh," Lu Keke took it and wiped it on her face casually. She felt that her neck was also a little damp, so she pulled down her collar and wiped her neck a few times. Lin Suizhou looked at the girl's thin and slender neck, which was stained with a thin layer of crystal in the afternoon sun. His fingers curled up unconsciously and suddenly turned his face away. "Brother Suizhou, we have agreed that today's matter must be kept secret. If you tell my brother, I will. Lu Keke said threateningly in a pretentious and fierce manner. Lin Suizhou turned his head again, raised his lips, and said jokingly, "What about you?" Lu Keke snorted. "I just got the last place in the final exam." Lin Suizhou, he said helplessly, "Little ancestor, the score you got is your own. Nah. What good will it do you to get the last place? In addition to having your pocket money deducted by your parents and your mobile phone and game console confiscated by your brother, what can you get from it?" Lu Keke said for a long time and couldn't say anything. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I have a lot of pocket money and I can't spend it all. I just want to be happy." Lin Suizhou pinched his eyebrows and muttered softly, "If you say that, I suddenly regret bringing you here today. I feel like a sinner. If your brother knows about this, I may be beaten up." Lu Keke raised his lips proudly. "That's none of my business. Anyway, this is an agreement between the two of us. I did it, and you have to fulfill your promise. 就是 even if you are really beaten by my brother, you deserve it." Lin Suizhou's voice was even lower. That agreement just made you happy, but it didn't benefit me at all. I deserved it. I deserved to be beaten by your brother. What are you mumbling about? His voice was too low, and Lu Keke couldn't hear what he said. Lin Suizhou's expression returned to normal, nothing. Lu Keke took out his mobile phone and handed it to Lin Suizhou. Quick, come and take a picture for me. I want to take a group photo at the scene and take it to the class to make them envy to death. She sat cross-legged on the ground, and Lin Suizhou stood in the distance, snapping pictures of Lu Keke and the scenery of the racetrack behind her. Lu Keke stood up and changed her posture with her hands raised, ready to continue shooting. Lin Suizhou's hand holding the camera suddenly froze, and his eyes were a little strange. However, before Lu Keke could ask him what was wrong, two people came to Lu Keke and stood beside her, one on the left and one on the right. Lu Jian said in a clear voice, I'm really envious. Su Mian smiled gently at Lu Keke. What a coincidence. Lu Keke. She raised her hand stiffly, feeling like she was about to be struck by a thunderbolt, unable to move. Lin Suizhou also held the camera for a long time without any reaction. Lu Jian said in a chilly voice, take a photo of the three of us together. Lin Suizhou responded with a somewhat stiff face. Okay, with a click, he took a photo of Lu Jian and Su Mian standing on the left and right of Lu Keke, with the magnificent racing scene behind them. Lu Keke suddenly started to run. Lu Jian grabbed her neck and pulled her back. A clear voice, where are you going to run? Oh, Lu Keke shouted exaggeratedly, brother, what are you doing? Are you trying to murder your own sister? Su Mian persuaded from the side, Lu Jian, don't. Brother Jian. Lin Suizhou also put away the camera and ran over quickly, hurriedly explaining, Brother Jian, don't get me wrong, she didn't want to come. I brought her here. Lu Jian. 然后 looked at him coldly, of course I know you brought her here. Do you know what day today? It's Lin Suizhou, Thursday. So you took her to skip class on Thursday to watch the game. Lin Suizhou. He was so guilty that he couldn't say a word. Lu Keke struggled and cried, what are you doing? I just skipped an afternoon of classes. I can make up for the missed courses. The racing show is over after it's over, so I can't watch it even if I want to. Lu Jian said with a sullen face, how can you still be so self-righteous? Woo, I was wrong. Seeing that Lu Jian was really about to lose his temper, Lu Keke could only change her strategy. She cried, okay, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have run out to play during class. Don't pull me, it hurts. Lin Suizhou also grabbed Lu Jian's wrist. Yeah, Brother Jian, if you have anything to say, just say it nicely. She will be in pain if you pull her neck like this. Lu Jian narrowed his eyes. You believe her if she says it hurts. Lin Suizhou. Lu Jian, I don't know how many evil tricks she has. She has been pretending to cry and act in pain since she was a child. I know, Lu Keke pinched her leg and squeezed out 2 tears. Oh, it really hurts. Lin Suizhou's face changed, and he said to Lu Jian, look, she is really in pain. How can your strength compare to that of a little girl? You almost broke her neck. Lu Jian. Su Mian also said, yes, let go first, and talk it over. Woo, sister-in-law, help me. Lu Keke transferred her hope to Su Mian. Sister-in-law, please save me and take care of your husband, otherwise you and your wife will not have a lovely sister like me. Lu Jian, Su Mian immediately said to Lu Jian in a soft voice, okay, it's wrong for Keke to skip class, but now there are so many people watching. You should let her go first. Lu Jian's face eased a little and he slowly let go of his hand. Lu Keke, who was rescued, immediately hid behind Su Mian. He accused Lu Shan, you are such a murderer, your methods are extremely cruel, you are so merciless to your own sister, humph, too much. Lin Suizhou looked at Lu Keke's neck. 那个. His worried eyes relaxed a little. Fortunately, there are no marks left. Lu Zhang looked at him coldly. I told you that she was acting, but you still didn't believe it. Lin Suizhou. He just smiled and said nothing. Lu Keke now hid behind Su Mian and didn't dare to come out. Lu Zhang's face was gloomy. Lu Keke immediately took the initiative to say, okay, you are not allowed to scold me, I admit my mistake. Su Mian looked at Lu Zhang's stern face and said softly, speak nicely, don't be fierce. Lu Zhang said to Lu Keke, you are about to enter the third year of high school and you dare to skip classes, and you skip classes to watch the racing show. This is an attitude problem. Su Mian. From the standpoint of a brother, there is nothing wrong with Lu Zhang saying this. She was speechless for a while, so she could only stand aside and hand Lu Keke over. Lu Keke's eyes were filled with despair. Sister-in-law. He looked like a poor abandoned child. Even you don't care about me. Am I really so miserable? Have I become a child that no one likes? Can you bear it? Su Mian was helpless. Lu Zhang, stop playing the victim. Lu Keke. Lin Suizhou said, Brother Zhang, it's really not Keke's fault, it's my problem. Lu Zhang looked at him calmly. When she pretended to be aggrieved, you started to make a fuss. Lin Suizhou touched his nose. I'm telling the truth. She made progress in the last exam. This time I brought her to see No. 32 as a reward for her. Yes, Lu Keke hid behind Su Mian and timidly poked her head out. I got the reward based on my own ability. You can't scold me like that. My grades have improved and I've improved by 10 places. I've worked hard day and night for so many days. Don't I deserve a happy afternoon? Lu Zhang looked at her calmly. You don't have to make excuses or pretend to be good. As a student, skipping classes is wrong. You can ask for rewards, but this reward can't be your reason for skipping classes. Lu Keke, I know, just this once. I promise not to do this again in the future, okay? Lu Zhang said with a gloomy face. Lin Suizhou said, since she's here, let her play for a while. Just don't bring her here in the future. Lu Zhang still said nothing. Lu Keke tugged at Su Mian and looked at her with pitiful eyes. Su Mian understood and said softly to Lu Zhang, since you already know you are wrong, don't say it anymore. Studying is stressful and you also need to relax. Lu Zhang looked at her. Su Mian blinked at him with a gentle smile in her eyes. Lu Zhang's heart softened, and he whispered, just this once. If you do it again next time, I will send you to the school's podium and read your self-criticism to the whole school. Lu Keke nodded immediately like a chick pecking at rice. I know, I remember. Lin Suizhou immediately changed the subject. Brother Zhang, did you bring your sister-in-law here to play? Yes, Lu Keke instantly revived. Then let's go quickly, the racing show is about to start. Lu Zhang immediately gave her another look. Frightened, Lu Keke hid directly beside Su Mian. Su Mian looked at Lu Zhang helplessly, and Lu Zhang restrained himself a little and directly pulled Su Mian's hand and pulled her to his side, asking her to stay away from Lu Keke. Lu Keke followed Lin Suizhou and whispered to Lu Zhang's back. You are henpecked and only dare to act arrogantly over me. In front of your sister-in-law, you are like a good cat. Lin Suizhou comforted her, it's okay. At least you are here to stay. Yet Lu Keke asked him, after the performance at the car is over, are you going to drive the car and participate in the free race too? Can I sit in the passenger seat with you? After the formal racing show at the racetrack is over, the racers and spectators on the scene are free to sign up to form teams for the competition. Lin Suizhou looked at her in surprise. You want to sit in my passenger seat? Of course, since you are here, it would be a shame if you don't experience the feeling of driving a racing car. I don't know when I will come next time. Lin Suizhou stared at her with a profound look in his eyes and smiled gently. Okay. The racing show was arranged in advance, and they were all very professional racers. After the official start, the sound of the racing car's engine resounded on the winding mountain road, and the screams and noises of the audience were endless. The scene was very intense. Su Mian felt that the shouting of the people next to her was about to deafen her ears. Lu Zhang hugged her and protected her in his arms. Su Mian looked up and smiled at him, and Lu Zhang looked down at him gently. Do you have any ideas? Su Mian asked in surprise. Are you talking about racing? Yeah, I. Don't dare. Don't dare, then do you want to try it? Su Mian blinked. How to try? Sister-in-law. Lu Keke and Lin Suizhou also squeezed over. She said, let my brother and Suizhou brother compete later. I will sit in the co-pilot of Suizhou brother, and you will sit in the co-pilot of my brother. Although we can't drive, they are here to take us to experience the excitement of racing. After hearing this, Lu Zhang's first reaction was to look at Lin Suizhou. 然后 Lin Suizhou's expression was slightly unnatural. He touched his nose and turned his head to watch the racing show. Suddenly, he felt the corner of his clothes being pulled twice. 然后 He immediately looked down at Zhu Mian. Su Mian blinked her eyes with some expectation and said to him, is it really possible? From her words, Lu Zhang could hear that she wanted to try it. He immediately agreed, yes. Yes. Lu Keke clenched her fist and cheered, then said to Su Mian, my brother really listens to you. Su Mian pursed her lips and smiled. She said nothing but held Lu Zhang's hand tightly and intertwined his fingers. The racing show lasted for quite a while, and several racing teams performed for almost an hour each. After the show, the carnival began. It was already evening, and on this hilltop, the setting sun was setting, and there was a unique and beautiful scenery. Lu Zhang and Lin Suizhou both had senior members in the racing club, and they could freely withdraw and use all the racing cars. Some people had already started free team competitions, and these people were more intense than regular racers, and some people were just risking their lives. Su Mian looked at the steep mountain road and felt a little nervous. Lu Zhang saw her uneasiness and comforted her. It's okay, we have run in this place many times, and the route is very familiar, nothing will happen. And there are people watching around, safety is guaranteed, don't worry. He said, and Su Mian felt at ease. Okay, you must be careful. Got it. Lu Zhang and Lin Suizhou drove out a racing car each. Lu Keke was sitting in the passenger seat, waving excitedly at Su Mian. Sister-in-law, we'll see you at the finish line. Su Mian nodded. You two should also pay attention to safety. Don't worry. Lu Zhang's car was black, and Lin Suizhou's car was red. Following the referee's order, the two cars sped off with a bang. The fierce speed caused Su Mian's body to inertia backwards, and her head was about to hit the seat. As if Lu Zhang had predicted it, when he accelerated and rushed out, he stretched out his right hand to hold Su Mian's shoulder, thus preventing Su Mian from almost hitting him. After doing this action to protect her, he put his hand on the gear lever to control it. Chapter 50. A subtle movement was enough to make Su Mian feel more at ease. She held the handle tightly and found that Lu Zhang was already concentrating on driving. She couldn't see his face clearly because of the helmet, but she could feel the seriousness in him. When he was racing, he was completely different from usual. He didn't have that calm temperament. His hands were fast and firm in steering the wheel, and it was crisp and neat. 就是 every time when Su Mian felt that the wheels were about to fall off the road, the car still landed smoothly. The extreme operation made Su Mian feel particularly excited. Are you afraid? Lu Zhang, who was concentrating on driving, would also take the time to ask with concern. Although his eyes were fixed on the road ahead and the noise of the racing car was a bit loud and his voice became a little louder, Su Mian still felt a sense of being taken care of. Su Mian was worried that he couldn't hear her, so she answered a little louder. Don't be afraid, don't worry about me. Her hands tightly grasped the handle, revealing her current heart. It would be a lie to say that she was not afraid at all, but because he was by her side, because he was the one driving, she felt less scared. The sense of stability and security that Lu Zhang brought to her was established during the period from the time they had sex to the time they got the marriage certificate and held the wedding. Although he insisted on getting her to agree to get the certificate, his behavior was a bit overbearing and forced. But the attention he received when facing her parents and taking her to meet his parents, his attitude made her feel particularly at ease. Therefore, she always believed that he would do what he said and she was no longer afraid. Lu Zhen suddenly said, "Miss Sass. Lu, you are the first person to sit in the co-pilot of my racing car." The first. Without waiting for Su Mian to speak, Lu Zhen said again, "I have never taken anyone to the racing track before, I was always alone." Su Mian looked at him and laughed. "Then handsome guy, do you mind that there will be one more person in the co-pilot in the future?" Lu Zhen's voice was full of joy. "It is my honor to have you sit here." He glanced at the current safe road and the red racing car of Lin Suizhou that he had left behind, and took a moment to free up one hand and gently patted the helmet on Su Mian's head. "From now on, you will be the little cutie in my co-pilot." This reminded Su Mian of the internet race dogs he had seen before. Who doesn't have a little cutie in the co-pilot? He didn't see this too. Did he wonder why he didn't have a little cutie in his co-pilot when he saw it? So now that she is sitting in the co-pilot, the first thing he thinks of is this. Suddenly, it feels that Master Lu is a little cute. Lin Suizhou's car behind him has been following Lu Zhen's car all the way. This caused Lu Keke to be almost anxious to death. "Brother Suizhou, you have been lagging behind." Lin Suizhou was calm and composed. "Let's fall behind. There is nothing wrong with letting your brother win." "No, I don't want him to win." "Why?" "He is such a nasty guy. Why let him win?" Lin Suizhou smiled gently. "If he wins, he can perform well in front of your sister-in-law." Lu Keke. Although what she said made sense, but she still blurted out, "Can't you perform well in front of me?" Lin Suizhou was surprised. "You want me to perform in front of you?" Lu Keke said, "I am your sister. As a brother, isn't it my duty to take me to win?" Lin Suizhou's fingers gripped the steering wheel. "That makes sense." As soon as the voice fell, he stepped hard on the accelerator to speed up. The car suddenly accelerated, the engine made a harsh booming sound, and the car rushed out like an arrow. Lu Keke grabbed the handle excitedly. "Wow, super cool." Listening to Lu Keke's excited shouting beside him, Lin Suizhou's mouth corners hidden in the helmet unconsciously rose a few points. The red car made a difficult overtaking move at the bend, surpassing the black car in front at lightning speed. At this bend, Lin Suizhou surpassed Lu Zhen's car. "Yeah!" Lu Keke shouted. "Great!" She excitedly called Su Mian. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, did you see it? We surpassed your car." Lu Keke's excited voice came from the microphone. Su Mian smiled softly. "Yes, I saw it. You should remind your brother Suizhou to be careful and not drive too fast." Lu Keke said, "Racing is exciting. My brother must be worried that you will be scared and drive so slowly, but I am not afraid. I just like this kind of excitement." Su Mian. Fortunately, she did not turn on the speaker, and Lu Zheng, who was driving, could not hear the phone call clearly. Su Mian put her mouth to the microphone of the mobile phone. "I am not afraid either, but I think the current speed is good." With a bang. Before she finished speaking, Su Mian felt her body suddenly leaning back. 然后, it was Lu Zheng who suddenly accelerated, and he tried his best to catch up with Lin Suizhou, who had just surpassed his car. Su Mian watched his operation and had a hunch that he might be going to compete with Lin Suizhou. "So," she said to Lu Keke, "I think it's not certain who will win or lose." "Damn it. Sister-in-law, you actually called the board. Okay, interesting. How about we compete?" Su Mian, How are you going to compete? 陆克克, if brother Suizhou and I win, you will be responsible for persuading my brother to agree to buy me a game console to take home. Su Mian hesitated. If this bet is established and Lin Suizhou really reaches the finish line first, Lu Zhen will definitely not really buy Lu Keke a game console. But she also felt that with Lu Zhen's strengths, he would not necessarily lose. So, she agreed. Okay, but if you lose, you have to give me 10 paintings during the summer vacation of the second year of high school. Lu Keke's originally excited tone suddenly seemed to be extinguished. Oh, this is too much, 5 is okay. You don't bargain like that, just cut it in half. No, if you don't agree, our bet will be void. Okay, I agree. For the game console, Lu Keke risked everything. 10 paintings, it's a deal. Su Mian, it's a deal. Lu Zhen, who was seriously chasing Lin Suizhou's red car, heard Su Mian talking on the phone just now. He asked, is it Keke? Yes, she said she wanted to compete with us. Su Mian told Lu Zhen about the bet. Then he said a little embarrassedly, I think it's a bit childish, or don't take it seriously. Lu Zhen's tone was a bit intriguing. Not childish, I think this bet is a good one. Ah. Lu Zhen said, sit tight. Su Mian immediately sat upright and held the handle with both hands. Then Lu Zhen started to accelerate and exerted force, chasing the red car in front. Su Mian's nervous heart was lifted up, and her body was a little unstable because of the fast speed. The continuous downhill and cornering on the mountain road even made her dizzy. It was about to reach the next bend, which was the best way to overtake. 那个 Lu Zhen seized the opportunity and took the opportunity to overtake Lin Suizhou. In the red car, Lin Suizhou learned about the agreement between Lu Keke and Su Mian. He also began to take it seriously, and Lu Keke kept cheering him up. Brother Suizhou, stay calm, you must win. Looking at Lu Zhen, who had already surpassed him, he did not dare to slack off. This was not the first time he and Lu Zhen had competed. He had almost always lost to Lu Zhen before. Knowing Lu Zhen's strengths, it was almost difficult for him to win. But he still had to try his best and take a gamble to win. Su Mian saw that Lu Zhen was always in the lead, and he thought Lu Zhen was sure to win. The distance between him and Lin Suizhou was very close, but every time Lin Suizhou wanted to overtake, he was blocked by Lu Zhen. Just when Su Mian thought Lu Zhen would drive like this to the finish line. At the last bend before the finish line, Lin Suizhou's car rubbed against the cliff wall and successfully overtook from the inner bend in a very low probability way. Then he was ahead of Lu Zhen and arrived at the finish line directly. Su Mian. She looked at the red car that arrived at the finish line first with some shock. I can't believe they lost like this. Lu Zhen stopped the car and took off his helmet. He said regretfully, what a pity we didn't win. Hearing this apologetic tone, Su Mian felt that he was quite disappointed. So she comforted him, it doesn't matter, you lose, it's just a loss to Lin Suizhou and Keke, not to others. Lu Zhen sighed as if he was disappointed. Okay. Su Mian's heart tightened. She didn't expect that he would be so sad just because he lost a game with a friend. 然后, so she held his hand and gently comforted him. There will be opportunities in the future. You can definitely beat him next time. Lu Zhen lowered his head. Yeah. It seemed that he was not comforted. Su Mian couldn't bear it. She took off her helmet and leaned over. She kissed Lu Zhen on the face. She said softly, he was lucky this time. In fact, I think you are better. 这个 win it bad next time, okay? Lu Zhen raised his head and smiled softly. Okay, Su Mian breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Keke over there was very happy. After successfully overtaking at the last corner, she began to scream excitedly all the way to the finish line. After Lin Suizhou turned off the car, he got out of the car. He took off his helmet to breathe, and it was a little hard for him to believe that he actually beat Lu Zhen. Oh. Suddenly, Lu Keke, who got off the co-pilot, ran over and threw herself into Lin Suizhou's arms. Brother Suizhou, I told you that you would definitely win. Wow, you are so great, so awesome. Lin Suizhou held the helmet in one hand and hung the other hand at his side. He was stunned by this sudden warm embrace. His expression was stunned and his body was stiff. Being hugged by Lu Keke around his neck, he instantly breathed in the smell of the girl, which made his brain nerves seem to be disordered and unable to think. He couldn't even hear her chattering in his ears clearly. Lu Keke was so happy that she kept praising Lin Suizhou. Brother Suizhou, can you brag about this for several years? You beat my brother. Lin Suizhou opened his mouth and didn't make a sound for a long time. He did not dare to hug Lu Keke back and just kept being hugged by Lu Keke. He responded softly, yeah. The next moment, Lu Jiang pulled Lu Keke out of Lin Suizhou's arms. What are you doing, Lin Suizhou? His arms were suddenly empty and the fragrance dissipated. He raised his hand and touched his nose, and his lowered eyes were shining, and the arc of the corners of his mouth was so shallow that it was difficult for others to notice. Lu Keke didn't react at all. Why did Lu Jiang pull her away? She just wanted to show off now. Brother, we won. Lu Jiang looked at her without saying a word. Remember to buy me a game console. Lu Jiang raised his eyebrows. You and your sister-in-law agreed to let your sister-in-law convince me to buy you a game console. Lu Keke blinked. Yes, is there any problem? Lu Jiang just said lightly, no. Lin Suizhou. He seemed to know why he won. Xu Mian vaguely heard something wrong in Lu Jiang's tone. But she was not sure, and it was not a good place to ask, so she did not speak. It was already dark when they left the racetrack. After eating outside, Lu Jiang said he would take Lu Keke home. Lin Suizhou said, let me take him home. I brought him here. We must have a beginning and an end. Lu Jiang looked at him coldly. In his eyes, Lin Suizhou always had a guilty feeling. But he still smiled gently. After playing for such a long time, sister-in-law should be tired. Brother Jiang should take sister-in-law home to rest first. Xu Mian said, it's okay, I'm not tired. Lu Jiang turned to Lu Keke and said, this is the last time you skip class like this. It won't happen again. If I find out again, I will permanently freeze all your game accounts and you will never be able to get any account again. Lu Keke. It seemed that he was really going to lose his temper. Lu Keke readily agreed, yeah. Remember, I know, I promise there won't be a future. Lu Jiang said to Lin Suizhou in a deep voice, let's go. Lin Suizhou immediately greeted Xu Mian, sister-in-law, we are leaving first, see you next time. Okay, Lu Keke leaned on the car window and looked back at Lu Jiang and Xu Mian standing on the roadside. She said in disbelief, my brother actually lost. I'm really dying of laughter. He actually lost. This face is enough for him to lose for a long time. Lin Suizhou. Knowing why Lu Jiang lost, he remained silent. He just took out a new bottle of orange juice from the storage box in the car and gave it to Lu Keke. Lu Keke took it. Curiously, why do you always have orange juice in your car? Lin Suizhou said calmly, because I like it. Okay, Lu Keke didn't think much about it, and screwed it and drank 2 sips. Anyway, she liked to drink it. Then she excitedly took out her mobile phone and started sending messages. She sent the photos she took to her bestie. How about it? Do you think these photos I took are good looking? Girlfriend, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Lu Keke, then how can I let the monitor see the photo? Girlfriend, send it to him directly and tell him that I want to seduce you, so why don't you kneel down at my feet quickly? Lu Keke. Lin Suizhou saw that Lu Keke's expression was tangled, as if she was stumped by something. He asked softly, what's bothering the little princess? Lu Keke thought to herself that Lin Suizhou was also a boy, so maybe she could ask him. Brother Suizhou, can you teach me a way to chase a boy? I want to chase the one I like. Chapter 51. With a squeak, Lin Suizhou braked suddenly on the side of the road. He held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, but his face was not leaking. Staring at Lu Keke, do you have someone you like? Ouch, Lu Keke first rubbed her head that was dizzy from the sudden brake. Then she said, yes, I like the monitor of our class. Lin Suizhou's expression was stiff. Monitor. When she mentioned the person she liked, Lu Keke's eyes were shining. Our class monitor is super handsome and good at studying, but he is too aloof, just like the aloof academic bully in idol dramas, super cool. And many girls in know. One middle school like him. Lin Suizhou listened, and the wrinkles between his eyebrows unconsciously deepened. Lu Keke, who was originally excited, suddenly had a sad face, and sad tears flashed in her eyes. Brother Suizhou, do you know how it feels to secretly like someone? It's really painful. Every time he accidentally sees me, I get so nervous, and I feel very depressed when he doesn't see me. I will deliberately wait in the place where he will pass by and pretend to meet him by chance. I will stare at his back for a long time. I will look at him thousands of times every day with my peripheral vision. I will be jealous when I see him explaining questions to other girls. I will feel distressed when he is sick. I will feel lost if I don't see him after taking a day off. Enough, Lin Suizhou interrupted her suddenly. His tone was a little heavy. Lu Keke was stunned, and her body trembled at his voice. 然后 patting her chest and looking at him was wrong. Lin Suizhou realized that his emotions were out of control, so he sorted out his irritable mood. He secretly clenched his back teeth, and his face remained calm. He whispered, how old are you, and you already have someone you like? Why do children have premature love? Lu Keke pursed her lips, looking aggrieved. I told you my secret because I saw that you were always gentle. I was afraid that you would be like my brother and say that I couldn't have a premature love. I didn't expect that I was wrong after all, and you were also very fierce. Lin Suizhou's back teeth were almost broken. But he still pinched his eyebrows to make his tone a little gentler. You are in the second year of high school now. It's not suitable for premature love. What era is this? Schools don't catch premature love, and you adults are still so old-fashioned. Lin Suizhou said earnestly, I'm not an old-fashioned adult. High school should focus on learning. It's not good for you to learn from others to have a premature love. Lu Keke glared at him. Brother Suizhou, you must not like someone very much. Lin Suizhou was stunned. Suddenly his throat seemed to be blocked. This silly girl really didn't know what she was saying. Lu Keke said it is very difficult to control liking someone, especially a secret love. 就是 obviously he knows nothing and I am all alone in grief and obsession, but I will still try my best to be moved by him. Lin Suizhou's fingers turned white, turned his head and exhaled forcefully. The handsome face that was originally as gentle as jade left a gloomy reflection on the dark car window. Oh, I'm not telling you this to listen to you scolding me. I'm sincerely asking for your advice. You are so outstanding and handsome, there must be girls chasing you in high school. Share with me, what kind of pursuit do you think boys like? Lu Keke asked sincerely. Lin Suizhou secretly took a deep breath. Turning his head, his eyebrows were still gentle. He said to her in a serious and slow tone, it is true that many girls have pursued me, but I can tell you for sure that if the person you like is very cold, then your passionate pursuit will not only be useless, but will even make him feel disgusted. Is that so? You yourself said that many girls like him, so what is the result? Number 然后 so, people who are cold don't like to be disturbed. Lu Keke was in a dilemma. Then what should I do? Seeing her frowning face, looking very sad and heartbroken, Lin Suizhou felt very uncomfortable. However, he still told her in a gentle tone, so you have to be low-key and never confess to him because you will definitely be rejected if you confess. At that time, you will still be classmates, which will make both parties feel very embarrassed. 陆克克 frowned, really? Then I will be suffocated to death. I have been suffocating for a year, since the first semester of the second year of high school. Now the second year of high school is about to end. I can only hide my love in my heart. It's too painful. I have liked him for a year. Lin Suizhou felt a blockage in his chest. Why did she become so smart so early? Now she knows what love is, and she is worried about how to pursue someone. I always thought she was carefree and would not enter the stage of love too early, but I didn't expect that she had the idea since the first semester of her second year of high school. He said to her very seriously, like a person who had experienced it, you really can't say it. If you say it and get rejected, it will not only be embarrassing but also disgusted by him, and your secret love will end just like that. 陆克克 was about to cry. Then what should I do? Is the only person I like in my grand youth going to end in vain? Lin Suizhou. Yes, end in vain, forever. It's best not to see each other again in the future. He said patiently with a warm and gentle smile. No, what you should do now is to improve your grades. He is the class monitor, right? The class monitor will not have a good impression of poor students, but if you become a top student, he will see your excellence. You will not be an unknown existence in his heart, and he will slowly notice you. Lu Keke's face fell when she heard it. No matter how hard I try, I can't compare with the class monitor's grades. He is too good. Few people can compare with him, let alone me. Lin Suizhou's smile widened. His gentle and handsome face was full of sincerity, so you have to work harder. Only excellent people can be with excellent people. When you become excellent, you don't have to worry about confessing. He will take the initiative to notice you. When Lu Keke heard him say this, the only thing in her mind was the sentence, the class monitor will take the initiative to notice her. Suddenly, her confidence doubled, clenched her fists, and her expression was firm as if she wanted to join the party. Okay, I think what you said makes sense. Then I will study hard, work hard to make progress, strive to stand on the same level with him, and become a woman who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Although she sounded very annoyed when she said this for another man. But Lin Suizhou still breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as she didn't think about rushing up to find someone to confess at the moment. Restart the car and send her home. 那个陆克克 was sad for a long time, and the more she thought about it, the more bitter she felt. So, she continued to send messages to her bestie. 陆克克, what do you mean by making him fall in love with you? Are you crazy? What kind of tricks are you doing? What I want is fresh and beautiful pure love literature. Bestie then arranged a script. 陆克克, what script? Bestie, you print out the photos and put them in the math book. Isn't he the math class representative? You go to him to explain the problem tomorrow. When you open the book, pretend to accidentally show the photos in front of him. When he sees it, he will be shocked at first glance and fall deeply in love. 陆克克, it's very rustic, but I think it's worth a try. Bestie, you are a school beauty. Do you still need to use this trick? My suggestion is to go straight for it. 陆克克, you don't understand. You will always feel inferior in front of the person you like. Bestie, then give up. 陆克克, no, I have decided. I will study hard, let him see my radiant and glowing self, let him know that I am a woman who can stand with him. When my grades improve and my ability is equal to his, I will confess to him. I will go to the same university as him and get the same admission letter, so that he knows how much I have paid to like him. Best friend. After sending Lu Keke home, Lin Suizhou immediately made a phone call. Check who is the monitor of class 26 of Lincheng No. 1 middle school. Master, do you want to check a student? Well, check it out, such as his personality, hobbies, specialties, personal life, and all his experiences from birth to now. Okay, after hanging up the phone, Lin Suizhou got out of the car and stood on the side of the road to smoke. The weather was obviously not hot, but he felt that the wind tonight was stuffy and made people feel depressed. Shengshi Mansion. In the study, Lu Jian was working at his desk, while Su Mian was sitting alone at another desk reading. There were many ghost story collections in Lu Jian's study which were comparable to the Lu family's bookcases. These were all Su Mian's favorites, and she was reading quietly without disturbing each other. An hour later, Su Mian heard the sound of a laptop closing with a snap. She looked up and saw Lu Jian walking towards her. He looked at her thoughtfully. Su Mian looked at him in confusion. Is the work done? Yeah, Lu Jian supported his hands on her desk and said in a low voice, Miss Sass. Lu, did you forget something? Su Mian blinked. What? Lu Jian said slowly, did you forget the bet you made with Coco at the racetrack today? No, Su Mian suddenly realized, do I have to choose a game console for Coco now? Lu Jian looked at her with a sullen look and said nothing. Su Mian said, I was thinking of delaying it. If I give it to her too early, she will start playing right now, which will distract her from studying. The final exams for the second year of high school are coming up soon. How about we buy it for her after she finishes the exams? She made a very clear analysis. Lu Jian, however, curled his lips meaningfully. Xiao Mian, you seem to have forgotten how your bet was made. Seeing that Su Mian was still puzzled, Lu Jian spoke in a charming voice. I remember Coco said that if I lose the game, you have to convince me to buy her a game console. Yeah. Su Mian nodded, that's right. Lu Jian smiled and reached out to rub the top of her head. Stupid, you still haven't reacted, what do I mean? Su Mian was confused. Don't you want to buy it for her? Do you want me to collude with you to tell a lie and find a reason to cheat? Lu Jian was amused by her innocent look and laughed softly, and his chest shook a little with laughter. His behavior made Su Mian even more confused. 然后 Lu Jian said slowly, I didn't say I won't buy her a game console, but there are conditions for fulfilling the bet to buy her a game console. For example, you need to convince me before I can buy it for her. Su Mian, who was slow to react, finally understood after he explained it several times. The bet was made between her and Lu Keke, so the one who fulfilled the bet was herself. Looking at Lu Jian's intriguing eyes and tone again, her face suddenly became hot, including her ears and neck. She stood up from the chair and looked at him nervously. What do you mean? Lu Jian's smile deepened. It means that I'm waiting for Xiao Mian to convince me. He walked around the desk and came to Su Mian. Su Mian suddenly stepped back, and Lu Jian approached her. 然后 the two of them were tiptoeing towards each other. Su Mian had nowhere to retreat, and her back was pressed against the wall. Lu Jian put his arm round her waist with one hand and gently lifted her delicate chin with his fingers. His eyes were fixed on her rosy cheeks with burning eyes, and he said in a hoarse voice, My little Mian, you should understand what it means to convince me now. Su Mian. She didn't understand at first. She saw that they were husband and wife, so she could just buy a game console for Coco. What convincing or not? With their current relationship, there was no need to do all this. Unexpectedly, he was thinking about this. He was so mean that he used this kind of thing as an excuse to tease her. I'm afraid that when he found out that she and Coco had made a bet, he had already started to plan it in his mind. Thinking of this, she felt that she had reason to suspect that there might be other reasons why he lost the game today. 这个 So, was she cheated? Was she cheated by the two brothers and sisters together? Thinking of this, her face became redder and redder. There was shyness and annoyance. You are too much. Lu Zhan's dark eyes were full of innocence. It's unfair. That's the agreement between you and Ke. I didn't ask you to make it. Su Mian bit her lip, but you are using this to embarrass me. Lu Zhan held her face with both hands. His tone was low, revealing a strong temptation. Baby, let me feel how powerful your ability to persuade your husband is, okay? Su Mian's heart choked, and she suddenly couldn't breathe. This call of baby made her dizzy and her heart beat fast. In her impression, this seemed to be the first time he called her like this. He called her all kinds of names, but this was the first time he called her baby. A little spineless, she felt that when he called her baby, it was not greasy at all but only very tempting, making people feel numb, and the throbbing ran through her body and mind. She pursed her lips, and her voice was inevitably a little weak. What do you want? Do you want me to act like a spoiled child? Please. Lu Zhan held her face and lifted it up, holding her lips, and kissed her deeply twice. Seduced, of course it's more than that. Su Mian looked at him with blushing cheeks. Lawyer Lu, you are taking the opportunity to blackmail and extort. The nature is already very bad. Chapter 52. Lu Zhan listened to her accusation. 然后 continued to kiss her and seduce her. Madam, can you satisfy me? Su Mian's breathing became rapid and her glass eyes began to show water. She grabbed Lu Zhan's clothes nervously and had to admit that she was completely unable to resist being bewitched by him. Ew! Her voice became unsmooth. What do I need to do? Lu Zhan separated his lips from hers and their foreheads touched. That depends on Xiao Mianmian's sincerity. Whether she can get the game console she likes depends on how you plan to convince me. Su Mian was embarrassed and stared at his handsome face close at hand. She bit her lip and said, You say it. Lu Zhan's eyes darkened. Do you mean you can let me make demands? Su Mian's bad premonition continued to deepen. 就是 it was very wrong when he said this, but Su Mian had no choice. He was not going to let her go. Yet Lu Zhan's hot lips moved gently to her ear and whispered, I want to see Madam take the initiative. Su Mian's eyes widened in shock after hearing it. She immediately refused. No. Well. Lu Zhan's eyes were slightly regretful. Is it not possible? Su Mian turned her face away in shame and anger, not wanting to see his pitiful appearance. Lu Zhan held her in his arms and buried his handsome face in her neck. Okay, Xiao Mian doesn't want to, and I won't force it. His voice sounded a little depressed, with a sense of disappointment, but he didn't want to force her. Su Mian. She couldn't bear it, and couldn't bear to see him accommodating herself like this. She blushed and whispered, Even so, it won't work today. I haven't prepared anything. I've prepared it. It's in the closet in the room. Lu Zhan's words dispelled all her concerns. Su Mian opened her mouth but had nothing to say. It seemed that he was really looking forward to it and secretly prepared so thoroughly. 那个 Lu Zhan said in a hoarse voice, So, can we start? If you say it out loud, you have to bear the consequences yourself. No matter how embarrassed Su Mian was, she was determined to go for it now. Okay, the light in the room was ambiguous and soft. Su Mian was dawdling to change her clothes in the bathroom. When she came out, she turned off the lights, leaving only a small light with the weakest light. Lu Zhan sat on the sofa and watched her approach him little by little. Because she was shy, she covered her chest with her hands, moved in small steps, and walked very slowly. With a snap, Lu Zhan suddenly turned on the headlights. No! Su Mian exclaimed, covering her face with resistance. She couldn't accept being completely exposed in front of Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan turned off the lights immediately for fear of scaring her. Okay, as you say. He looked at Su Mian with red eyes as she slowly walked towards the sofa. Even though it was rocks and there were only outlines, not particularly clear, Lu Zhan still tensed up uncontrollably. He called softly, 小面. Su Mian didn't dare to respond. She lowered her head and looked at the ground, her face red like a ripe apple. Lu Zhan's throat slid, and his eyes seemed to grow on her body. Su Mian walked around behind Lu Zhan and covered his eyes from behind. She said with shame and anger, "You are not allowed to look. This dress is too weird." 那个 The total fabric of the whole body is not as much as a sling. It can't cover the places that should be covered, which really makes her feel very ashamed. Lu Zhan opened his mouth uncommonly, exhaled a breath of hot air, and sweat dripped from his forehead. Yet, Su Mian let go of her hand, and a pair of slender white arms wrapped around his neck from behind and caressed him. The tip of her tongue gently licked his Adam's apple. Her voice was soft and charming with a shy tremor. Husband to Lu Zhan's back was soaked. Just watching her walk over was unbearable, and now he had to endure her deliberate teasing. 然后 his eyes were soaked with desire, and he endured it until he turned red. Yet, I want to. Su Mian continued to fan the flames. She was not skilled at this kind of thing at all, and she was so awkward, but she was still trying to play her current role. Her fingers went from his neck to his chest. Her soft fingers caressed his skin while unbuttoning his shirt, and every inch was hot and every step was teasing. 这个 The strain of endurance in Lu Zhan's mind was completely broken and could no longer be held. He now needed a strong restraint to make himself as stable as a mountain. He asked Su Mian in a hoarse voice, "What do you want?" Su Mian couldn't answer. 就是 She really couldn't say that, and her rocks and teeth were tightly bitten. What do you want? Tell me. Lu Zhan was unwilling to let her go and continued to ask. The sexy voice made Su Mian's heart tremble. Swallowing her saliva, she gently stroked his tight waist and abdomen. She gritted her teeth and said shyly, "I want you." The next moment, with Su Mian's exclamation, she was already pressed on the sofa. Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan's lips slightly opened, with rapid breathing, looking at her from top to bottom with red eyes. I still overestimated myself. He gently sucked Su Mian's neck, and the sweat on his forehead dripped into her neck. "Madam, I lost. I have no way to resist you." With a slight hook, he broke his defense. He was completely eaten by her. I thought I could control myself and enjoy the pleasure of being teased by her actively, but the fact is that I can't do it at all. 这个 His self-control is nothing in front of her. Su Mian moaned softly, slowly bent her legs, and hooked his waist. Lu Zhan, I like you so much. This sentence made Lu Zhan completely sink. The room is full of spring. Weekend. When Lu Keke was doing homework at home, the housekeeper said that there was a delivery for her. Lu Keke ran down from upstairs excitedly, full of expectations. As she walked, she said to the housekeeper, "I want to sign for it myself, and no one is allowed to move." Housekeeper, okay. Lu Keke felt that since her sister-in-law asked, her brother must be generous. He would definitely buy her a huge game console, which would be super cool to put at home and make her classmates drool with envy. However, when she ran to the door, she did not see any large delivery. The courier stood patiently at the door waiting for her to sign for it. "Miss Lu, your delivery." Lu Keke asked him in surprise, "Where is the thing?" It hasn't been delivered yet." Do you need to sign the order first?" "No, I delivered it to you." The courier handed her the box in his hand. "This is it, your delivery." Lu Keke. She stared at the box that was about the size of a mobile phone, and her mind was a little confused. Is this a mistake? This is not it. My express should be very big, and it needs to be delivered by a logistics company. I don't know about this. This is what I sent to Miss Lu. Lu Keke sent in a daze, opened the express box in a daze, and looked at the palm-sized Tetris game console in a daze. She felt like a bolt from the blue and was furious. She was fooled. She roared loudly, Lu Zhang, you bastard. The housekeeper in the room was frightened by this and covered his ears. Lu Group. Lu Zhang, achoo. He sneezed suddenly. In the office, Lu Zhang was looking at the information sent by Yu Fei. Yu Fei said, Mr. 那个 Liu, Miss Yi and Mr. Xiao are still living together for 2 years. Miss Yi's performance in her law firm is not bad. Lu Zhang said expressionlessly, send her an email and tell her that if she dares to talk nonsense in front of my wife again, don't blame me for not keeping the little friendship left. Yu Fei, okay. The ringtone rang. The 2 words 可可 appeared on Lu Zhang's mobile phone screen. 然后 Lu Zhang hung up and didn't answer. Lu Keke continued to call and continued to hang up. 然后 Lu Keke was so angry that she cried and sat on the sofa. But Lu Zhang didn't answer the phone. He didn't reject her call but watched her call and then hung up. Lu Keke couldn't help crying when she thought of Lu Zhang sitting there leisurely, watching her call and then hang up, as if he was enjoying it. She called Lin Suizhou again. Brother Suizhou. Lin Suizhou's voice became a little nervous when he heard her crying. Why are you crying? What happened? Lu Keke vented all the grievances in her heart. She cried sadly and angrily. My brother bullied me. I'm so sad. She cried and choked, tears streaming down her face, saying, he bought me a palm-sized game console even if it was in response to the bet he lost in the car race. How could he be such a jerk? Woo woo woo. How could there be such a disgusting brother in this world? Lin Suizhou. He comforted her gently. Okay, don't cry for now. I'm sad, I'm heartbroken. Do you know how much I was looking forward to it? I almost broke my leg when I ran down from upstairs, thinking it was a big surprise, but I didn't expect the game console I promised to buy was such a thing. He deliberately played a trick on me. Keke. Lin Suizhou's voice became softer. Don't cry for now. It's not good to cry and hurt your eyes. Lu Keke sniffed, and the housekeeper wiped her tears beside her. Miss, maybe the young master was just joking with you, or wait until the young master comes back and ask him what's going on. Lu Keke pouted, feeling very wronged. He is just black-hearted. He did it on purpose. He had already calculated everything from the moment he lost the game. The housekeeper didn't know how to persuade him. Lin Suizhou said, he is also worried about your studies, afraid that if he buys you a good game console, you will be addicted to it every day. Excuses, all excuses. Lu Keke said with a strong crying voice, I would rather he buy me a game console and put it at home without playing, than to receive this broken Tetris. He is vicious, insidious and cunning, and has a mean heart. The housekeeper said carefully, Miss, you said this about the young master, you may suffer again next time. Humph, whatever, anyway, it's not the first time he bullied me. He has never been nice to me. The housekeeper. How about this? Lin Suizhou suddenly said, I will buy a game console and put it at my house. When you want to play, just come over. It's our secret. Don't let your brother know, okay? When Lu Keke heard this, the tears that kept falling stopped instantly. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Really? Yes, but there are conditions. If you want to play games before the college entrance examination, you must look at your recent study situation. If you perform well, you can come to my place to play as a reward. Lu Keke suddenly lit up. Okay, no problem. Hearing her tone finally returned to normal, Lin Suizhou also breathed a sigh of relief. You are not sad now, right? Yes, not sad, but my brother is still too much. Lu Keke was angry. Brother Suizhou, he doesn't dare to answer my call now. You help me call him and scold him. Lin Suizhou. Seeing that Lu Keke didn't call again, Lu Zhang threw himself into work. Then Lin Suizhou's name lit up on the screen. He thought for a while and answered the call. That, Brother Zhang. Lin Suizhou hesitated and didn't finish. Lu Jian said directly, "Did Keke complain to you?" Yes, Lin Suizhou knew that it was a waste of time to go round in circles with Lu Jian. She cried very sadly. Lu Jian narrowed his eyes. "So you decided to indulge her in order to coax her?" Lin Suizhou chuckled and said, "Brother Jian, I know you deliberately lost to me in the game. So what? So you can't get the benefits of your sister-in-law and deliberately make Keke cry?" Lu Jian tapped his brows with his fingers. "Then did you agree to her request to comfort her?" "Yes, but..." "So you really called me to help her vent her anger. Should I praise you for being honest?" Lin Suizhou. As expected of a brother and sister, Lu Jian really knows Lu Keke's temper. Lin Suizhou was speechless. Lu Jian said in a deep voice, "Let me remind you, if you want to be a good person and buy her a game console in order to coax her, you have to be responsible for her studies." Lin Suizhou heard this. He immediately cheered up. She made a promise as if she had made up her mind. "I understand. Although she skipped classes this time, her grades have improved. I will continue to keep a close eye on her." Lu Jian snorted coldly, "Old cows eat tender grass." Lin Suizhou. "Lu Jian, watch your teeth." He hung up the phone. After Lu Keke cried to Lin Suizhou, she went to complain to Su Mian. Su Mian listened to Lu Keke's accusation, gently comforted her. "Just bear with it for a while. When you go to college, I will buy you the best game console, the kind that I won't tell your brother about, okay?" Lu Keke pursed her lips. "Sister-in-law, there are really two kinds of people sleeping in the same bed. Now you are as black-bellied as my brother. You both have a mouth of 37 degrees, and you said words of -37 to hurt me." "No, I didn't." Su Mian wanted to explain, but suddenly she had nothing to say. Anyway, Lu Jian told her that she couldn't buy it for Lu Keke. If she bought it, she would be completely useless and would definitely spend every day on the game console, so she agreed with her not to buy it for Lu Keke. Knowing that Lu Keke would be angry, Su Mian felt a little sorry to see her so sad. "How about I buy it for you secretly? Don't let your brother know." "No need." Lu Keke's voice suddenly became cheerful. "Someone has already agreed to buy it for me." "He'll. I don't want to tell you two bad couples, Chapter 53. Hot Summer Night. Yiran was at her and Xiao Kaijie's home when she received the email. The sender was not Lu Jian's email address, but in the name of Lu Jian's assistant. Seeing the content of the email, her beautiful face was full of anger and she threw the phone hard. "Humph, you defend her like this. I didn't do anything. I just said a few words on purpose and you felt distressed. 就是 why are you not so gentle to others, but so good to her?" Xiao Kaijie, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard the noise and came over. He asked with concern, "Xiao Ran, what's wrong?" Yiran had a cold face and was in a bad mood. Her tone was a little aggressive. "It's none of your business. Cook your meal." Xiao Kaijie observed Yiran's face. He knew that once Yiran was in a bad mood, there were only two reasons besides work. It was Lu Jian. However, her work has been going smoothly recently and she hasn't heard of any troubles. That is. He looked down at the phone on the ground. The phone was not broken and the screen was still bright after falling on the ground. He bent down to pick it up and saw the content of the email. His nigger expression was a little gloomy. Sure enough, all the reasons for her unhappiness were because of Lu Jian. "Don't look at it." Yiran took the phone from him and frowned. "Didn't I ask you to cook?" 然后 Xiao Kaijie slowly squatted beside Yiran and gently took her hand. Coaxing softly, "Don't be unhappy. I made your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs tonight." Yiran pulled back her hand. "Got it. Then smile, okay? I don't want to see you frowning." Yiran said unhappily, "I'm not a smiley. Why do I smile every day?" Her tone was bad, but Xiao Kaijie still coaxed her with good temper. "I just don't want to see you unhappy." Yiran looked at Xiao Kaijie, who was humble in front of her, and her expression was no longer so cold, and it eased a little. Go cook, I'm hungry. In Xiao Kaijie's heart, she gave a little tenderness, which was a great reward. He took her hand and kissed the back of her hand. His face was full of joy. Dinner will be ready soon. Xiao Kaijie continued to cook in the kitchen. Yiran picked up her mobile phone and looked through the photos of Lu Zhan in the WeChat favorites. During college, she secretly took a lot of photos of Lu Zhan and put them in the favorites. When she missed him, she would open them and take a look. I really didn't expect that he would make such a threat for Su Mian, which he always disdained. It really made me feel distressed. During the meal, Xiao Kaijie suddenly mentioned, Xiao Ran, my parents mentioned our marriage again and asked when we plan to get married. Yiran's face changed slightly and she lowered her head to it. Why are you in a hurry? We are still young. Why are we in a hurry to get married? Of course, we should focus on our careers. Xiao Kaijie said gently, it's okay. If you don't want to get married, I can wait. It's just that my parents are old and can't help nagging. Just ignore them. Yiran didn't say anything. Xiao Kaijie said again, I will listen to you. I can get married anytime you want. Yiran suddenly poked the rice in the bowl without appetite. Didn't they urge you to go back? Xiao Kaijie is not a native of Lincheng. His family conditions are not bad. His parents have a small business in another province and have been waiting for him to go back to help. He can be regarded as a rich young man. He chose to stay in Lincheng for Yiran and planned to be with her forever. He said, they urged me, but it doesn't matter. I explained to them that I will stay here to take care of you, so they won't say anything. Yiran looked at Xiao Kaijie's flattering face and suddenly put down her chopsticks. Jie, why don't we break up? Don't worry, my parents won't put pressure on you, and neither will I. As if knowing what she was going to say, Xiao Kaijie suddenly interrupted her words with a humble expression. Yiran frowned. Although the two had been together for 3 years, he was accommodating to her in everything, forbearing in every way, and always put her first. At first, she felt very satisfied. The unhappiness of not catching up with Lu Zhan was satisfied by Xiao Kaijie, who held her in the palm of his hand. But after a long time, Yiran still couldn't like him. She didn't want to continue, she wanted to end this state. Even if a person is very good to her, she still doesn't like him. She can't deceive herself, and she doesn't want to delay Xiao Kaijie anymore. But Xiao Kaijie was too persistent with her. He knew that she didn't like him, but he was still unwilling to break up. Xiao Kaijie picked up the sweet and sour pork ribs for Yiran with trembling fingers, and his tone was still coaxing. As long as you are willing to eat, I will always make it for you, willingly. Yiran was a little angry for a moment. Can you please not be like this? Xiao Kaijie got up and hugged her. Xiao Ran, I love you, don't leave me. Yiran took a deep breath. After a long silence, she raised her hands and put them around his back, patting him gently. Okay, continue eating. Xiao Kaijie smiled contentedly. Yeah, Su Mian had a tight schedule of classes this morning. So she got up early. When she got up from the bed to go to the bathroom, a little tail suddenly followed her. She squeezed toothpaste while looking at the person behind her in the mirror. Why don't you sleep a little longer? The voice was confused, as if she had just woken up. He worked overtime until after midnight last night and she wanted him to sleep a little longer in the morning, but she didn't expect him to wake up with her. Even though she moved very quietly, she still woke him up. Su Mian took the water and started to brush her teeth. Lu Zhang suddenly put his arm around her waist from behind and held her close to his arms. He said gently, I want to wake up with you. Su Mian paused while brushing her teeth before continuing. She looked at him in the mirror. His hair was a little messy and stuck to her back. But it didn't look funny, nor did it affect his appearance. Instead, it had a natural feeling of fireworks. He just held Sumian like this and waited for her to finish brushing her teeth. Then, he naturally picked up the short clip beside him and helped her clip her hair up so that it would be convenient for her to touch her face when she lowered her head to wash her face. Sumian was surprised by his behavior today. What's wrong with you? He didn't look like the cold and noble President Liu anymore. He seemed like a cleanly and innocent male high schooler. 就是 Lu Zhen didn't answer her. Sumian suddenly felt a chill on her neck. She looked down in a daze. It was a shiny silver necklace worn around her neck. The main body of the necklace is a diamond-studded skeleton connected to an emerald pendant wrapped in wings, which is luxurious, elegant, and exquisite. 那个 Wearing it on Sumian's fair and slender neck, it adds to her nobleness. 然后 she looked at Lu Zhen in surprise. What is this? Lu Zhen helped her put the emerald pendant in place and said in a gentle voice, It's just a small gift for my wife. His tone was natural, as if he was saying that I was just inviting you to dinner. Mimi was so careful to do her hair, giving her a surprise when she woke up in the morning. This is too expensive. While being surprised, Sumian felt a little overwhelmed. This necklace was obviously valuable at first glance, but he just took it out of his pajamas pocket and put it on her. It was such a waste of natural resources. Expensive gifts should be given to Xiaomian. Lu Zhen's face was gentle as if it was gently caressed by the spring breeze. I am willing to give all the expensive gifts to my wife, only to my wife. Sumian was indescribably moved. His fingers stroked the emerald pendant, a high-quality gemstone, clear color, and superior texture. There should be no girl who can refuse such a beautiful and breathtaking necklace, including Sumian. Thank you. Sumian moved closer to Lu Zhen's arms and hugged his waist. Thank you, husband. Lu Zhen touched the top of her head. I rarely see you wearing jewelry, so I don't know what you like. There are many jewelry at this auction. I took the initiative to choose emeralds. I feel that you should like it. Sumian said softly, I like it. Mr. Lu's gift is right in my heart. Sumian really doesn't wear jewelry very often. Her usual clothes are simple and comfortable. The style is sometimes sweet and sometimes casual. Wearing jewelry doesn't match her clothes very well, so she won't buy jewelry to wear. But everyone loves beauty. This pure emerald is loud and the design is so elegant and exquisite. Just looking at it will make people like it. But I can't wear it normally. I will keep it well. She said carefully. Lu Zhen said, Why can't I wear it? It's too expensive. I can't always wear it out and show off. Sumian shook her head. No, that's not good. I'll be sad if I lose it. Lu Zhen was amused by her. There's nothing to be sad about. If you lose it, your husband will buy you another one. Sumian. He is really a wealthy young Master Lu. Lu Zhen said, Wear it well today and don't take it off. Sumian said in distress, Then I may not be able to concentrate on class today. I'm just worried about whether it will fall off or break. Lu Zhen whispered, There is a banquet tonight and I need my wife to accompany me, so I must wear this necklace. Sumian's eyes widened in confusion. Banquet? You want me to go with you? Lu Zhen said calmly, Of course, you are my wife. But this banquet should be very important. I have no experience in banquets. I'm afraid I will mess it up. 然后 this is the first thing Sumian thought of. 这个 the banquet that Lu Zhen is going to attend must be attended by the rich and powerful people in the circle. As an inexperienced newbie, she had to attend as Lu Zhen's female companion, which really made her very worried that she would not do well. Lu Zhen raised his hand to brush away the broken hair on her cheek. It's okay, I'm here. Sumian's heart which had been hanging in the air, suddenly fell because of his words. Yes, he has always been cautious and never let her worry about anything, let alone let her embarrass herself in a big occasion like a banquet. You can't always let me find someone else, Lu Jian said in a dissatisfied tone. Ah, Su Mian asked curiously, what about before? Before we got married, you should have also attended such occasions. Who did you find as your female companion? Lu Jian answered quickly, I will turn down occasions that require a female companion to attend. I will go to necessary occasions that do not require a female companion by myself. I have never found a female companion. Su Mian. She was just asking out of curiosity. Why did he seem to be explaining to herself, afraid that she would think too much and think that he had a lot of female companions around him before? Really, believe me, I never brought a female companion before I married you, Lu Jian added. Su Mian smiled. I didn't say you looked for him. Why are you nervous? Lu Jian pinched his eyebrows. I'm not nervous, I'm afraid you will misunderstand. Su Mian. He is really, there is nothing wrong with him, Lu Jian said helplessly. Xiao Mian Mian, a look from you can make my back sweat and alarm bells ring in my heart. Do you know that? Is it so exaggerated? Although Su Mian said so, she was particularly satisfied in her heart. She always felt that she was valued in him. He was really afraid that she would have a gap with him and didn't want to have any misunderstandings with her. How could she not love Lu Jian like this? Lu Jian said, don't underestimate your influence on me at any time. Got it, Su Mian thought to herself that she was really about to be controlled by this man. He was walking on the tip of her heart step by step. Wait for me to pick you up in the evening and take you to dress up. You don't have to worry about anything. Lu Jian dispelled all the worries in Su Mian's heart. Su Mian nodded obediently. Okay, got it. The weather is hot now. Su Mian wants to cover the necklace, so she chose a shirt with a high collar. But when they arrived at the studio, Yin Qingqing said with a smirk, Student Su Mian, it's so hot and you are still wearing a high-necked shirt. It must be quite hot. Su Mian cleared his throat. It's okay, not hot. The studio has air conditioning, so I'm not afraid of the heat. Really? But with Yin Qingqing's brainpower, she could only think of one possibility. She picked Su Mian's collar with her finger. Her expression was very obscene. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. You must be trying to cover up something by wearing a high-necked shirt. Is it a kiss mark? Strawberries? Or did you and Mr. Liu leave love marks last night because you were too intense? The more she talked, the more outrageous it was. Su Mian immediately grabbed the collar. She said unhappily, how is it possible? He won't leave these things on me. Really? Yin Qingqing said with a sigh, it seems that your Mr. Liu is not good enough. He didn't even leave strawberries for you. Su Mian. What the hell? How could Lu Jian not be able to do it? He was insatiable and tireless all night long, as if he was addicted. How could he not be able to do it? I'm too lazy to tell you. You, a person who has been single since birth, dare to share your experience in front of me, a married person. Yin Qingqing was dissatisfied. Student Su Mian, you actually discriminate against singles. I don't discriminate against singles, I discriminate against you. You have so many dirty things in your mind. You better find a boyfriend as soon as possible to do practical operations so as not to be able to only fantasize all day long. Oh my! Yin Qingqing was shocked and joked, it turns out that married people are different. You used to be very thin-skinned and never dared to say such dirty words. Now you can say it out of your mouth. I take back what I said just now. Your Mr. Liu is still quite capable. At least he is about to train you, a pure little white rabbit. Su Mian. Chapter 54. Lu Zhang took Su Mian to participate in a charity event. Many people came, in addition to the political and business circles, including many celebrities from the entertainment industry. The venue for the event was very large. It was not an indoor banquet hall but outdoors. The overall design was luxurious and grand. Lu Zhang went to pick Su Mian up after she finished her class and took her to a designer to get her dressed. 然后 She put on a dress. Her long hair was tied up in a shiny pure white off-shoulder dress, and her beautiful collarbone was faintly visible. The fabric of the dress was white and a little transparent, slightly reflective but not revealing at all. The hem of the dress was an elegant and smooth curve from high to low. The corners of the skirt were dotted with diamonds, like countless beautiful morning dew. Her look matched the black suit that Lu Zhang was wearing. 然后呢, the high heels on her feet also shortened the height difference between her and Lu Zhang. When she held Lu Zhang's hand and attended the meeting together, she looked well-matched and eye-catching. Mr. Lu, Miss Sass. 然后 Lu, Mistress. Lu is so young and beautiful, and Mr. Lu is handsome and steady. You two look really good together. People in the venue couldn't help but comment on the two of them. Su Mian kept a smile on her face, and her arm around Lu Zhang was very stiff. Lu Zhang took out his other hand and held her clenched fist, whispering in her ear, "I'm here, don't be afraid." Su Mian felt more nervous than participating in an art competition. She was so nervous that her mouth was drooling. "I'm not afraid, I'm nervous. This is really the first time I've come to such a big scene." She didn't know where to look. Everywhere was shining and bright like a dream, making her feel that she didn't fit in here. "Do you want to eat? You won't be nervous if you eat something," Lu Zhang said. Su Mian immediately shook her head. "No, I won't eat a bite." Lu Zhang immediately said, "Don't you have an appetite? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, there are so many delicious foods here, so many varieties that it's dizzying that you can't even look at them all. It's impossible not to find something she likes to eat." So she said seriously, "I can't eat. Eating will make my makeup look bad and my belly will get bigger." Lu Zhang. He really thinks his wife is very cute. "I'll get you something to eat. You came here right after class. You'll be hungry if you haven't eaten anything. This activity will take a long time and you won't be able to hold on." No, how could he understand a girl's mind? The dress she was wearing was so beautiful and the shape was so beautiful. It was rare for her to dress up like this, so she had to keep it beautiful. She had to keep breathing in and tightening her abdomen at all times to ensure that the tightened waistline of the dress would not reveal any back curves. Otherwise, all her efforts would be wasted. However, she did not forget that Lu Zhang had not eaten at night. "I can go eat with you." Lu Zhang found a seat and asked her to sit down. He said in a somewhat forceful tone, "Wait for me here," 然后 as soon as he finished speaking, he had already gone to the food area. Holding a plate, he wandered around the huge food area to choose food. Su Mian sat there obediently and waited. Occasionally, someone would take the initiative to greet her. Mistress." 然后 "Hello," Su Mian smiled and replied, "Hello." 然后 the one who came was a girl and she sat opposite Su Mian. She took out a business card from her exquisite handbag and handed it to Su Mian. "May I meet you? I am the editor-in-chief of Miya magazine. I wonder if you would be honored to invite Miss Sass." Lu, to accept our interview. We would like to publish a special issue for Miss Sass." "Lu," Su Mian politely declined. "Nice to meet you." 那个 I like Miya magazine very much. Unfortunately, I have been afraid of the camera since I was a child. I am particularly afraid of being interviewed. I may not be able to accept your invitation." The girl said, "You can come with Mr. Lu, we will welcome you more." Su Mian kept smiling and said nothing. Would you welcome more with Lu Zhang? It seems that she came for Lu Zhang. She wanted to invite Lu Zhang for an interview. Since she failed to get Lu Zhang, she wanted to work on Miss Sass. Lu, Sumian smiled and said, that's even more sorry. My husband never lets me do something I don't like. The girl looked a little embarrassed. Excuse me. After the girl left, someone else came to greet Sumian, but it was not to discuss cooperation with her. It was another rich girl who came to chat with her and said that she wanted to make friends with Sumian. The rich girl looked at the necklace on Sumian's neck. She said in surprise, so this necklace was bought by Mr. Lu, Sumian asked in confusion, what do you mean? I also attended this auction and I really like this necklace, but in the end it was bought by someone at a high price. Sumian had a bad feeling in her heart and asked without confidence, how much is the high price? 80 million. The rich daughter said to Sumian with envy, Miss Sass. Lu, you are really amiable. Her tone was humorous, just a funny tone, and it can be heard that she was not really jealous, but very real envious of Sumian for owning this necklace. 那个 Sumian was confused. Lu Zhang actually spent 80 million to buy this necklace. She thought the necklace was expensive, but she really didn't expect it to be so expensive. Just because she was going to attend this event, he even calculated in advance that she didn't have any jewelry, so he made preparations in advance and bought the necklace and gave it to her without any discussion. The rich daughter said, 这个 mistress. Lu, are you very touched now? Sumian pursed her lips, yeah. Lu Zhang always brings her surprises at any time. It seemed that as long as he wanted, he would have thousands of ways to give her the most sincere love. Sumian lowered her head, stroking the pendant with her fingers, with a smile on her lips. Oh, so amiable. Do you know that your wedding with Mr. Lu made me so envious that I couldn't sleep for many days. I think my brain has been broken since that day. If I can't find someone like Mr. Lu in the future, I'm afraid I can only be single for the rest of my life. Sumian smiled lightly, you will find it. Okay, then I'll borrow your good words. When Lu Zhang was getting food, he met Lin Suizhou. Lin Suizhou came with his father. Lu Zhang called out, hello, Uncle Lin. Father Lin smiled and said, you are very well behaved today. I thought you would not come again like usual. Lin Suizhou, who was beside Father Lin, took over the conversation. Things are different now. Brother Zhang has his sister-in-law by his side now. He is not alone anymore. There is no reason not to come. Of course, he has to bring his sister-in-law with him. Father Lin said, haha, it seems that marriage is really important. There are still many benefits to getting married. Lu Zhang did not comment. Uncle Lin is right. My marriage with Sumian is very important to me. He took the food. Uncle Lin, I'll go first. Xiaomian is waiting alone. Okay, go ahead. Father Lin watched Lu Zhang go to find Sumian. He said to Lin Suizhou, oh, you are like a different person after getting married. Well, you are really good. You seem to be more down to earth now, unlike before when you only knew how to work and were cold to everyone. Lin Suizhou next to him said, you are naturally different when you get a beautiful woman. Ha, he has the ability to get a beautiful woman. What about you? Lin's father wanted to teach him a lesson. When will you bring me a daughter-in-law? Lin Suizhou laughed helplessly, that I'm only 22 years old and you are urging me to get married. This is too much to ask. What's wrong with 22 years old? I've just reached the legal age. What's so difficult about that? Lin Suizhou muttered softly, I've reached the legal age, but she's still a minor. It's extremely difficult. Lin's father, what did you say? Speak louder. Nothing, I think Lu Zhang has become a good boy after getting married. I hope you can be like him sooner. Lin Suizhou thought to himself that he might not be able to get married sooner. When Lu Zhang took the food back, Su Mian had just finished talking to a few rich ladies and they left. He put the plate in front of Su Mian. What did you talk about with them? Seeing him, Su Mian suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, just chatting. Lu Zhang looked at her relaxed look and said, don't inhale deliberately. You are not fat and you won't ruin the beauty of the dress. Su Mian. He really didn't give her any face. Why should he observe so carefully? Lu Zhang placed the tableware in front of her and wiped it clean with a tissue. It's something to fill your stomach. Su Mian pursed her lips. I really don't want to eat. Be obedient and eat less first. I'll take you to eat something else after we finish. Lu Zhang took the small bag from her hand and said, eat quickly. After you finish, I'll help you put on your lipstick so it won't get smudged. Su Mian's eyes widened. You'll help me put it on. Yes, Lu Zhang raised his eyebrows. Don't believe me. Yes, he really didn't believe it. How could he know how to put on lipstick? Lu Zhang curled his lips. If you don't believe it, eat quickly. After you finish eating, try it and you'll know if what I said is true. Su Mian just wanted to say that only he could come up with such an alternative way of persuading people to eat. However, he succeeded. Su Mian really wanted to know whether he would wear lipstick. So, all the psychological preparations she had just made, such as the fear of makeup getting smudged and the belly getting bigger, all disappeared. And she just took the cutlery and started eating. Seeing this, Lu Zhang raised the corner of his mouth and ate a little with her. Su Mian ate 2 snacks, a sushi roll, drank some juice and stopped. Then he watched Lu Zhang eat. Lu Zhang didn't eat much either, so he put down the cutlery. Have you finished eating? Yes, Lu Zhang took his bag and sat on the stool next to Su Mian. Then let me says. Lu come to check my skills. He took out a lipstick from Su Mian's handbag, opened the lid, pinched Su Mian's chin with one hand and asked her to face him. Su Mian stared at him expectantly and was very curious whether he could do it. Lu Zhang had a warm smile in his eyes. Are you ready? I'm going to start. Yes, Su Mian responded. The next second, his lips were kissed by Lu Zhang. Su Mian. She was stunned for 2 seconds. Then she stepped back and looked at him in shock. Lu Zhang did not pester her for a deep kiss. He let her go after a light kiss. 就是 How could you do this? 这个 you dare to do such a thing in public. Lu Zhang didn't care, so what if it's in public? I kissed my wife, why wouldn't I dare? Su Mian blushed. There are so many people, it's so embarrassing, and there are many reporters and media with cameras. I think it will be filmed. Lu Zhang said, I hope it will be filmed and posted on the internet, so that more and more people will know that you are my wife. Lu Zhang, Miss Sass. Lu, 那个 Su Mian opened her mouth and finally could only say helplessly, I really can't argue with you. Lu Zhang laughed. Then, he continued to pinch her chin and said seriously, then let's not talk about it. Let me put lipstick on you. Lu Zhang turned the lipstick tube with one hand. His eyes were fixed on her bright red lips, and he helped her apply lipstick very lightly and slowly. Su Mian raised her head and looked at him, her mouth slightly opened, her bright starry eyes staring at his handsome face, and her eyes were rippling with circles of ripples. Lu Zhang was applying lipstick on her. Such an incredible thing actually happened to her. It was really surprising. 那个 click, 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 click. Su Mian heard several camera shutter sounds. It was obvious that their scene was photographed by the people next to them, but Lu Zhang did not move at all and was not affected at all. He continued to study carefully how to help her apply lipstick beautifully. He seemed to want this moment to be frozen. A minute later, Su Mian's chin was finally freed and Lu Zhang let her go. Okay, it's fixed. Look in the mirror yourself. I didn't lie to you. Su Mian immediately took out a small mirror from her bag. The lipstick was applied very well, and the rocks and color were similar to before she had dinner. 然后 Seeing this, Su Mian was curious. Even young master Lu can apply lipstick. It's unbelievable. Did you practice it often before? Su Mian deliberately teased him on which little girl's mouth did you practice. Lu Zhan's eyes darkened because of her words. The thin lips slowly moved to her ear. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he said, I practiced on the mouth of the young lady in front of me. Su Mian. He continued to seduce. I use my own lips to depict the young lady's lips every day and remember the shape of the young lady's lips in my heart. How can I not know how to apply lipstick? It's really terrible. In such an occasion, he dared to be so provocative. Su Mian was really shy and embarrassed now, because everyone was looking at them, making Su Mian want to get into the ground. 然后 Lu Zhan helped her tidy up the hair around her ears and stood up with her hand. Let's go, we will have a speech on stage later. Speech on stage? Su Mian thought this should not be her business, but Lu Zhan himself. The amount of charity that Lu's group does for the society every year is very large. In the past, Lu Yunshao came to participate in such activities. This year, Lu Zhan came by himself, so Lu Zhan also represented Lu's group. Su Mian stood in the audience, looking at the handsome figure on the stage. In addition to being amazed, there was also a strong sense of pride. 然后 Such an excellent man is her husband, the only lover who belongs to her. While Lu Zhan was speaking, he would look at her from time to time. Su Mian felt that she was really hopelessly in love with this man. Chapter 55. Lu Zhan finished his speech on the stage. Su Mian gradually came back to her senses. Because Lu Zhan was surrounded by reporters as soon as he came down, everyone stretched the microphone in front of him. Mr. Lu, will the Lu group continue to do charity? Lu Zhan replied, yes. He said and looked at Su Mian over there. Su Mian also looked at him with a smile. The reporters' questions did not stop. Lu Zhan slowly walked towards Su Mian, and the reporters followed him. Then may I ask Mr. Lu, when will you officially take over the Lu group? Lu Zhan said as he walked, the group is developing steadily, my father is in good health, and there is no need for me to take over now. Wherever he went, the camera and microphone followed. Lu Zhan took Su Mian's hand and stood in front of the camera together, and the two were in the same frame. 就是 Su Mian was very nervous. She really didn't expect Lu Zhan to walk directly towards her. The reporter immediately turned the topic to Su Mian, Miss Sass. Lu, you are also the future wife of the group. Will you give up your current job and accompany Mr. Lu to start a business together? Su Mian was stunned. She had never faced so many cameras. At this moment, she felt like a star being interviewed, but she was not a star. She had never experienced such a scene. Her social phobia came into play and she was panicking and could not speak. She didn't know which camera to look at. There were too many cameras. The flashing lights of the cameras made her eyes unable to find the focus. 那个 Lu Zhan, thank you for your concern. She is my wife, not my partner. She only needs to do what she likes to do. She doesn't need to make some choices and trade-offs for me. We both have our own careers. Reporter, it means that Miss Sass. Lu will not work with Mr. Lu in the future. Lu Zhan, these are not important. Su Mian looked at Lu Zhan, who was at ease, and felt at ease. 然后 Lu Zhan put his arm around Su Mian's waist. Everyone, please continue to interview other entrepreneurs. Excuse me. He politely declined, and the reporters had to put away the microphones and let Lu Zhan take Su Mian away. Su Mian's palms began to sweat. Lu Zhang clearly heard her sigh of relief when she left the camera. He took her to a seat and representatives from other companies began to speak on the stage. There will be star performances, singing and dancing. 那个, Su Mian said, do you need to attend this kind of event often? Lu Zhang smiled softly. This event is once a year, but there are indeed many other large and small events, but not every event needs to be attended. And it's okay not to go. Now Lu Yunshao is still the highest director of the group. He will appear in many occasions, and Lu Zhang cannot go. It is enough for the two of them to attend as a representative. After Lu Zhang finished speaking, he asked, don't you like it? Su Mian shook her head. I was thinking that, if I need to attend such events frequently in the future, I have to adapt from now on. After that, she looked at Lu Zhang with a firm look in her eyes. I will work hard, I can do it well. Be a good wife and try to adapt to all the things she will face after becoming his wife. This is what she should do. In the future, she can no longer be speechless and at a loss when being questioned by reporters. She also wanted to be like the other rich ladies, answering questions fluently and calmly so that she could stand beside him like a real Mrs. Lu, instead of always being in his safe haven. 然后 Lu Zhang said, no, I just brought you here to play today. There is no need to feel pressured, he told her calmly. Now that you are Mrs. Lu, you don't need to feel pressured anymore. No one can make you do something you don't want to do. You must believe in your husband's ability. No one dares to not give you face. In the future, when you face a situation like today, if you don't want to answer, just refuse directly. 那个. No one dares to say anything to you. Any consequences will be handled by your husband, don't be afraid. Su Mian opened her mouth, Mr. 那个 Lu is so strong, but I won't be strong to mistress. Lu Zhang said, I will always put Mrs. Lu first. His sweet words really came out of his mouth. Su Mian pursed her lips and smiled faintly, I know. Suddenly someone sang on the stage. It was a male singer. Su Mian turned her head suddenly to look at the song of the prelude. Her eyes suddenly widened. She didn't expect him to come here to perform. 然后 Lu Zhang looked at Su Mian's gaze and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Do you like him? Su Mian looked at the male singer with shining eyes. She was very surprised and said, yes, Qingqing likes it too. This song is what we listen to the most in the studio recently. It has been very popular on the internet recently. Lu Zhang pursed his lips and said nothing. He supported his head with one hand and watched her listen to the singing carefully. During this period, her eyes really didn't blink, and she didn't even think about turning her head to look at him. Now her eyes seemed to only hold the man on the stage. Su Mian didn't notice it at all because this singer is indeed very popular recently. This song is his own creation. It has been liked by many netizens as soon as it was released. Su Mian and Yin Qingqing also like it. It's a surprise that I can see him here in person. A song only lasts a few minutes. After the singing, the singer left the stage, and everyone's applause was also very gentle, not as fierce as in a concert. In such occasions, the style of applause is more serious. Su Mian also clapped her hands, then grabbed Lu Zhang's arm and shook it in surprise. Did you see that? It was Jesse just now. I didn't expect that he was invited by the event organizer to sing live. Lu Zhang's eyes full of meaning stared at her closely. She was really excited, as if she had met someone she liked very much. She said lightly, I saw it. Su Mian couldn't stop praising. He sang really well, and the live version was also very stable. Lu Zhang's voice was a little cold, it seems so. This is the first time I heard his live version and the first time I saw him in person. He looks much better than in the photos, and he looks very talented. It's not like the rumors on the internet saying that his singing skills are average, or rely on sound editing and he is ugly. I think he has his own strengths. Lu Jian narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Su Mian's excited expression dimmed a little. It's a pity that I was so happy just now that I didn't take a video to show Qingqing and let her listen to the live version. After speaking, there was no response from Lu Jian for half a minute. Su Mian turned his head to look at him. 然后 Lu Jian's handsome face was filled with a rather obvious chill. Su Mian's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Jian said in a light tone. I also think he is good looking, sings well, and is very talented. Su Mian. Chapter 56. This tone, this expression, why is it so weird? She asked softly and gently, are you unhappy? Lu Jian's lips curled up slightly. My wife has been praising other men for their good looks and good singing, saying that they are talented. I should be happy. Happy ghost. There was no word of happiness at all. Su Mian smiled in her heart, but deliberately said, what I said is not wrong. Right? She also dragged out the tail sound and added the word right. Lu Jian was stunned for a moment, and said in a deep voice, yes, I agree, he sings well, looks good, and is talented. Su Mian. She has said it 3 times, which is enough to show that there is really resentment in her heart. Su Mian chuckled, blushed slightly, and moved closer to his shoulder. She said in a relatively low voice, it turns out that our philanthropist Mr. Lu is also very stingy and so jealous. Lu Jian pinched her little hand to express his dissatisfaction. Your eyes have been obsessed with looking at another man, and you keep praising him. Shouldn't I be jealous? Nah. What obsession? I'm not obsessed. That's admiration. Su Mian corrected. Lu Jian put his face in front of her. Is it that I am not worthy of Miss Suss? Lu's appreciation. Miss Suss. Lu actually appreciates others. The handsome face suddenly enlarged in front of Su Mian. Su Mian was surprised for a moment, then laughed. With a very sincere expression, she said, Mr. Lu is also handsome and talented. He is the man I admire most. Also, Lu Jian grasped the key point, you actually said so. It turns out that in your heart, he and I are on the same level. He is really jealous. Su Mian felt that Lu Jian at this time was not like Mr. Lu, but like a serious big boy. 然后 she continued to explain, it's not a tie. You are the only one. You are the best looking person I have ever seen. No one can compare to you. She leaned close to his ear and said, Lu Jian is the only good-looking man in my heart. No one can compare to you. Her words successfully pleased Lu Jian. The haze on his face gradually dissipated, and he finally returned to his original gentleness. And he was also proud, as if he was showing off that he was praised by his wife. Su Mian looked at him like that, and her heart was filled with sweetness, but she didn't forget to say something to him. Childish. After saying that, Lu Jian not only did not refute, but also took her hand and kissed her back lightly. 然后 Childish is childish, so what? He was just jealous of the person he liked, and it was not shameful. After the event, everyone left one after another. It was already quite late, and before leaving, he had to say goodbye to everyone he knew. There were really too many people, and it took a long time for each person to say a few words. Su Mian felt that his face was about to freeze with laughter. Finally, he could get in the car and go home. Su Mian leaned back in the car seat, feeling sore and weak. Suddenly, Lu Jian next to her bent down and stretched out his hand to grab her foot. Su Mian subconsciously retracted her legs. What's wrong? Lu Jian grabbed nothing, looked at her tired eyebrows, and said softly, you are tired of wearing shoes, take them off and have a rest. Su Mian hurriedly said, how can you take off your shoes in the car? How rude. Lu Jian said, it's okay. Lu Jian, you can't. This is our own car, there is no one else. What's wrong with it? The driver. Well, it's another day of being a rude person. Su Mian also looked at the driver immediately and was helpless. What are you talking about? The driver said very politely, Madam, it's okay, I am air, just treat me as if I don't exist. Su Mian. Lu Zhang held Su Mian's ankle and took off her high heels. Relax, you don't have so many rules in front of me. This time he didn't give her a chance to retract her feet and took off her shoes directly. He held her in his arms, take a rest. His arms were warm and comfortable. Su Mian looked up at him with bright eyes. Lu Zhang raised his eyebrows. Are you sure you don't want to close your eyes and take a nap? Su Mian shook her head. No. She said, you really are better at taking care of people than my dad. Lu Zhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Compare your husband with your dad. Well, you can't compare him with Qi Haochuan. Because Qi Haochuan has never treated her so carefully and gently. When Su Mian was very young, Su Zhiyuan loved her very much. He would carry her in his arms when he went out. When she grew up and had to avoid suspicion, Su Zhiyuan changed to another way and still gave her enough fatherly love. She has never lacked warm companionship since she was a child. She grew up with her parents by her side. But in Lu Zhang, she felt that he took care of her differently, the kind that cherished her especially, as if she was as precious as a treasure in his eyes. She hugged Lu Zhang tightly and snuggled in his arms. Well, no, you are the best. No one can compare to him. Su Mian said, why did you spend so much money on the necklace? Who told you? Just now at the venue, I met a lady who knows the girls and she told me. Lu Zhang's fingers were entangled in her hair, twisting it slowly. It's not expensive. 80 million is not expensive, it's just a necklace. Su Mian said unhappily, I know you have money, but this is really too expensive. Lu Zhang said calmly, it's worth any money for you to wear it. Don't do this in the future, others will think I am a spendthrift, and I spend so much money on a necklace. Lu Zhang said, who dares to say that? I spend my own money to pamper my wife, and I have to be on guard against what others say. Su Mian. Okay, then don't care about others. Anyway, I don't want you to buy such an expensive thing for me. Lu Zhang stopped talking. Su Mian withdrew her face from his arms. He said seriously, did you hear me? You are not allowed to buy it in the future. Lu Zhang was stunned for a moment. Then, he spoke in a calm voice, Miss Sass. 那个 Lu, are you controlling me? Su Mian opened her mouth and explained hurriedly, I don't mean that. No. Lu Zhang's tone suddenly became very disappointed. Oh, I see. Su Mian. She was confused. Why did his face change so much? Lu Zhang looked at her seriously, his eyes a little heavy. Can't you control me? Should I control you? Su Mian asked uncertainly. Of course, I am your husband. Which wife doesn't control her husband? Su Mian looked at him in surprise. Do you know what you are saying? Lu Zhang grabbed her hand and put it to his mouth, his thin lips gently stroking her fingers, and kissed her lips as if obsessed. Madam, you control me, I want to be controlled by you. Chapter 57. Photos and videos of the charity dinner were uploaded to the internet. All major media and entertainment bloggers have reposted it, and it has also been on the hot news. In the bar, Qi Haochuan also saw these popular videos. His focus was not on the dinner event, but on Lu Zhang and Su Mian. The interaction between the two of them at the event was filmed by reporters. Lu Zhang kissed Su Mian, put lipstick on Su Mian, and even a close-up of the look in Su Mian's eyes were all shown in high definition in the video. In particular, some people edited the video of Lu Zhang and Su Mian's sweet interaction separately in order to gain traffic. The number of likes and reposts was super high. The comment area was saying that the two were the male and female protagonists of idol dramas, and they were high in sugar and easy to eat. Qi Haochuan couldn't watch it anymore. He turned his phone upside down on the table with a painful look. Haochuan, what's wrong? Lin Xiaoying sat next to Qi Haochuan and asked softly, are you in a bad mood? Qi Haochuan supported his forehead with both hands. Let me be quiet. I don't want to talk now. He didn't want to have anything to do with Lin Xiaoying at all, but Lin Xiaoying just haunted him. The new law firm where he worked had not received any cases. It happened that a customer of Lin Xiyin's beauty salon had a conflict with Lin Xiaoying and sued her. Lin Xiaoying took this opportunity to find Qi Haochuan to be her defense lawyer. Qi Haochuan, who had no cases, was very anxious, so he agreed to help Lin Xiaoying fight the lawsuit and to got in touch again. Lin Xiaoying sat next to Qi Haochuan considerately. Her voice was gentle and charming. Do you want to come to my house? I changed a new set of projector equipment. Let's watch a movie together at home, okay? No, Qi Haochuan refused unwillingly. We are just a cooperative relationship now, not involving other things. I don't want to play any ambiguity with you. You don't have to spend your mind on me, understand? He left the bar after he said that. A heat came over the summer night, and Qi Haochuan wiped the sweat from his face irritably. Standing at the door of the bar and lighting a cigarette, he also wanted to forget the past, but he couldn't forget it at all. Those memories were too deep. He and Su Mian had too many memories. He didn't think so before, but the more they were apart, the deeper he could remember. When he told himself to forget the past, those memories would appear and continue to impact his mind. He also wanted to be as free and easy as Su Mian, find someone new to marry and live a good life. But it was difficult, and only now did he realize that he had an obsession with Su Mian. That obsession had been deeply rooted in his heart since the neighbors always called Su Mian Haochuan's little wife, but now everything has changed, and that obsession prevented him from reconciling with himself. He found Su Mian's phone number and dialed it. He knew that he had been blacklisted and couldn't get through, but he was stupid enough to want to call. He sat on the side of the road and laughed bitterly. If only there was a regret pill in the world, he would never do anything to hurt Su Mian again. Lin Xiaoying came out of the bar and sat next to Qi Haochuan. Haochuan, she advised caringly, believe me, it's useless for you to do this, you still have to look forward. Qi Haochuan answered her coldly, go away, I really don't want to see you now. Lin Xiaoying was not angry. She stood up with a smile and patted Qi Haochuan's shoulder softly. It's okay, I'll wait for you to cheer up. Lin Xiaoying called a designated driver to drive away. Qi Haochuan still sat on the street, helplessly smiled, cheer up. That's right, he should cheer up now. After all, no matter how decadent, embarrassed, and bitter he is, Su Mian can't see it. But when he thought of the shy and sweet look of Su Mian in Lu Zhang's arms in the video, his heart ached. He opened the album on his mobile phone and found a few photos of him and Su Mian, all of which were intimate photos taken from high school to before the breakup. He sent these photos to Lu Zhang's assistant's mailbox. 然后, he believed that the assistant would show them to Lu Zhang. Sunday afternoon, Lin Suizhou's home. Lu Keke has 1 week left before her final exam. Lin Suizhou has made an agreement with her that if she can get into the top 100 in the grade this final exam, he will allow her to come to his house every day to play video games for an hour during the summer vacation. This made Lu Keke feel like she was injected with chicken blood, full of energy, and Lin Suizhou also asked her to come to his house to do homework when she was free. If she studied seriously and finished her homework, she would be rewarded with games. This made Lu Keke run to Lin Suizhou's house every weekend. Mother Lin always prepared a lot of food. Keke, relax a little, don't be too stressed. Don't listen to Suizhou too much. In fact, the greater the pressure, the worse the learning effect. I see that many children have depression recently because of too much pressure from studying. It looks scary, but in fact, learning is really not as important as health, just let it go. 陆克克 Auntie, don't worry, I'm a sunny and cheerful girl. 林穗洲 He took the fruit plate from Mother Lin. Mom, don't worry about her, let her go to the study to do homework. Oh, okay. There are 2 tables in Lin Suizhou's study. One is Lin Suizhou's desk, and the other is a resting table on the balcony of the study. There are 2 beige lazy sofa chairs. When reading, she can curl up on them to read books and bask in the sun. It is very comfortable and cozy. Now it has become the place where Lu Keke does her homework. Lu Keke put down her school bag and said to Lin Suizhou, "Can I apply to play a game before doing homework?" There is no work on Sunday. Lin Suizhou is wearing a white loose short-sleeve black casual pants and home slippers on his feet. He stood in front of her with his hands idly in his trouser pockets. His expression was gentle. No. Lu Keke's face fell immediately. You really have a 40-degree mouth and say minus 40 degrees words. Don't be naughty, start doing your homework now. Don't be absent within an hour. Don't do small actions and check it for me after you finish it. I will decide whether to let you play the game console based on the quality of your homework. Lu Keke took a deep breath. Okay, I'll bear with it for a while. When I become an adult, you adults will never think of bullying me with this face again, Lin Suizhou's smile deepened. Okay, I'll wait until you become an adult. Chapter 58. Lin Suizhou studied mechanical engineering. Lin's father happened to open a car manufacturing company with his own independent brand. The company went public 2 years ago. The sales of branded cars in China are very impressive. After the listing, it also entered the foreign market. Lin Suizhou just graduated for a year. As soon as he entered the company, he developed a new energy vehicle with the company's design team. As soon as it was sold, it occupied the top 3 in domestic sales and had a good reputation. Lu Keke was doing homework. He sat at the desk and read the relevant professional books. 然后 his eyes glanced at the girl on the balcony from time to time. The temperature in the house was cool and comfortable, and the sun was shining outside. The weather was hot in the afternoon. The curtains on the balcony were drawn. Only a little sunlight shone through the sunshade, making the girl who was doing her homework seriously look young, beautiful, and vivid. Brother Suizhou. Lu Keke, who had been buried in her head, suddenly raised her head and met Lin Suizhou's gaze, which he had no time to retract. Lu Keke was stunned for a moment. Lin Suizhou quickly calmed down and said naturally, "What's wrong?" Lu Keke did not doubt him. I just want to ask, do boys really not like to eat candy? Lin Suizhou said, of course not all of them, there are still some who like to eat it. Okay, why do you ask this suddenly? Lin Suizhou asked. Lu Keke supported her chin with the hand holding the pen. I want to give chocolate to the class monitor, but my best friend said that the class monitor doesn't like sweet food. And giving him chocolate will make him disgusted. Lin Suizhou. He said seriously, your best friend is right, you shouldn't give it to him. You know he doesn't like it, but you still give him something he doesn't like. Of course he will dislike it. Lu Keke looked distressed. Then what should I give? It's almost the 3rd year of high school, and the school will divide the classes. With his grades, I am no longer lucky enough to be in the same class with him. If we are not in the same class, the chances of meeting will decrease, and it will be even harder for me to pursue him. Lin Suizhou said, it's better not to be in the same class. Lu Keke glared. What did you say? What I mean is that if you are not in the same class, you can concentrate on studying better and won't be distracted by him, so you can improve your grades. Have you forgotten what I told you last time? Making yourself as good as him is the best way to pursue him. Lin Suizhou reacted very quickly and continued speaking without being exposed at all by the words that came out of his mouth. Lu Ke pursed her lips. Even if it's not like this, I can't do anything about it. Who made me a poor student? Poor students like to study hard, so I can only walk alone. Lin Suizhou. His tone was a little cold. Right quickly, do you still want to play games? Oh, Lu Ke stopped talking and continued to do his homework. Lin Suizhou lowered his head and looked at the book, but he didn't read a word. He closed the book and left the study room gently. Lin's mother had gone to take a nap. Lin's father was not at home today, and even the nanny was taking a nap. He walked around the room and still felt very irritable. He went to play darts, holding darts in his hand and throwing them one by one at the dartboard on the wall. An hour later, Lin returned to the study room. He was still surprised that the little girl was so well behaved this time to do her homework without doing any tricks, but when he went in, he found that she had fallen asleep on the table, and her homework book was pressed under her arm. He adjusted the air conditioner temperature to 26 degrees and sat down on the lazy sofa opposite Lu Ke carefully and gently. The sofa was very soft, and when he sat down slowly, it would not make any noise, so he did not disturb Lu Ke. She was still sleeping soundly. The study tests for the transition from the second year of high school to the third year of high school were heavy, and it was indeed very tiring. A short lunch break at noon was also very necessary. Lin Suizhou stared at her sleeping face, half buried in her arms and half exposed, but blocked by her hair. On her clean little face, she looked cute and soundly asleep. Lin Suizhou looked at her quietly for a long time, but still could not suppress his restless heart. He moved his fingers and carefully pushed aside the hair on Lu Ke's face, exposing her face. He squatted beside her, looking at her without blinking. Gradually, he was not satisfied with just admiring her silently. An idea flashed through his mind, and he could not help but move closer to her little by little, aiming at her cheek. Ahem, the sleeping Lu Ke suddenly coughed twice. This sudden movement made Lin Suizhou's face change. His first reaction was to stand up suddenly, but because of his squatting posture, he fell to the ground unexpectedly. Lin Suizhou. Ha! Lu Ke was awakened by the movement. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Lin Suizhou sitting on the ground. She was not fully awake yet, and seemed even more confused. Her voice was full of incomprehension. Brother Suizhou, what are you doing? Why are you sitting on the ground? Lin Suizhou's expression suddenly cracked, and he suddenly couldn't hide it. He stood up, with a somewhat dull and stiff expression, and said, "Nothing, I just planned to come over to wake up a little lazy pig who was sleeping." Lu Ke, and then you fell down, and you landed on your butt. Lin Suizhou. Lu Ke, want to knock me? As a person, you still can't have bad intentions. Look, you've reaped the consequences. He was a little embarrassed, half clenched his fist to cover his mouth and coughed lightly. You better explain yourself for sleeping in. Lu Ke rubbed her eyes, yawned and said, "Oh, I'm just sleepy. What else is there to explain?" Seeing her tired look, Lin Suizhou didn't blame her. He just asked, "Have you finished?" "No, then take a break and continue. Eat some fruit." Lin Suizhou used a fruit fork to pick up a piece of cantaloupe and handed it to her. Lu Ke took it and ate it, puffing her mouth and saying incoherently, "No rest, I want to finish it quickly." Lin Suizhou sat opposite her. "I'm here to supervise you. Can you explain the questions to me, by the way? I don't understand a lot of them." Lin Suizhou raised his eyebrows. "What's the benefit?" Lu Ke glared at him unhappily, stingy. Looking at her puffed eyes, Lin Suizhou laughed. "Okay, I'll tell you even if there is no benefit." Lu Ke was satisfied. "That's about right." When Assistant Yu Fei showed Lu Zhen the photos sent by Qi Haochuan, Lu Zhen's face was calm, but his eyes were staring at the screen as cold as ink. The photos were carefully selected by Qi Haochuan. They were all intimate photos of him and Su Mian, holding hands, hugging, and touching faces. He showed them to Lu Zhang on purpose to stimulate Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang switched the interface, his thin lips tightened into an arc of displeasure. He asked coldly, which law firm does he work for now? Yu Fei, Feiyang Law Firm. 然后 Lu Zhang clenched his phone, and the chill in his eyes became more and more obvious. Yu Fei asked tentatively, do you need to find the boss of Feiyang Law Firm? Lu Zhang said in a deep voice, no. Yu Fei lowered his head and said nothing. He really felt that President Liu was angry. Even when she was in a bad mood before, she would not show it in front of him like this, so that he could feel it at a glance. Lu Zhang suddenly said, he only took Lin Xiaoying's case now. Yu Fei, yes. 然后 the signature pen in Lu Zhang's palm tightened more and more. Chapter 59. Su Mian met Yiran again. She seemed to have seen the videos circulating on the internet. She said she wanted to come to Su Mian to learn painting and came to sign up. She wanted to learn sketching. Su Mian said, I'm sorry, my classes are all full and I don't have any plans to recruit new students for the time being. Yiran laughed. Why, are you still so afraid of me? Su Mian's expression was not particularly kind. Senior sister, you misunderstood. I'm not afraid of you, but I don't like people who like to lie. Yiran raised her eyebrows. From your tone, do you know something? 那个 Su Mian said frankly, you told me last time that Lu Zhang had pursued you. Do you find it interesting to use this self-deceiving lie to stimulate me? Haha, it seems that you know. Yiran didn't feel guilty at all because of being exposed. She was still calm and composed. You misunderstood yourself. I just went with the flow. Su Mian said, I advise you to cherish the people around you. Don't always focus on other couples. What happens between Lu Zhang and me is none of your business. Yiran smiled coquettishly. It seems that Lu Zhang really likes you. He told you everything. Did he also tell you that I couldn't catch up with him? Su Mian didn't say anything and expressed a positive answer with silence. Yiran shook her head and smiled bitterly. This is really Lu Zhang's style, saying what he wants to say, never beating around the bush. He is always the best at rejecting others. All those who have confessed to him have been rejected by him without giving any room for negotiation. Su Mian didn't understand why she said this to herself, so she just listened quietly. Yiran suddenly lit a cigarette. Seeing that her eyebrows were full of sorrow, Su Mian didn't intend to persuade or comfort her. Sorry, there are underage children in my studio, and smoking is always prohibited. Please put out the cigarette. Yiran didn't say much, and directly threw the cigarette she just lit into the disposable teacup that Su Mian poured for her. Her voice became a little more ethereal. I did pursue Lu Zhang, and I have been pursuing him for 4 years in college. The sad thing is that I didn't get anything in 4 years. Jie was very good to me. He pursued me in the same way as I pursued Lu Zhang. I agreed to be with him, but I just couldn't like him. I tried, but it was useless. I still couldn't do it. She leaned back in the chair and turned to look out the window. The pretty face showed some melancholy. I know too well what it feels like to like someone, so I have sympathy for Jie. He is so humble in front of me, just like me who is humble in pursuit of Lu Zhang. So I want to satisfy him just like I dream of Lu Zhang satisfying me. I really envy you. You used to have a childhood sweetheart to accompany you. After being cheated on, you have a Lu Zhang who treats you so well and treats you with all his heart. Su Mian was like listening to a story. She suddenly didn't know how to comment. Senior, you can't force feelings. If you really don't like Senior, you should break up with him as soon as possible and don't delay him. Yiran sighed. Every time he begged me not to break up with him, I couldn't bear it. In fact, this not only hurts him, but also forces you. There is no point. Yiran heard Su Mian say this. Her eyes were full of teasing. You persuaded me to break up with him. Aren't you afraid that I will continue to pester Lu Zheng? Su Mian said calmly, if you want to continue to do such stupid things, I won't persuade you. I didn't expect her to be so indifferent. Yiran was so calm that she didn't feel any sense of victory. Su Mian continued, let's now talk about the moral issue of chasing a married man. You didn't chase Lu Zheng during your good time in college. How can you still be confident that you can chase him after Lu Zheng got married? Yiran pinched her eyebrows. Her expression was a bit helpless. Junior sister, I think you are quite innocent and harmless. Why do you say such irritating things? There is nothing wrong with liking someone, right? 然后 Su Mian said seriously, there is nothing wrong with liking someone, but it is wrong for you to covet my husband. 就是 I don't care how you chased Lu Zheng before. That was in the past, but he is mine now. It is inappropriate for you to say such things in front of me. I was just teasing you. I know she likes you. I couldn't chase him before and I won't be able to chase him in the future. Yiran sighed and said, but people always do things that are cheap. I don't want the ones who like me, but I insist on being obsessed with the ones I like but can't get. Su Mian, did you come here specially to chat with me? Yiran turned her head and looked at her. Yeah, can't I? No, don't come again. Su Mian said with a straight face, actually, I'm quite stingy. I can't have an open-hearted chat with a woman who once liked my husband. For the sake of both of us, don't always show up in front of me. This is not ancient times. I'm not a lady who can take concubines for my husband. What's the point of you always complaining in front of me? It's just like playing the piano for a cow. It's a waste of time. Yiran. She looked at Su Mian in surprise, with obvious disbelief. Junior sister, you really suddenly made a lot of sense of humor, Su Mian. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Yiran didn't laugh yet, but Yin Qingqing, who was hiding in the corner and eavesdropping, laughed out loud. Anyway, she was discovered, so she came out holding her stomach and couldn't straighten her waist because of laughing. Su Mian and Yiran looked at her at the same time. Yin Qingqing waved her hands. Sorry, I really didn't mean to laugh, but I really couldn't help it. Xiao Mian, you are really cruel to yourself, comparing yourself to a cow. Su Mian sighed. It was so urgent that I couldn't speak properly. But the words are rough, but the truth is there. Yin Qingqing crossed her arms and legs, looking up at Yiran. Xiao Mian's words are very reasonable, so don't come to find fault. Why do you want to destroy the relationship between husband and wife? I know it's hard for you to be a good person, but I don't understand why you insist on humiliating yourself and being a bitch. Su Mian. Sure enough, Qingqing would be more straightforward. But Yiran was not angry, she even chuckled. I always think I'm pretty cheap. Yin Qingqing. Suddenly, she couldn't continue. It's not because she was soft-hearted, but because Yin Qingqing once read a sentence that everyone is cheap. She could only give a thumbs up. Your advantage is that you know yourself. Yiran smiled and stood up with her bag. Okay, I won't disturb you from working, I'll leave first. Yin Qingqing waved at her. Go, I won't see you off. Don't come next time, thank you. Yiran suddenly stopped and looked at her. Your schedule is also very full. How about I sign up with you? How about you be my sketching teacher? Yin Qingqing clapped her hands directly. Are you stupid or are you too cheap? I scolded you like this, but you still want me to be your art teacher. You are so weird. Yiran laughed, her red lips raised slightly and said nothing, twisting her sexy hips and leaving the studio. She was scolded away by my smiling face. Yin Qingqing pointed at her head and asked Su Mian, is she okay here? Su Mian said, maybe. Chapter 60. Lu Zhang came to the studio to pick up Su Mian from get off work in the evening. Su Mian received another bouquet of pink roses he brought. Why did you buy flowers suddenly? The pink roses looked very gentle and the bouquet was not too big. It was just the right size to hold in the arms of the petite Su Mian. She lowered her head and smelled it. It was a very fresh and refreshing fragrance. Judging from the color, it was just picked not long ago. Lu Zhan said if there must be a reason, it is. I want to see how teacher Su holds the flowers. Su Mian was stunned and looked at him with soft eyes. What's wrong with me holding flowers? Beautiful. Lu Zhang kissed her on the forehead. Beauty goes with flowers, beautiful. He was so good at flirting that Su Mian was speechless. However, she looked at the way the flowers were packaged and the logo on the ribbon. She widened her eyes in surprise. You went to my mother's shop to buy flowers. Lu Zhan said casually, what's wrong? I stopped by my mother-in-law's shop to buy a bouquet of flowers for my wife. Is there any problem? How can it be convenient? Whether you go from the company or the law firm to my mother's flower shop and then come to pick me up is not convenient. It takes an hour to go around, okay? Really? I haven't calculated it. Lu Zhan didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. I just saw my mother's circle of friends and received fresh pink roses, so I asked my mother to make an order. I wanted to buy it for you, and then I went to pick it up after get off work. 然后 It's very convenient. Su Mian was even more surprised when he heard him say that. You actually added my mom's WeChat. Yes, when did you add her? When we were planning the wedding, our two families created a group. I joined the group and added my parents' WeChat. Su Mian. She was really speechless now. 然后 the first thing she thought of was to take out her phone and then carefully said to Lu Zhang, tell me your parents' WeChat ID now. It should be in time for me to add them. Right? Lu Zhang laughed softly, it's in time. He took Su Mian's phone directly, entered the WeChat IDs of Lu's father and mother respectively, and then applied to add them as friends. He also specially changed the note, Dad or Mom, I'm Xiao Mian. The application was approved in seconds after it was sent. Chen Wei, Xiao Mian, are you off work? Have you had dinner? Did you eat at home or out? How was Sister Wu's cooking? Is it to your taste? If not, Mom will find someone else for you. Lu Yunshao, WeChat transfer 88,888. Su Mian. Lu Zhang looked at the screen and reached out to receive the transfer. Su Mian looked at him in shock. Why did you accept it? Lu Zhang said as a matter of course, you don't even accept the red envelope, are you stupid? But this is the account transferred by Dad to me, how can I accept it? How can I accept Dad's money? Su Mian was so anxious. I just added WeChat and Dad transferred such a big red envelope to me. 那个 I clicked to receive it in seconds. How rude, Lu Zhan said, was rude. He is willing to send it, so you can accept it. You didn't take the initiative to ask him for it. What are you afraid of? Su Mian. He looked indifferent, which made Su Mian anxious to death. Reply to the message quickly, reply to Chen Wei and Lu Yunshao. Chen Wei, it's delicious. If it's delicious, then let Sister Wu serve you there. If you think she doesn't do it well, tell Mom and Mom will change someone else for you. Su Mian, thank you, Mom. Sister Wu is very good. No need to change. Chen Wei, how is your work recently? Are you tired? Are there many classes scheduled? Lu Yunshao, what are you thanking me for? You should thank me even if my dad just gives you a small red envelope. You don't have to be so polite to him. Su Mian began to reply to messages busily. She kept on replying until she returned to Shengshi Mansion. Sister Wu calculated the time and put the food on the table. Su Mian and Lu Zhang washed their hands and sat down to eat. The phone was still ringing. As soon as she saw the screen light up, Su Mian unlocked it and replied to the message. Lu Zhang frowned, opened WeChat himself, and asked Chen Wei and Lu Yunshao not to send messages to Su Mian anymore. Only then did Su Mian's phone stop ringing. Chen Wei sent Lu Zhang a message. Smelly boy, I just want to chat with my daughter-in-law for a while. I'm not looking for you. Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Zhang, I need to eat. The phone stopped ringing after that. Su Mian was eating and her eyes suddenly looked at Lu Zhang from time to time, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. Lu Zhang noticed that she seemed to have something to say. So he asked, did something else happen in the studio today? Su Mian pursed her lips and whispered, Senior Sister Yiran came to our studio today. Lu Zhang's face changed. What nonsense did she tell you again? Nothing. She said she wanted to learn sketching, came to me to sign up for a class, and asked if I was willing to teach her. Su Mian poked the rice in the bowl and looked up at him. Do you think I should agree? No, Lu Zhang said coldly. Ignore her. Why? Just because she spread rumors in front of you and deliberately misled you, don't get too close to her. Su Mian nodded after listening. Well, okay, I'll listen to you. Lu Zhang asked, what else did she tell you? Nothing special, just chatting casually. She told me that she had been chasing you for 4 years and couldn't catch up. After Su Mian answered, she found that Lu Zhang had been looking at her. She asked puzzledly, what's wrong? Lu Zhang was as dark as obsidian. The voice suddenly became deeper. Aren't you jealous when you hear these words? Su Mian said, being jealous about the past will make me look too petty. Besides, she and Qi Haochuan had a past, and Lu Zhang did not hold grudges and was with her without being angry. He couldn't let Lu Zhang think that he was a petty person who only held on to the past. Lu Zhang asked again in a deep voice, really not jealous? Okay, a little bit. His gradually unhappy expression made Su Mian tell the truth. Lu Zhang's face really looked better and even became gentler. 然后, however, Su Mian quickly said, but there are so many people chasing you, how long do I have to be jealous? Have you counted how many girls confessed to you from high school to college? If I get jealous one by one, will it take a long time? Lu Zhang said seriously, I don't like them, why should I count? 然后, I never remember people I don't like, I only remember people I like.